Introduction. Systems thinking is a fascinating thinking tool that expands our cognitive horizons if used well. However, what well means and what people understand under the aegis of thinking in systems may vary. This cognitive method stretches beyond simple rules. People who become interested in learning about systems are usually fascinated by the complex diagrams, like causal loop diagrams, or other management simulation tools provided by systems thinking. They think that by learning to use the tools, it will help them fix their problems. But systems thinking isn't only theoretical knowledge. It has a strong connection to the events that have happened and are currently happening in our world. Whatever happens in the world has a cause and an effect, and this effect can spill over and create some unintended consequences. Other events have a circular nature that feed back to the structures responsible in creating them. There can be blind spots and powerfully influencing laws in the systems we are not cognizant of. We can also be totally unaware of some of our own contributions to a negative or positive change. For example, if we make a mistake and we are treated with blame instead of understanding and a genuine intent to right our wrongs, we become rather defensive. We close our minds off from learning opportunities in our self-righteousness. Thus, we don't improve, and we become even more prone to making errors. We enter a vicious cycle of blame and error. What's the way out? You'll learn in this book. Systems thinking done well, therefore, is more than learning to use a model. It's a knowledge thanks to which we understand and comprehensively see complex phenomena by using models, while expanding our awareness to the interconnectedness of the problem we're analyzing. We can use systems thinking to diagnose problems just like a good doctor following the analysis-diagnosis-solution trio. We first take a look at the problem at hand, profoundly understand what is happening, and start taking action only when we are secure in our diagnosis. By slowing down, we can see connections we couldn't before. We can ask better questions and arrive to more accurate conclusions. An analysis in systems thinking often looks like this. We observe the data or occurrences related to the problem, trying to find patterns that repeat themselves over time. These patterns then can help us find the underlying structures of the problematic system. When we have a structure modeled out, it's easier to fine-tune interventions that create positive changes. Using these models, we can broaden our solution or intervention palette that may lead to better, longer solutions. The main qualities of someone who is thinking in systems are curiosity, clear vision, openness to alternatives, courage, and compassionate understanding. People who want to be good at systems thinking need to be open-minded and crave to understand the problem from every angle. This means that sometimes they need to abandon their opinion and embrace. Openness helps them embrace the stance of others, realize that problems are interconnected and never black and white, and accept that often there are multiple solutions to an issue. Why should you learn to use systems thinking? First, because this type of thinking allows you to find more solutions to a problem and a greater chance to find the best solution among them. You can expand the borders of your thinking, see problems in a new light, and articulate your diagnosis with more certainty. Second, because while you will be able to identify more solutions, you'll realize that there is no solution without an impact on other areas of the problematic system. Every choice, every intervention we do is ultimately a trade-off. By being mindful about possible consequences, we can decrease the negative impact of the intervention. Using systems thinking can make better and more transparent decisions. Third, the language and structure of systems thinking helps us present a problem better. We can tell a better story. Tools like loop diagrams and graphs can help you build a visual behind the story which further deepens understanding. System thinking can be useful in solving many kinds of problems, but it helps a lot, especially with the following: important or urgent problems, predictably reoccurring problems, unpredictably reoccurring problems, problems that couldn't be fixed before despite attempts, problems that got fixed only on a symptom level. Whenever you decide to take a closer look at a problem, refrain from blaming. It is tempting to point the finger to someone or something specific. He's lazy, that's why the company struggles. Or, she's a bully. It is easy to cast blame on someone, but naming a scapegoat almost never fixes the issue. What's the alternative? I will present it in a later chapter. But for now, I'll only hint that approaching the problem from a position of curiosity, bringing it to the discussion table by asking exploratory questions can go a much longer way. Instead of making statements, ask questions such as, why is this problem a problem? Are there any aspects of this problem we don't understand? What are the most significant patterns in the problem? What outcome does the problem generate? What outcome would we like instead? How does the problem look on the following 4 levels: events, patterns, structure, and mental models? It's smart to keep your assumptions in your conscious awareness and tell yourself that whatever you assume, others may see the same picture differently. Others may operate with different assumptions and experiential background. It is important to map out and understand those perspectives to find a widely beneficial solution. Especially if we are talking about problems within an organization, workplace, classroom, company, social group, etc. When we start investigating an issue, we need to bring everyone to the table, involve the different interest groups, and map out mental models together. This process can lead to solutions you'd never dream of. A teaser of some of the most typical systems thinking tools: causal loop diagrams. When it comes to causal loop diagrams, less is more. The goal of this diagram is to illustrate the problem in a simple way. You can add more items to the diagram as you progress in the story, but start by presenting the problem with the most necessary parts. A standard diagram may be sufficient to jumpstart the brainstorming session about alternative paths to look at the issue. If the issue is more complex, it's better to use multiple simple loop diagrams to illustrate the interrelationships between the elements of the system. Contrary to what many people think about complexity, in causal loop diagrams, it's acceptable to leave out elements and variables which don't make a change in the system and therefore are irrelevant to the analysis. Complex doesn't need to mean complicated. The best causal loops show the connections and relations between the elements of the system and highlight the aspects that we are not conscious of. Loops are the simplified representations of the present. We'll learn about such loops later in this chapter. The iceberg model. When they were on their tragically ill-fated journey, the Titanic could have likely weathered the crash if it were not for the terrible damage caused to it by the massive portion of the iceberg that lay beneath the surface. This is much the same case when people in a system are faced with a problem. At first glance, the concern and immediate focus may be on the tip of the iceberg that they can see, the event. Focus then immediately turns to figuring out what happened, with the concern being wanting to react to it quickly so that the fire or ice can be put out. But if you want to address more than the symptoms and get to the root cause of the problem in order to prevent it from happening again, you can't spend all of your time near to, dealing with, and reacting to the event. You need to dig deeper, because that is where the real issues reside. And these shape the events as well as the trends, patterns of behavior over time, which allow us to forecast and predict what might come next. The iceberg model distinguishes between the symptoms and the real problems exposing the underlying system structures. The structure is where you will find the policies, dynamics of power, perceptions, and purpose. If left unchanged, the structure is where the vast majority of damage to the system will come from, as the trends and events will continue to repeat themselves. The deeper your understanding of the system's structure, the more likely you will be to change the system's behavior in the long term. Let's talk about the levels of the iceberg. The event level. People perceive the world at the event level most of the time. For example, waking up in the middle of the night realizing that you're thirsty is an event-level analysis. Event-level problems can often be solved with a simple correction, like drinking a glass of water. However, the iceberg model encourages us to dig deeper instead of automatically assuming that the problem we are facing is indeed an event-level problem. Instead of just reacting to our thirst, let's dig deeper. The pattern level. When we look beyond events, we often identify patterns. Events with strong resemblance have been occurring with us over time. We have been very thirsty during differing parts of the day. Maybe we are dangerously dehydrated. Acknowledging patterns helps us forecast and forestall events. When we try to find the answer to the question, what's the cause of the pattern we are observing, we usually conclude that it's some kind of structure. Because of our increased workload in the heat of the day, we often forget to drink enough water, and this has taken its toll on our body in the summer heat. Professor John Gerber informs us that structures can include the following things. Physical things: stores, sidewalks, or benches in a park. Organizations, corporations, hospitals, and schools. Policies, regulations, restrictions, or taxes. Rituals, subconscious behaviors. The fourth level of the iceberg are the mental models, which are the collection of the attitudes, beliefs, expectations, morals, and values that provide structures continuous functioning. For example, the beliefs we subconsciously adopt and carry on from home or from our school, work, and surroundings. In the case of our dehydration, the mental model creating it could involve the belief that our job is more important than our health, that we need the money, or that by taking a short drinking break we might appear weak or lazy. Systems archetypes are commonly repeating variations of feedback. Each archetype has a typical pattern of behavior over time, structure, and effective interventions. These archetypes help us to understand and quickly diagram the behavior of a system. The more you practice systems analysis, the easier you will notice and apply the structure when hearing an archetypical system story. Some systems can cause troublesome behavior through their structure. This trouble can take many forms. Some of the behaviors these archetypes create include addiction, low performance, and escalation. It isn't enough to just recognize the troublemaking structures and understand the problems they cause. They need to be changed. People often make the mistake of trying to blame other people or events for the destruction these archetypes cause. In reality, the fault lies within the structure of the system. So what can be done? We can escape these so-called system traps by being aware of their existence and using that knowledge to avoid getting caught in them. We can change the structure by revisiting our goals and developing new ones. We can work with the feedback loops to strengthen, weaken, or alter them, or even add new ones to the system. The system's archetypes rapidly build systemic awareness and provide a simple and engaging way to communicate about systems to others. They are easy to understand. Working with classic stories helps people shift their thinking to a more systemic perspective. The classic stories are also an easy means of transferring learning about systemic issues from one situation to another. If you successfully master the system's archetypes, you'll be familiar with the storylines and regular patterns of behavior over time. You'll detect them in real-world events and map their structure with ease. Also, by going deeper, you'll be able to improve and enrich the structure of the specific system you'll be analyzing, adding implications for leveraged interventions. The 9 most common systems archetypes are the following: shifting the burden, fixes that backfire, growth and underinvestment, tragedy of the commons, limits to success, accidental adversaries, escalation, drifting goals, success to the successful. When you tell a system story with the help of an archetype, try to keep it simple if you're presenting it to people who are unfamiliar with systems thinking. In case your crowd is interested, you can tell them more about the archetype in question, but don't try to over-mystify the story with complicated terms people can't connect with. The best results come when people can find their own connection to the archetype in question. You can, however, facilitate understanding with simple yet widely known situations people can relate with. For example, when trying to explain escalation, you can refer to the arms race in the Cold War between the Soviet Union and the United States. Test your knowledge. You practice the principles presented in my The Systems Thinker book series, the more emerged you become. Here are some tips to test your knowledge. The quality of your questions about approaching problems changed. Blaming and reductionist problem-solving slogans make you alert. For example, when you hear, "The issue is that we lack capital, knowledge, etc.," you'll feel the need to ask questions that point beyond the simple problem diagnosis. You start to attribute certain problems to reinforcing or balancing feedback loops. You start mapping out mental models to think about an issue. You start to look for leverage points and bottleneck issues. Many of these concepts may sound foreign to you, but don't worry, I will explain each of them in this book. The main focus of the current book is, however, mental models. If you wish to read more about systems archetypes, read my book, Learn to Think in Systems. Learning to use a systems thinking perspective together with its tools like causal loop diagrams, mental models like the iceberg model, and archetypes will give you enough information to help you detect problems. To advance in your skills, study the archetypes, read the news, and approach stories from a systems thinking point of view. Tackle your workplace and personal life problems by looking at them as an outcome generated by the system you're in, and accept that there are limitations to fix certain issues. Becoming a skilled systems thinker has a learning curve that includes the mastery of multiple cognitive skills. How do we build up our systems thinking method? First, we identify the problem we want to investigate. Then, preferably collectively within our organization or with the other people involved in the problem, we build a hypothesis to tell the story of the problem. After that, we need to test the hypothesis using different mental models. Finally, when we understand the problem and feel confident about our hypothesis, we can brainstorm possible changes. When I talk about models here, I mean a structured plan that reflects a defined set of assumptions about how the world works. I need to highlight that all models are incomplete reflections of reality. Therefore, none of them are absolutely right. But some models are better than others. Models test our assumptions and theories. Ultimately, every model is only as good as the quality of the thinking that went into creating it. So how can we improve the quality of our thinking? By learning additional auxiliary thinking tools. This sounds like an easy process in theory, but in practice, we need to use a lot of thinking skills effectively to correctly articulate and test a hypothesis, create mental models, and implement the changes needed. Let's talk about these auxiliary thinking skills you can practice in isolation. As you engage in systems thinking, you will see that some cognitive skills preponderate in each part. I collected the following thinking tools that systems thinkers want to practice: creative and analytical thinking, systemic thinking, synthetic thinking, and critical thinking. Beyond these 5, systems thinker and managing director and founder of High Performance Systems, Incorporated, Barry Richmond, formulated his list of thinking skills also invaluable to making better decisions. Dynamic thinking, system as cause thinking, forest thinking, operational thinking, closed loop thinking, quantitative thinking, and scientific thinking. Creative thinking is relating or producing a thing or idea that was not previously related. Creative thinking comes in handy when trying to solve problems when you're panicked. Some ideas might even be created to prevent panic. When I took my 2 children to Disney World, they were young enough to enjoy the amusement park, but not old enough to reliably remember their parents' names and phone numbers. I had temporary tattoos created for them with my name and phone number on them in case we got separated. Luckily, it never happened, but I got asked about where I'd gotten them from a lot of parents during our week-long vacation. Creative thinking requires your imagination and can lead to a literal fount of ideas and solutions. Analytical thinking is convergent, meaning it pares down to a small number of distinct ideas, answers, or solutions for further analysis and utility. In comparison, creative thinking is divergent, meaning it begins with a description and then splits in many different directions to find many possible solutions. Convergent features include logic, uniqueness, solutions, and being vertical. Divergent features include imagination, multiple possibilities, solutions or ideas, and being lateral. Using analytical thinking to approach a problem takes a deep and focused approach similar to tunnel vision to find all the necessary parts of the problem. Creative thinking is the opposite. It requires a wide-ranging approach of all possible options, including those that, on the surface, appear to be completely unrelated. I always think of creative thinking as opening the largest doors of your mind and letting everything flood in uninhibited. This is why it's thought of as lateral thinking, because the approach is wide. Creative thinking has other benefits beyond problem solving as well. It's actually good for you. The creative process can improve your health in a multitude of ways. One of those ways is that it's a stress reliever. There are many creative activities you can do to help relieve stress in your life, and you can tailor them to your own personal interests. Reducing your stress levels can help you prevent heart disease, Alzheimer's disease, and depression. Just have fun immersing in the creative process. Creative thinking also increases and renews brain function. Creative tasks protect and encourage neuron growth by bolstering the growth of new neurons, which is vital in maintaining a healthy central nervous system. Creative activities can also help in recovering after a major illness or injury or stress such as a breakup or divorce. This can include crafting, brain games, and even listening to music. Creative thinking also boosts your mood. No one on this earth is 100% happy every minute of every day. And even happy people can experience periodic depression from time to time. Creative activities increase control over emotional pain and depression. It allows you a deeper understanding of yourself because you're connecting with yourself in a way that you normally couldn't or wouldn't. Systemic thinking is defined as an easy thinking technique for accessing a systematic understanding of complicated problems and situations. Systemic thinking allows us to manage any number of elements of a situation together rather than one at a time. It gives us the ability to use systemic focus in any situation. It's important to note that systemic thinking, systems thinking, and systematic thinking are not the same thing. These are all different types of thinking, and they all have their own meaning. Systematic thinking is thinking in a methodical way, whereas systems thinking is thinking about how things interact with one another. Systemic thinking is a simple technique used to identify a system-wide focus. The basic idea behind systemic thinking is that everything interacts with the system around it, that everything affects and is affected by the person or system in its immediate surroundings. When approaching things from a systemic thinking mindset, we can no longer approach problems or situations as individual parts to be managed in isolation. We now have to take the parts together and manage them cohesively. We have to manage both the elements of the situation and how the parts interact with one another. The systemic thinking process is a four-step process. 1. List as many system components as possible. This might include problems, solutions, opportunities, needs, desired outcomes, and ideas. 2. Group common components together and then state what each group has that makes them similar. From the above list, problems and needs might go together in the same group, and desired outcomes, ideas and opportunities could possibly go together in the same group. 3. Find a repeating theme across group descriptions. 4. Your process should look like components, leads to sub-themes, leads to common theme. This process really boosts your insight in any situation, and you might find yourself wondering why you haven't done this sooner. It can be incredibly difficult to recognize patterns and themes when we first encounter a challenging situation. However, with practice and as our skills develop, we should be able to recognize them more easily, or at least have the skill set to manage them more adeptly. The experience of working with systemic thinking is more than just more knowledge and more skills. It's more familiarity with the patterns and themes that will give you the ability to recognize them faster and easier. It is important to note that because the ability to recognize these themes and patterns can become ingrained in our brains over time, we may start to subconsciously recognize them without cognitively being aware of them. This means we're not really comprehending what the pattern or theme means. We're just engaging in certain behaviors by rote because that's what we're used to. The idea is to purposefully find and understand the repeating patterns and themes in tough situations, as this allows us to continually improve and develop mastery and better insight in the realm of systemic thinking. The process behind systemic thinking is to list as many components as you can possibly think of, and then analyze and look for the similarities between the components. When we break apart the different pieces involved in a situation, it's incredibly easy to lose sight of how these parts interact with one another and within the situation. And this is how we end up in analysis paralysis. This is because analysis tends to shade the interactions and make them more difficult to identify. When the interactions aren't as visible, our insight is also reduced, which can cause a situation to go from not so great to a mega disaster. The tool we use to make sense of interactions and how things work together is synthesis. Synthesis is much more than simply putting something back together after you've taken it apart for an investigation. If analytical thinking helps us understand the different parts of a situation, then synthetic thinking allows us to truly understand how these parts work together. If analytical thinking allows you to dissect things down to their basic components, synthetic thinking allows you to find patterns across those components. Essentially, analytical thinking will help you pinpoint the differences, while systemic thinking allows you to pinpoint the similarities. Synthetic thinking is considered to be challenging because interactions can be harder to detect and manage. Synthetic thinking will help you find patterns and commonalities across a system or situation. What's more, while using this thinking tool, you'll find these patterns, themes, and commonalities faster and easier. As an example of synthetic thinking, let's look at the automobile industry, specifically advertising in the auto industry, an ongoing Dodge advertising campaign to sell trucks. For years, the company has identified trends in consumer information and consumer preferences to synthesized several themes based on demographics, lifestyle characteristics, and psychographics. The ads promote strong and tough engines and bodies, the fact that Dodge is made in America and an American company, and even feature characteristics to appeal to families because the truck can morph into a wagon with some button pushing and seat rearranging. All of these parts are synthesized to persuade you to purchase a Dodge truck, no matter where you are in your life. Critical thinking is the capacity to analyze facts, formulate and organize ideas, stand up for and defend opinions, compare and contrast items, draw conclusions, validate or invalidate arguments, and problem solve. Critical thinking is based on assumption, an assumption that there is logic involved in problem solving and it can be figured out and reasoned through. Critical thinking is not going to be appropriate in every situation or when trying to make every decision. Take the example of romance. Critical thinking and logic cannot help you determine who to date or who to marry. These are decisions that will always be made by your intuition. This is also true for other items of personal taste. I will likely never be able to explain why I love Howard Chandler Christie's World War I recruitment posters for the United States. I'm sure it's because I also like his other artwork as well, and his ideal Christie girl. This isn't something I had to learn to love. It was automatic. But without a doubt, there are important decisions in life that have to be thought about and mulled over, such as what college to attend, whether you should even attend college at all, or if trade school is a better option, or if you should take that job on the other side of the country. Critical thinking is a metacognition, otherwise known as thinking about thinking. Critical thinking is important because it allows us to acknowledge our emotions but not be controlled by them, which is especially relevant when it's time to make a decision. Emotions are vital, especially to our memory and developing our personal tastes, but they can easily trick us too. They can mislead us into thinking we are making the right decision when we aren't. Have you ever heard that most eyewitnesses to crimes are unreliable? That's for many reasons. Sometimes it's due to outside influence, not getting as good a look at the perpetrator as the witness thought, or just the trauma of witnessing a violent crime. But it is well known amongst criminal trial attorneys and prosecutors that an eyewitness is one of the least reliable forms of evidence. And that is why circumstantial or forensic evidence to back up that witness testimony is always needed to help prove a person's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Luckily, critical thinking allows us to effectively handle our emotions by allowing us to sort through them and decide if they are appropriate for the current situation. When a person uses critical thinking skills, the decision is made regardless of if the problem or situation is right or wrong. Once the critical thinker is provided with information, they analyze the information, interpret it, and then draw conclusions using what they also know about the world. All of this comes together, and the critical thinker forms their opinion on whatever topic is being investigated. According to Dr. Roy Vanden Brink Budgen, an expert in the field of critical thinking, there are 4 traits that are ingrained in critical thinkers: persistence, rigor, openness, and diligence. In addition, Dr. Robert Ennis, Professor Emeritus at the University of Illinois, has also developed a list of skills that successful critical thinkers should be able to perform.
If you are enjoying this book, then you belong in the Intellect Corner community. Why join? Because your voice shapes what gets made. You can request the books you want to hear and vote on other suggestions so I know exactly what to cover next. Plus, you'll get personalized reading recommendations from a community of people who share your taste. It's also the central hub. I run around 20 different channels, and the community is the easiest way to browse them, find the books you're looking for, and make sure you never lose access to our content if we ever move beyond YouTube. Click the link in the description to join Intellect Corner, and let's decide what to read next.
Judge the credibility of sources. Identify conclusions, reasons, and assumptions. Judge the quality of an argument, particularly its reasons, assumptions, and underlying evidence. Develop and defend a position on the issue. Ask the appropriate clarifying questions. Plan hypotheses or experiments, and assess experimental designs. Define terms in a way appropriate to the context. Be open-minded. Be well-informed. Draw warranted conclusions, but with caution. 4. One of the key takeaways from this list is that all of these traits or skills are teachable. Every one of them can be taught or learned. Critical thinking isn't something you're born with. It's a skill you acquire with education and practice. Dynamic Thinking 5. This thinking skill helps you articulate the problem in the frame of behavior patterns over time. Unlike static thinking, where people focus on specific events, dynamic thinking focuses on events that unfold over time. It's not about a one-time event. To improve this thinking skill, read and interpret behavior over time graphs like your annual sales report. If you have no access to such a graph from your own life, just research behavior over time reports on the internet and try to interpret them. Or listen to the evening news tonight, pick an interesting topic, choose a variable related to the topic, and look at that topic as just one blink of an eye in the overtime trajectory of the variable. For example, if you take the behavior over time of the stock market, you can look at events such as Black Monday as one unfortunate and unpredictable moment in the trajectory of stock market changes. When you think about how some events like Black Monday could be prevented or fixed, ask the following questions. Over what period of time can this be reversed or stabilized? How much time does it take? What will happen to the main variables over time if we do X, Y, or Z? System as cause thinking. After you analyze a problem's behavior pattern over time, you want to build a model to present how and why the behavior is created, and how can it be improved. System as cause thinking can help you choose what to include in your model and what to leave out. Making a system as cause analysis, you need to use only those elements and interconnections that fall in the direct circle of influence of the managers of the system, the people who manifest the behavior you wish to explain. This thinking model helps you identify those who hold the responsibility for the behavior in question. Avoid operating from a blaming stance, though. Instead of leading a whodunit, encourage questions such as, how could we have been responsible? Often, problems are not created by internal forces but external. Yet we are still responsible for allowing the external force to influence us. Thus, it's useful to ask, What did we do to allow these external powers to control us? To develop system as cause thinking, try turning each, "they did it," or "it's their fault" you encounter into a "how could we have been responsible?" It is always possible to see a situation as caused by outside forces, but it is also always possible to ask, what did we do to make ourselves vulnerable to those forces that we could not control? To build a good system as cause model, we can draw the extensive and intensive boundaries of the problem we are analyzing. As you can see, the extensive boundary is the latitude of what elements should be included in the model, and the intensive boundary shows the depth of the elements included in the model. Forest thinking. I bet you've heard the saying, "You can't see the forest for the trees." This saying stays true in the so-called forest thinking as well. When we analyze the intensive boundaries of a problem, considering every single aspect or tree of it, we can lose our focus on what matters. Instead of trying to narrow down if a particular dishwasher stopped working on Sunday afternoon, it's more useful to see how often the dishwasher breaks down in general, how big the load is when it breaks down compared to the load when it works well, and so on. Forest thinking shows us the on-average state of a system. To improve your forest thinking skills, try to discover similarities rather than differences, especially when in an organizational setting. Just because every person has their own strengths doesn't mean that they don't share some attributives, being useful for the company, for instance. One person can be terrible at maintaining good relationships with the customers, but can be exceptionally good at critical thinking. Instead of looking at individual factors, take a look at some central questions like, what is the interaction between the aspects guiding someone's work morale? Operational thinking. Using operational thinking, we try to understand how a behavior is created. The antithesis of operational thinking is factors thinking. We prefer to use the latter in everyday life, as we like to jot a lot of dots under a problem, list out which A, B, and C factors influence a problem. The shortcoming of this kind of thinking is that lists don't reflect the causality of these factors. Influencing and correlating with a problem doesn't necessarily mean causing the problem. For example, if you think in factors thinking terms and you analyze what influences self-improvement, you could come up with a long list of factors. Dissatisfaction with one's current life, major illness, getting fired, divorce, etc. Using operational thinking, you might approach self-improvement as a process that coincides with external and internal changes. Operational thinking reflects the nature of the self-improvement process by unveiling its structure. Factors thinking only lists out the factors that can be connected to the choice of self-improvement. To grow your operational thinking skills, ask questions such as, what is the nature of the process I'm looking at? Instead of, what is influencing the process? Recall a scenario where you were discussing why your country performs poorly economically. When you enumerated the causes for the low performance, you probably mentioned governmental money mismanagement, bad leadership, and greedy banks as influencers of a low-performing economy. We call this kind of thinking linear or straight-line thinking. In this kind of thinking, A causes B, and causality works only one way. This is the cause, say bad governmental money management, and this is the result, say an underperforming economy. Also, linear thinking fails to capture the interrelationship between different causes and looks at them independently. The antidote for linear thinking, Richmond says, is closed-loop thinking, which by any means is not closed-minded thinking. As you can see in Picture 5, closed-loop thinking captures the effect flow of the results which feed back to the causes. The causes are in a relationship with each other. Closed-loop thinking can help you see how causality is an ongoing stream of events and feedbacks and can't be captured accurately by a snapshot in time. To improve your closed-loop thinking, try to observe the variable's shifting dominance over time instead of focusing on the most important variable. Quantitative thinking in systems. Thinking quantitative does not equal measurable. Many elements of a system are hard or impossible to measure. We call them soft variables. These can be concepts like resilience, courage, motivation, and others. Some hard variables are also difficult to measure because of the nature of the system they exist within. For example, delays and information flow glitches can prevent accurate measurement of some hard variables. While soft variables are inarguably important, they rarely are an aspect of analysis because of our inability to measure them. But they can be quantified. For example, in the case of an employee's confidence in decision-making, 0 would mean that they have no confidence at all, while 100 would mean they are very confident in making decisions. While the numbers attached to soft variables are arbitrary, they are not ambiguous. If you want to strengthen the confidence level of your employees in making decisions in the following year, you can certainly quantify that. But you may not be able to measure it with exact numbers. To advance in quantitative thinking, choose a soft variable that is not taken into consideration when trying to solve a problem, let's say in your workplace. Then think about how the problem would change or improve if this variable would be seriously considered in the problem-solving process. What could you or your company do to enhance the soft variable? Scientific thinking. First, let's talk about how science works. When we make a scientific analysis, we measure progress by getting rid of falsehood. Our truth of the moment is considered only a hypothesis until it's proven to be without any falsity. At the same time, many models are unscientific, yet their proponents talk about them as the truth. They sometimes rationalize these models' validity based on track record. Systems thinkers like W. Edwards Deming know that all models are wrong, but some of them are useful. Systems thinkers use scientific thinking to focus on simple numbers that are relevant to one another, instead of insisting on proving their models with exact numbers. They put their models under a lot of pressure testing. Systems thinkers want to know when and why their models fail. Barry Richmond compared traditional thinking with systems thinking when he developed the thinking tools I mentioned before. Let's go through them one more time, comparing them directly. 1. Static thinking that focuses on specific events versus dynamic thinking, which frames a problem based on the patterns of behavior over time. 2. System as effect thinking, which sees behavior created by a system as driven by external forces versus system as cause thinking, which places responsibility for a behavior on internal actors who manage the structure of the system. 3. Tree by tree thinking, where one believes that true knowledge means distilling every detail, versus forest thinking, where one believes that in order to know something, one should understand the context of relationships. 4. Factors thinking, where one thinks factors are the influencers or correlations with a certain result, versus operational thinking, where one focuses on causality and understands how a behavior is created. 5th, linear thinking, where we see causality as a one-directional process where each influencing cause is independent from the other, versus closed-loop thinking, where we view causality as an ongoing process. 6th, measurement thinking, where we're looking for the perfectly accurate and measurable data, versus quantitative thinking, where you are comfortable with considering soft variables that can always be quantified but not always measured. 7th, truth-proving thinking, where one focuses on proving a model to be true, versus scientific thinking, where one embraces that models always have a limited applicability. To understand how to create mental models, first we need to understand what they are. The mental part is self-explanatory, something we conceive in our minds. A model is an abstraction or simplification of the real world. There are many types of models, from matchbox cars to how an earthquake is generated in natural history museums to models simulating the activity of a black hole in space. Models bring the far away closer, the complex more approachable for learning purposes. Let me repeat the systems thinking mantra. All models are wrong, but some are useful. Their wrongness is in their simplicity, and their usefulness is in their potential to help us learn. Okay, now what is a mental model? A mental model is a model that is created and tried in our conscious mind. Conscious in this sense implies awareness about our surroundings and our relation to the world. Let's see a practical example. Imagine yourself on the beach, gazing at the ocean. Your eyes capture light and focus it onto your retinas, which in exchange react by sending neural stimuli to the brain. As your brain receives the stimuli, it creates the picture of the ocean in your mind. By this point, we've only addressed the visual information receptors. But this information doesn't tell you what an ocean is. What makes you understand what the ocean is in your mind? At this point, you start utilizing mental models. You start thinking about the ocean as something that exists in the world as a physical fact. The concept of the ocean is a model, and it needs more information than your visual experience. It builds on your empirical knowledge. The ocean is salty water that is sometimes calm, sometimes waving and restless. It has high and low tides depending on the Earth's and Moon's position. It hosts a myriad of underwater animals and plants. I can claim these aspects of the ocean with confidence as they belong to the learned reality of my mental models. Based on this knowledge, I could build up new knowledge about the ocean if I chose to be a marine biologist. In sum, mental models contain old empirical knowledge and have the potential to support new knowledge that is built upon the old. Let's play a game. Take a look at the following 3 images and try to predict what will happen next. The images don't show what the next moment will bring, but I'm sure you have an idea about it in your mind. What's your mental model? Your guess, in fact, is the simulation of a mental model you have about what's going on in the picture. You can come up with different outcomes than the obvious if you really try. In the picture about skydiving, you could imagine the plane taking a sudden turn and the 2 people falling back on board. In the second image, you could picture the dog missing the ball by a breath and awkwardly biting the air instead of nailing the catch. In the last picture, you could simulate that the child pulls her hand back at the last second after hearing the screams of her mother instead of pulling the pot on herself. All this contemplation, of course, normally happens outside of our consciousness. We simulate our mental models as snap judgments. How to use mental models in systems thinking. As humans, we are generally comfortable and fluent at simulating mental models that fit our natural reality. But when things get more abstract is when hardship arises. Jeremy Merritt, a systems thinker, uses the market system to give an example of an abstract system. Price in the market is the token of total demand for a product. The market can't be tied down to a physical place, and you can't generate a concrete picture of it in your mind as you could with the ocean. Yet you accept that something invisible and untouchable such as the market exists and has an impact on your life. Let's take a closer look at what happened in the economic crisis of 2008. When the crisis became global and threatening, people started decreasing their spending and saving money instead. Retailers in turn started to struggle financially because of the huge drop in their sales, so they dropped their prices to try to incentivize consumers to spend more. Consumers were, however, aware of the price drop, and in the hopes that prices would further drop over time, they refrained from spending. We call this process price deflation. In the short run, customers acted in a rational way. In the long run, however, as the price deflation loop kept getting reinforced and prices kept dropping, the income of companies also declined, which forced them to fire workers or go bankrupt. As more and more people got laid off, the national perception of welfare, security, and safety also declined. People feared spending, so they'd spend even less than before. Economists needed to react quickly to the deflation by persuading policymakers to bring in some changes that would jumpstart spending among consumers. In the US, they used rebate programs like Cash for Clunkers or the first-time homebuyer tax credit as tools to help the squeaky wheels of the economy get oiled again. What should the boundaries, external and internal, of mental models be? When we talk about human mental models, they tend to have a narrow focus led by short-term incentives. But to simulate complex systems, we need to expand these boundaries. Even so, we're not great at mentally simulating multivariable, interdependent systems with delays and multi-level feedbacks. We can, however, create computer programs to simulate complex systems with more reliability. We can build better mental models through software. Complex mental models. Mental models are dynamic simulations of our reality. And in most cases, they don't represent a challenge. There are other times, though, when we really need to sweat while playing out a simulation. Take a look at the chessboard. What's the status of the white player? Did you catch that it's a checkmate? If you did, I bet it wasn't as easy as imagining the guys jumping out the plane to skydive. It takes much greater mental effort to map out possible future moves on a chessboard. Our working memory is limited, experts say, to 7 items at the same time generally. This means that we can't rely on only our brains when trying to simulate complex systems that often have more than 7 variables, each interacting and feeding back to the others. Luckily, we have had computers at our disposal for the past few decades, and we can level up our modeling to previously unimaginable heights. Literally. Things like space exploration, the internet, and advanced healthcare solutions are just a few benefits of computational modeling. We need models to aid and understand our decision-making. In order to make an informed decision, one has to have a clue about the system which one uses the model for. A medical system enhancing model, for instance, can only be as useful as how much you understand the system of medical organizations. There are various computer simulation models, like an engineering design, a spreadsheet, dynamic models, etc. The utility of these models is largely determined by how well you can explain the results after modeling. The model should be self-explanatory. Otherwise, even if you get the results, all you can do is stare at a sheet with data you can't interpret. It is also a useful model if it provokes good questions. The answers to these questions might be embedded in the model. Through experimentation, you can arrive to helpful conclusions and deepen your knowledge about the system in the meantime. Testing and working with models, especially visual ones, provides a valuable feedback loop of learning. Modeling dynamic systems. If you think systems are hard to grasp, make them dynamic and you'll feel even more perplexed. Dynamic systems are composed of multiple mental models, not just one. Systems like the global economy, a country's healthcare system, or global aid projects can't be simplified into one single model. A series of mental models are needed to present how these systems function, what their bottleneck problems are, and what possible solutions there are to fix them. These systems have so many actors involved and they have so many interconnections that it's hard for our mind to simulate them. Problems on the level of systems are nonlinear. Nonlinearity is a series of events in which one thing does not clearly or directly follow from another. Systems also experience delays and reinforcing or balancing feedback mechanisms. The nature of systems dynamics is complex and hard to follow, and therefore you can often feel unsure about the proposed interventions to change them. What if something's missing? What if we didn't take something important into consideration? Try to recall a recent complex problem presented in the news. Whenever a politician presents a proposal for change, it is followed by projections made by experts on what the consequence could be if the new law gets enforced, or if it isn't. Their assessment is usually vague, though, and provides little information about how the system's behavior will be affected due to the changes. The lack of information makes it difficult to grasp the system's dynamic and to have a real, meaningful debate on the subject. There are some useful computer simulation software packages such as Stella, which can be helpful to provide a more holistic picture about the system. What are stocks and flows? Stocks. A stock is an agglomeration within the system. The classic example to illustrate a stock in systems thinking is a bathtub. Picture a bathtub which you can fill and drain. The mental model of stocks and flows is a visual illustration of their cause and effect relationship. In Stella, stocks are illustrated as a rectangle. Whatever that can accumulate can be a stock. Can you think about anything? Let me help. Population, money, natural resources, happiness, energy. Flows. The flow is the manager of the stock, so to say. It can add to the stock, take from the stock, or keep the stock in balance. If we go back to our example where the bathtub is the stock, then the rate at which the faucet delivers water into the tub is the flow. The stock in this sense is not the bathtub itself, but the water that gathers in it. If you plug the tub and leave the faucet open, the water level increases and eventually overflows. If you unplug the bathtub and stop water from running, the stock of water will decrease. If you unplug the bathtub but leave the faucet running, the water level will increase, decrease, or stay the same depending on the speed of the inflow and the outflow. Let's look at another example. Like your bank account. The savings account increases in value as you put money in. If, let's say, you never spend and just save, so the money input stays at a constant rate, you'll experience a linear increase in your savings account over time. Similarly, your spendings flow on the model below removes money from your account, so the level of your fortune will drop over time. If, let's say, you never add money and just spend, so the money output stays at a constant rate, you'll experience a linear decrease. The first model we'll talk about is called the theory of constraints. This theory talks about how every system is limited by different constraints. One constraint, however, is going to be tighter than all of the other ones. The constraint that is the tightest of all is called the bottleneck. It's the point of greatest congestion that is causing a delay within a system. The theory of constraints implies that the system's performance is going to be limited by the bottleneck. If there is no change to the bottleneck, the system will not improve. When the bottleneck is influenced, the system changes. We can think about the theory of constraints in the context of our own lives. Many of us don't know what our bottlenecks are. If we fail to address this key issue, we'll fail to move forward in life or see anything change. We don't need to work harder on our self-development. We just need to identify where to concentrate our efforts. You struggle in your relationship. You lash out at your partner often without knowing why, and you feel insecure, which exacerbates your number of outbursts. You read books on anger management, practice meditation. You pay for a Tony Robbins 7-day seminar using all your savings. You do everything humanly possible to become a more patient and kind person. But after a month of chill and post-Tony Zen, you lash out again. Why? Because all the humming on the mountaintop, all the mumbo-jumbo, and all the optimal personality growth were just symptoms of your main issue, your early relationship with your dad. Once you can stand in front of him, look him in the eye and say, "I understand that I ended up with this mentality because you told me this is the right way. You were never really there for me except when dispensing a few encouraging words, but leaving me alone in the matter. Nevertheless, I learned through the years when I couldn't rely on you to believe that one can't rely on men. That they often lie, as you did. I know that you gave me the best you could according to your best knowledge. It will be a long journey to change, but I'm up to it. I forgive you. The bottleneck won't disappear. Your dad won't change, probably, and your upbringing won't be erased. But now you'll be able to move on and truly change. Now you'll know that you're not a crazy person. Every system error has a bottleneck. Economic, political, and/or social issues. There is one problem which, if treated, can make it easier for the system to change and improve. It is not a guarantee that anything will change in the end. But it is a guarantee that as long as the bottleneck issue is not addressed, nothing will change. Leverage. Leverage influences a system to return the maximum effect per a unit of effort. Today, our attention is scattered and our time and energy is limited compared to how many options we have. However, We can maximize the benefits of our time and energy by using leverage. What do I mean by that? If we consider that time, energy, and focus are interchangeable, we can exchange them to get the most benefit. For example, sometimes you can use more of your energy and focus to win time. Let's say you need to leave work 2 hours early to attend your kid's graduation. You can invest more energy and focus to finish your daily tasks at work to win enough time. The Pareto principle, or the 80-20 rule, talks about how 80% of one's results can be achieved with 20% of one's effort. Most of us already know that, but that's not what's truly important in the image you can see below. Instead, if you move down the line, you'll see that 50% of one's results can be achieved with just 1% of one's effort. You should want to be on the straight line. Some tasks don't require all our expertise, and the marginal return any extra investment of time, energy, or focus brings is simply not worth it. My friend and role model, Derek Sivers, told me a story once. He used to bike down Venice Beach every morning when he lived in LA. He was kind of competitive about it. He was biking as hard as he could, huffing and puffing, investing all his might and energy into the process. He went up and down the beach in 43 minutes. He didn't enjoy it. Every day, it was more and more burdensome for him to go out and bike because he knew the physical pain he'd feel. So, one day, he changed his mind. He didn't rush. He casually biked, enjoying the view. When he was done, he surprisingly experienced that he'd ridden the same distance in 47 minutes. All that suffering and huffing and puffing was for an extra 4 minutes. Many of us spend too much effort and don't get the desired results. Or we feel like the outcome was not worth the effort, as Derek did. You have to learn what level of expertise is needed to hit your goals. Donella Meadows has 3 things that are considered to be the most important leverage in a system. The first is changing the rules. This can help define what is possible within the system. What rules can you change in your system called life? Your habits? What you invest energy and time in? Which areas of your life you focus on? These can all optimize your efficiency. The second is building in self-organization. This means designing your system in a way that it will improve naturally over time. These can be self-made constraints and checkpoints. For example, setting your alarm clock for 2 p.m. each day to ask yourself, am I productive? It can also be deliberately not buying sugar or chocolate when you are on a diet, packing away your video games into the attic, and so on. Finally, the third important leverage is improving the information flow. We can reflect more accurately on our progress if we introduce objective and accurate measuring tools like feedback loops. They are loops because they are inspecting information as a circulation and not in a linear nature. The feedback itself is a tool of information delivery. It informs how a system is doing relative to the goal of the system. For example, if you are constantly arguing with your partner about nonsense, you might be in a reinforcing negative cycle. You need to be aware of this negative loop you are in to be able to talk about it and break out of it. Minimize delays between measurement and improvement. Imagine yourself as a product that needs improvement. It should be fast and consistent. A daily testing, measuring, and installing of improvements on your system can create better leverage. If you work on a daily basis to improve your relationship, for example, it will normalize quicker. Feedback loops. Feedback loops are the engines of the system. They keep the system running. While mentally it is hard to imagine them, by having a computer simulation, they can become quite transparent. The line leaving the bubble of money input rate and pointing at money input shows a dependent relationship between the 2 elements of the system. In the model, the money flow is dependent on the money input rate and also savings level, as the level of interest depends on the total amount of savings. The more money you have, the more interest you earn that feeds back to the money inflow. The money input rate is illustrated using a converter. Converters can include constants that you can utilize to alter other elements of the model. The money input flow is determined as savings money input rate. By illustrating the money input rate with a converter, we can see more clearly that the flow of money input is a function of both savings and money input rate. The structure thus generates a reinforcing feedback loop. Can you see the savings stock showing an exponential growth over time? In this model, there is no limit to growth. It would be great if this were a realistic model, but in real life, we also have expenses which will limit the growth of our piggy bank. This can be illustrated by a balancing loop. The relationship between the size of your savings and the expense rate form a balancing loop. The expense rate shifts based on the size of the savings account, and therefore limits the growth of your savings. If you spend more, your savings account depletes. The less money you have in your account, the less interest you earn, so the growth of your account slows down and grows at a slower rate. Or worse, it slowly starts decreasing. With this simple example, we laid down the groundwork of a system's main building blocks, namely stocks, flows, converters, and connectors, and how they are interconnected by feedback mechanisms. Now you can build and explore real models of complex systems. So how do we use the knowledge we've gained about bottlenecks, leverage, and feedback loops? When we identify a bottleneck, we should devote our time to using the highest leverage until the bottleneck is no longer a problem. Then we measure our improvement detecting feedback loops. Then we move on to clear our next bottleneck. The more bottlenecks we overcome, the less constraining the next bottleneck will be. This is a cycle where each repetition will push us to a higher level of emergence. Shortly, find your bottleneck, experiment to remove it, repeat. A classic illustration of systems dynamics. Let's dig deeper into the world of complex feedback systems using an example from nature. Predator-prey dynamics. When we analyze the dynamics of a single population, we normally consider the natural growth rate and carrying capacity of the species in the environment. But in the real world, no species lives in isolation. They interact with other species, thus affecting each other's rate of growth or decay. Here we'll take a look at two specific species. The example comes from Duke University, presenting a set of data from the Hudson Bay Company in Canada of lynx and snowshoe hare pelt trading records. Data from 1845, an impressive length of time. The records can help us deduce the population levels of both species. I must add that there are some simplifications to this model. We need to make the following rather steep and unrealistic assumptions. The specific predator depends singularly on the specific prey as its food supply. The specific prey's capacity as food supply is infinite. The specific prey has no other natural enemies, just this specific predator. The dynamic between the lynx and snowshoe hare population. While there are very few cases where a specific predator is the singular consumer of a specific prey, the Canadian lynx and snowshoe hare are pretty close to this condition. Human involvement, such as trapping these creatures for fur and other reasons, significantly impacted both species. But let's not take this into consideration to keep the model simple. What do you think about its oscillation pattern? Quite drastic and interesting, right? What kind of dynamic between the lynx and hare is responsible to create this oscillation? Before we move on to answer this question, I'd like to add that in some regions of Canada, the lynx died out. The snowshoe hare population, however, didn't stop oscillating. This information hints the existence of another predator for the snowshoe hare. But let's not complicate our model with this information either for now. I just mentioned it so I can illustrate to you how complex and interconnected even simple systems such as this one can be. The hare-lynx population dynamic, such as habitat destruction, urbanization, and weather changes, the most drastic changes can be shown through birth and death rates. So let's build a model around that. Let's use the same model structure we used for your savings account. Just as it stood true in the case of money, the more lynx you have in the stock, the more lynx will be born. The feedback mechanism at work is a reinforcing one. However, If we have more lynx preying on the same amount of hares, they will also die at a faster rate due to insufficient food resources, so the population growth gets balanced. The population growth of the lynx will show an S-shaped growth. There will be a quick growth over time. The number of lynx will peak at some point. Then it will stop and stabilize at a level at which the lynx population is sustainable in the system. The population grows or decreases following the simple rule of thumb of having enough resources to sustain it. As you can imagine, the story is more complicated than this. So far, we have a competing balancing and reinforcing feedback loop. The reinforcing loop is dominating the system at first, thus the groan in the population. But then we can experience a shifting dominance as the balancing loop diminishes the growth. The birth rate and death rate of lynxes are in balance at this point. Before I go on with the story, stop for a second and try to guess what kind of feedback mechanism is responsible for the oscillation between the hare and lynx populations. Did you take the time to think? Okay, let's go on. Let's collect what we know for sure. First, I could have used the same graph and mental model in the case of the hare population as well. Their population grows until they hit the carrying capacity of the ecosystem they live in. The hare and lynx populations are not isolated, however. They depend on each other. Let's model this dependence. You can see that the stock of lynx is connected with the deaths of hares. Also, the stock of hares is connected with the deaths of lynx through an added variable, hare density. Why? Because the survival of a larger portion of lynx depends on the amount of hares in the region. Now that we have a model, let's experiment with different scenarios. Experimenting. Let's start with the premise that the population levels of hares and lynx are in dynamic equilibrium. In other words, the death and birth number of both species are the same. We start our experiment like this because it is easier to spot changes that diverge from a state of equilibrium. Let's make the model more realistic and introduce a new variable into the picture: hunting for fur. The stock of lynx has an additional element now, the outflow due to trapping. To keep the dynamic equilibrium on the model, let's assume trapping starts only 10 years after we started our analysis. With the help of the computer simulation from Stella, the scenario would look like this. As 100 lynx get trapped and removed from the stock of lynx, and the trend continues over time. Simulation. With 100 lynx trapped over time. Let's mix things up a little and say 500 lynx get trapped. Then the simulation would look like this. Simulation with 500 lynx trapped over time. The oscillation begins on a smaller or larger scale once the population of lynx drops due to trapping. How does this change affect the hare population? We discussed that in this model, the population of hares depends only on the population of lynx. What happens then if the number of the furry predators suddenly decreases? As there are not so many predators around, the hare population doesn't get hunted in the regular way. They are less hunted, thus the number of the hare population suddenly increases. See the oscillation. How does the increase of the hare population affect the lynx population in return? Well, there is more food for every lynx now, so the lynx population also starts to grow with a slight delay. The reinforcing loop of births becomes dominant again. Let's take a closer look at what's happening. The straight line of the lynx population slowly reaches the same level as it was before the trapping. Meanwhile, the hare population outstandingly peaks. By this point, there are enough lynx around to limit the growth of the hare population. In other words, lynx are consuming hares faster than hares can reproduce. There is a shifting dominance occurring, where the balancing loop of the hare population limits the growth of the species. Following the peaking of the hare population growth, the lynx population steadily continues to grow. For the next few years, the population of hares decreases and the population of lynx increases. The dominance shifts to the reinforcing loop of the lynx population. In this scenario, there are still plenty of hares left to feed the lynx population. However, over time, the lynx population growth slows down as the population of hares decreases to the level where another shift in dominance happens, and the balancing loop of the lynx population becomes the most significant. In other words, there are not sufficient hares to sustain so many lynx. This causes a sudden death rate increase in the lynx population. They die of hunger. This process generates the same dynamic as trapping lynx did. It jumpstarts another loop of hare population growth, which, over time, will collapse again. And the oscillation happens again and again. Let's recapitulate what we just did here. We unearthed the cause of the oscillation with the help of the feedback mechanisms at work affecting the two populations. Thanks to this, we got a more profound understanding about the two-species system and its two interdependent balancing loops. This new clarity, of course, answers some of our questions, but also creates new questions such as, what would happen if people started hunting hares instead of lynx? Would the system show the same behavior? Can we stop the oscillation? How? Lotka and Volterra were both mathematicians in the first half of the 1900s. They are the fathers of a couple of nonlinear differential equations meant to illustrate the predator-prey system dynamics. Oscillations such as the ones we observed in the predator-prey system can be found in the system of economy. The equations created by Lotka and Volterra thus had a big impact on the development of economic theory. Being able to understand the causes of such oscillations helps us identify the structures that are responsible for this behavior. And also, we're able to design better solutions for dampening the oscillations and stabilizing crucial systems such as the economy. 3 causal loop diagrams. Causal loop diagrams are mental models that serve us to present cause and effect relationships within the system. There are, however, some less understood, unspoken processes behind these connections. How does a change in a company's reward system affect a worker's performance? How does a change in the amount of funds available for research and development affect the discovery of new technologies? Taking a deeper look at the links presented in such cases can help us become more cognizant of the structures that create the observed behavior. We then can find more fitting solutions to fix the behavior. Going deeper is a process in systems thinking where we add thought bubbles to causal loop diagrams and thus explore the not-so-obvious parts of a system. When you go deeper, you create a causal loop diagram on which you illustrate the problem in the system. The second step is to look for connections that are created by human choice versus hard physical structures. For example, if you have a connection where a change in weather conditions affected the crops, we're facing a problem created by nature. But if we analyze a connection between a change in governmental funding and investment in cancer research, that's a case that includes human choice. After you pin down a few connections that are considered human choice, you can start digging deeper, asking questions like, why was this choice made? To physically illustrate the process of thinking, we attach a thought bubble to the connection, which will represent the implicit thought processes going on around the topic. What do we put in the thought bubble, you may ask? Ideally, you, or your group, try to position yourself in the situation. You can use think tank methods, role plays, try to empathize, whatever works. The thought bubble should include the rational thinking path of each of the elements acting in the loop. The causal loop of borrowing. Let's say you and your family are facing some financial difficulty, so you need to borrow some money from your bank. However, this is not your only loan, and the accumulation of debt and interest payment pushed you into an even worse financial crisis. There's no way out. You need to borrow again. How to design the causal loop. There is a directly proportional process going on in this example. As the cash shortage problem increases, so does the borrowing problem. Then an inversely proportional event happens. As money thanks to borrowing increases, the cash shortage problem decreases. This is what you see in loop B1. But as time goes on, loan payments rise and cash shortage becomes a burning issue again, as you can see in loop R2. This situation is a classic systems archetype story, namely fixes that backfire. As I said before, the thought bubble has to be added to the connection that represents human choice. In our case, the human choice is fixing the money shortage problem by borrowing. Thus, we added the bubble to the line connecting cash flow problems and borrowing. Assuming that we are acting rationally when we decide to borrow, we should ask ourselves what rational reasons we have to undertake an extra loan. Maybe we just want to stay afloat for now, hoping for a better future, a promotion, a heritage, paying off the debt with the highest interest rate, etc. We could also be acting out of desperation. We are hungry now. We know another loan won't solve our long-term problems, but the short-term issues are much more life-threatening. There could be some emotional aspect at play, such as not wanting your children to notice something is wrong or to worry. Focus on multiple perspectives when you fill the thought bubble. Perhaps you're looking forward to that long-promised promotion. Your wife maybe is looking forward to go back to work after a hard illness. Capturing multiple positions helps you have a more accurate grasp on the situation. The point of going deeper is to detect and pinpoint those not-so-obvious reasons for a behavior that are not on the surface. Jumping to premature judgments like, "We're so irresponsible," or "We don't have any financial education," will provide premature solutions that will not help the situation. It's always better to go and learn about every individual problem a few layers deeper than the obvious. Menu development. Let's look at another example. The chef of a famous restaurant gets appointed to create and release a brand new vegan menu for the newest restaurant in a chain with specific ingredients, fitting today's increased demands for vegan food with the restaurant's top-notch quality standards. The plan was to experiment and finalize it within a short time frame, using a small crew of cooks, dietitians, and tasters. In month 1, when they begin the project, the release of the menu is scheduled for month 4, but then it has to be delayed until month 7 as a few recipes seem to not hit the restaurant's standards. In month 7, the grand opening is delayed again in order to add even more dishes. In month 10, the release is again rescheduled a full year after the original opening plans. Menu delivery delay. To capture the mental model of this story, let's draw a causal loop diagram. Its elements are the number of recipes, the projected development time, and the projected delivery date. It looks like the more the delivery date gets pushed back, the more recipes the chef wants to add to the menu. Why is this happening? Let's dig deeper into the cognitive process of the clearly human-made decision of creating more recipes as the release date gets delayed. Thus, we put the thought bubble on the line between number of recipes and projected delivery date. One likely reason is that the restaurant owner thinks he needs to compensate with something for the delay. If my menu is not amazing, the customers will think the wait was in vain. From the chef's perspective, the delay could be an opportunity to experiment with new dishes. Luckily, I have some extra time to try out the recipe I always wanted. By thinking deeply enough about the hidden reasons of the actors that create a problem in the system, we can discover additional variables that we can paste into our mental model. We could assume that the longer the delay, the more people can taste test the sample menu. The chef can make a more informed decision about what people like and dislike in general. The more opportunities to improve those recipes that surely will go on the menu, to optimize the kitchen storage based on demand, and so on. Going deeper and deeper into the motivations of the actors in the system may reveal interconnections we didn't think about upon our initial assessment of the issue. Before trying to fix complex problems, we want to gain a deep understanding about the underlying thought processes that go into a decision. Thanks to this understanding, we will be able to design more effective actions. Rigorously examining our mental models can lead us to deeper insights and better actions that we wouldn't have known unless we did the digging first. Make your own mental model. Making a mental model is like telling a story. If you get a good story, you'll gain a deeper understanding about the character's motivations, reality, and mindset. If we tell our story well, it can help us make sense of our own life better. In the following paragraphs, I'll take you through the creation of causal loops as mental models. First, choose the problem. To get started with your mental model, you need to find an explicit problem in a system that you want to investigate. Then comes the phase of data collection. It's always more interesting to examine problems long existent or persistent despite our best efforts to fix them. For example, in one hospital, senior doctors had charged a group of residents with improving their knowledge in wilderness medicine by forming a wilderness medicine research team. This meant going through documents, previous data on patient handling, problematic areas, and trying to come up with faster and better interventions. In principle, the residents understood the long-term benefits of investing energy and time in this field of emergency medicine, but the many daily demands on their time often kept them more focused on their regular duties. Over time, the team grew comfortable with not preparing for their presentations or in investing little time in superficial research, and attendance at wilderness medicine research meetings began to decline. 1. Force field analysis. Force field analysis template. Step 2 in creating explicit mental models is to do an interview session with the people who are involved with the problem. In this process, you want to pick the brains of these people and try to make sense of their motivation and thinking patterns. Ask them to share the chronology of important events, clarify their part in the situation or problem, and create a modified force field analysis of the situation. Managing a deep force field analysis requires tracking down barriers and enablers to reaching the objective, making clear the assumptions behind these barriers and enablers, and giving clear examples that illustrate each one. 1. Select important variables and scrub. Once you have the initial story of the problem, it's time to find the most important variables. These can be either the most often mentioned variables or those that are explicitly mentioned to affect key performance measures. In the hospital example, important variables might be senior doctors' expectations, wilderness medicine improvements importance, or regular duty overload. When analyzing the data gathered from the interviews, be vigilant for expressions of subjective experience of variables such as too much work, lack of time or energy, bad management, or having no life. Then peel off the layer of subjectivity by scrubbing the expressions of qualifying adjectives. Make sure to make the data judgment or conclusion free. 1. Describe variable relationships. Step 4 requires you to find other variables that are closely connected to every significant variable. The more interconnections you identify, the better. Look for causes, consequences, and constraints that connect these variables. For example, in the story with hospital residents, we can connect too much work with the lack of time and energy variable with an S line, which means they change in the same direction. The more workload the residents have, the more they will lack the time and energy to do their research work. These variable pairs will be the cornerstones of our causal loop diagram. We need to find several variable pairs to find a common story running through them all. The common story will guide us in developing such a model that includes only those aspects that are relevant in the problem. The story should be systemic and have clear feedback mechanisms, which means the events should also be recurring. The title of the hospital story could be Improvement Without Time and Energy, to portray the dynamics of the resident team. The research effort failed due to a lack of time and energy for those who were responsible for it. From the residents' perspective, the researching task was secondary to their more urgent daily demands. 1. Build a causal loop. Once upon a time, a causal loop designer had to start connecting the relevant variables in the shape of a loop to create a causal loop diagram. The storyteller had to be vigilant to ask questions like, why did this occur, and what did this affect, to identify more undiscovered causal connections. In other words, create the loop diagram by adding all the variables and linking them with S, same direction, or O, opposite direction connections. Add variables until the full story is told. Pay attention to delays where relevant. The current working system at the hospital. The first causal loop diagram, top, describes the belief by senior doctors that research and development of the importance of wilderness medicine would increase wilderness accident-related intervention quality, R1. However, they were also focused on research-driven activities that would reduce a gap between wilderness accident intervention performance and overall ER performance, B2 and B3. In the bottom diagram, Loop B4 is added to capture the dynamics of regular work demands that take time away from research activities. In the ER hospital example, senior doctors believed that as awareness and skillfulness of wilderness accident intervention increased, the quality of problem handling by general ER doctors would increase. This would eventually lead to improved long-term medical performance, which should further increase the importance of research and development in specific ER fields, Loop R1. But senior doctors also wanted to make sure general ER duties were done. And as research-driven activities increased, it would have taken time away from regular ER activities. The link to the variable work backlog is very important, as it illustrates the pressure and overwhelm that accumulates when the ER gets very busy. This balancing loop captures the dynamics of residents being regularly interrupted either by an emergency case in the ER, when they want to do research, or by the stress of not being able to finish their research when they do their regular ER tasks. B4. Finalize the causal loop diagram. When you're done sketching your diagram, double-check it to make sure it illustrates the story correctly. Track down logical fallacies if there are any. Make sure that all the cause and effect relationships are well presented. Then make sure the variables tell the story at the same level. I purposefully added senior management attention to the loop to make this point now. It's an unnecessary variable, as it's not relevant. After the task was dispensed, they were not taking an active role in the story. If you make any meaningful changes after the revision of loop details, go through the entire story once more and make sure the information gathered from the interviews are still well represented. When designing causal loop representations of mental models, we focus on the accurate illustration of an individual's beliefs instead of capturing the experiences and motivations in a relational framework. In Star Wars, the popular sci-fi series, Jedi can communicate and share their thoughts with each other without actually talking. Unfortunately, we regular mortals don't have this skill. More so, we often struggle to deliver our thoughts to others in a clear way. We make assumptions and often misunderstand each other. The basis of our communication lies in our mental models, the interpretations of reality we have in our head about the world. Based on these models, or mental maps if you like, we interpret, judge, and make choices. In other words, our mental models control our actions. Even though our mental models play such a vital role in our lives, we are often unaware of the specific connections and interpretations within them. Not many people are self-reflective at that level. Not many of us test our own thinking, compare our actions and their outcomes to our desired actions and outcomes. Things get even more complicated when we want to think in a group. Trying to find a shared understanding can be difficult when we don't really understand our individual thinking process either. We, as humans, are wired to look for answers within our own knowledge and memory framework. When facing an opinion that is opposing our own, our gut response is to defend our position, not to test our mental models with the new information and then see if it still makes as much sense as we think. We often operate on autopilot and don't examine our assumptions and beliefs critically. These statements are true in the case of most people. So imagine the chaos that can happen if 10 of such people try to think together. When thinking in teams, the window of possible opinions and interpretations has to be widened. We need to build a continuum of possible positions instead of a narrow right or wrong stance. By allowing a broad spectrum of positions when thinking about complex issues, we will increase the chances of deeper involvement and better communication. A part of individual thinking, people working in an organization form mental models about the relationships and interactions within the group as well. This is what we call group thinking. Such thinking involves the shared opinion about organizational values, norms, power distribution, status, core beliefs, company direction, basic rules, and so on. However, underlying problems and opinions are often not shared in group thinking. Yet they can surface accidentally. Such subtleties involve levels of satisfaction at the workplace, hidden rivalries, contempt towards coworkers or managers, lost motivation, etc. Bumping into people's hidden soft spots can make them defensive. They can lose motivation even further. Management teams have to keep their subordinates in check, but also make them feel heard, cared about, and important. This scenario flows through many levels of the organization's hierarchy. Board members need to keep the shareholders happy. They need to keep their direct employees like department managers happy. These managers need to keep their subordinates content, and so on. In this process of team building, due to familiarity, members start forming opinions of other members. She is reliable. He's always late. She gets lost in the details. He takes rushed decisions, and so on. Yet the mental models of these people are not so obvious and they rarely get explored. To manage an organization effectively, members need to know how other members think, not only how they behave. Shared mental models help this endeavor. Having a shared mental model and knowing how the members of an organization think can enrich the organization with new talents, thinking skills, and alternative solution strategies. People also get better at accepting diversity and being self-reflective. Let me share an example of a group thinking approach. A company going green. A public utility firm's senior leaders decided to reach out to board members and engage them in a project of change, namely, making the company more green. Like everything else in this world, change has a price. The board members should be down for investing into these changes. Systems thinking expert Charlotte Roberts partnered with the leader of the environmental science department to find an acceptable way of presenting the continuum of positions the board could embrace. Choosing between environmental stewardship and environmental leadership engaged the executives and directors a lot, and a deep dialogue took place over these positions. Environmental stewardship would incorporate activities inside the organization. They would keep a sharp eye on evidence that proves the green initiative would be a sound decision from a financial point of view, providing acceptable return on investment. Thus, stewardship is a more risk-cognizant approach. Environmental leadership would put a great emphasis on research and development, experimentation, introduction of new technologies, and teaching people about new discoveries. This is a more costly and financially risky approach. The left end of the continuum, compliance with regulations and follower of best practices, are the conventional standards based on which companies operate. They are relatively risk-free. When we're presenting a continuum of positions like the one above, it isn't necessary for the entire organization to sign up under one position. They can comply with regulations in some areas, in others follow best practices, and in some commit to innovation to benefit a higher cause like environmental protection. Leaders on the board admitted that they'd like to embrace what environmental leadership entailed, but they had shortage of budget for the moment. Even though the company couldn't fully commit to becoming green, the conversation and model building process was successful. Building a good model will not trigger large changes every time, but it can raise awareness of a better path of development. In the example above, the board members could have a good grasp on what good governance entails and have a deeper commitment on where they want to lead the company in the future. Model of Continuum of Governance. Let's take a look at the parts of the continuum of governance Charlotte Roberts and Martha Somerville designed for the organization. Consent Board. The tasks of a consent board involve financial supervision, hiring and firing people, understanding customer behavior, compensations, and ethical corporate behavior oversight, among others. Senior leaders are responsible for operations and strategy, which the board reviews. The senior leaders give directions to the board, which form the basis of board meetings' agendas, the selection of new board members, and so on. The main decision-maker is the executive committee, yet the issues that get to the board have previously been examined by the CEO and the chair of the board. There are some downsides to being a consent board for a long time. For example, unpredictable events in the organization can put the board in an awkward position, unethical behavior in the leadership, and boredom can all surface as problems in such a setting. Working Board. Working boards acknowledge that they need to do more than superficial involvement. They need to learn about the organization inside out. This change in board mentality usually happens after a crisis. The structure of a working board usually includes committees such as finance and audit, culture and employee engagement, quality and safety. Each of these committees has a senior leader assigned to them as a liaison to process important data and assess strategic decisions. To make a working board effective, boundaries must be set and clear responsibility distinction has to be done. A working board is self-sufficient. They have their own agenda, do evaluation of performance often, and they have face-to-face meetings. Working boards have more responsibilities than consent boards. Thus, their workload and work hours may be longer. This form of governance has its own weaknesses, such as becoming comfortable and stagnant in the organizational identity and getting burned out. Strategic board. When relationships strengthen between senior leaders and the board, they may evolve to become a strategic board. This usually happens when the board has developed confidence in the skills and aptitude of senior leaders to fulfill their tasks with excellence. Senior leaders are entrusted to develop 3 to 5 year plans. When we talk about a strategic board within an organization, board members are actually less involved in the operational tasks. They'd rather focus on the organization's future vision, sustainability, and survivability. The members become genuinely invested in the stewardship mentality, and they place high care on the assets of stakeholders, local communities, and the overall society. They shift their organizational framework from operations to sustainability. They have a strong and closely bonded team spirit and are genuinely dedicated to the organization. New hires go through a much more rigorous scanning to make sure they fit into the organization's culture, level of commitment to certain values beyond their general knowledge, skillfulness, and ability to be a team player. The threats in a strategic board setting may be the inability to reach common ground, and senior leaders may be feeling disenfranchised due to shared decision-making processes. Mindful board. When a board becomes involved and concerned about local communities and society, is when they might shift towards the mindful governance stage. A mindful board is aware that they have responsibilities beyond financial gain. It is open to innovation, adopting new structures, and even reinventing the organization's core culture and values if needed. Members look at the organization as being their family, and they take a responsible role in cultivating the organization's values and encouraging quality relationships among main stakeholders. They are aware that the organization is part of a larger system, and that whatever decision the organization makes will have an impact on other elements of the system. Mindful board members have a strong sense of duty and purpose. They are building a better world. They take the questions: why does this organization deserve to operate for the next century? How will it contribute to the common good? What must we put in place, structure, values, culture, relationships, etc., to support that purpose? Seriously. The board members work together with multiple groups within the organization to foster creative thinking and a wide range of solutions. How to make the transition among the levels of operation. Let's imagine a company called Patriarchalia. Its board members are all male, the average age is 60, and they are all white, even though this company creates products for young women. The board's president is the one who selects the topics of discussions at board meetings. He has a clear outcome in his mind already, which he pushes down everybody's throats. This system is led by a consummate consent board. Then a scandal hits Patriarchalia. The president turns out to have an illegitimate child, and he was caught threatening the mother that if she speaks, she and her son will suffer severe consequences. The juicy story is out. The president is forced to resign, and due to the commotion and chaos and fear of future events, shareholders start selling their stocks like crazy. The company's stock price starts dropping. The board is caught by surprise, and as they start putting out fires, they find severe negligence in how the organization was run. So they turned into a working board. Some of the older members couldn't keep up with the increased workload and unfamiliar tasks, so they resigned. As the chaos seemed to increase, company stocks were sold at an even larger scale, and its price tanked. Desperate and in need of a quick solution, members replaced the old resigned ones with culturally diverse men and women who had been working in the organization for a long time and had a good sense of what was mismanaged before. Over several years of close and hard work, the organization was saved. Stock prices started rising again as people regained trust in Patriarchalia, which got a new name, Equalitilia. Trying to learn from previous mistakes, the working board recognized that they were over-managing the organization and that they needed to outsource some operations to committees. So they slowly tapped into becoming a strategic board. This process was not smooth, as the board and the newly formed executive team often locked horns over who had the main work in strategies. Luckily, they managed to meet in the middle with the CEO and its committee focusing on annual and 3-year strategies, and board members working on long-term 5-10-year planning. As the board started thinking about the organization's long-term future and sustainability, the questions of fundraisings for charitable causes and environment preservation came up more and more often. They noticed a quality shift in their conversation. It was much more different than in the times of Patriarchalia. While board members were excited about their vision for a greener future for the organization, after long talks with the executive committee and CFO, they had to accept that this vision was implementable in 20 years at best, not 5. Yet they consulted regularly about what they can do today to reach the desired company structure and culture in 20 years. This deliberate and conscious planning to serve a higher purpose is the sign of a mindful board. Working on a shared, common goal strengthened the bond between the board and the executive committee. Both became more committed to the organization and each other as they were bound by a shared value and goal. When the institution has a vision and shared values, the members can start discussing what they need to do to act as stewards for the organization. This is where shared mental models come into the picture. The organization as a collective consciousness starts to discuss past experiences, possible threats, problems that need fixing, and puts them into a mental model in order to have clarity on what they need to change to get to the desired future. Working with shared mental models can accelerate the change process. Having everyone contribute to the common goal fosters bonds and creates a satisfying work environment. Here are some tips for getting started in your organization. Practice together over time. Hold regular meetings with the same team in which you practice these skills while trying to get to the bottom of the mental models that have created chronic business problems. Prepare for dealing with strong emotions. When the assumptions behind your models are exposed, you will be chagrined to discover that your actions, or those of your team or organization, are based on erroneous data or incomplete assumptions. Feelings such as anger, embarrassment, or uncertainty may come to the surface. Set time aside for skillful discussion about the emotions that have been raised. Use frustration as a source of new inquiry. Teams often struggle in mental models work, even when it's oriented to a business problem. Establish an atmosphere in which team members can bring up frustrations for inquiry. Beware of excitement and unbridled action. When team members break through the limitations they have put on themselves and feel they can at last see the truth about themselves, their work, or their customers, they will be tempted to act immediately. Take the time to pause, reflect on strategy, and design small experiments. Building individual mental models is only the first step in helping organization-wide learning. There are many perceptions of reality within a complex scenario, so evolving the individual mental model into a shared mental model is very important to include the different points of view. Let's take a look at our example from the previous chapter, the ER hospital organization from the perspective of how a group perceives their individual experiences being part of a bigger system. Building a shared mental model starts with integrating individual stories into one map. Multiple causal loop diagrams are joined to tell the complete story, capturing the main problem clearly. For example, the hospital's residents assigned to the research program had difficulty implementing the new tasks into their regular routines. The initial research assignment is met with curiosity and motivation. Thus, the motivation grows to do more research. But the time-energy capacity of the residents doesn't keep pace with the demand for research generated by the senior medical board. The time shortage to fulfill both regular ER duties and research duties will continue to grow, and residents will start performing more poorly because of the stress of not being there completely in either task. Being stressed, their concentration capacity decreases, so they deliver their research project even slower. We encounter a limits to success archetype here, as the research project required more time than what was available. In this part of the story, the main loop is reinforcing loop R1, which shows the hospital's initial implementation attempts. We have the main theme identified. Now we can integrate other stories into the central one. For example, the attendings, the residents' direct coordinators, believed that the time constraints residents were facing had a negative impact on the quality of their regular ER duties. Their individual diagrams showed that, as research demands increased, the level of wilderness accident intervention skills increased as people had more information on how to treat such patients. This increased the demand for more research, which reduced the time and energy to do their regular tasks. And as they didn't have more rest time, they couldn't meet the rising demand. But as research activities decrease, the required skill gap increases, which will negatively affect ER intervention quality in the case of accidents suffered in the wilderness. The main loop's central story, thus, is expanded to capture all the key issues of all individual maps. Integrated mental models can have up to 20 or 30 connecting loops. This level of complexity is hard to analyze. The decomposition step allows us to simplify the model, breaking it down into more transparent subparts. If you take a look at our original map, you can see that many variables can be merged into one. The new simplified link, however, has to keep the original connection as the complex version. The next step is identifying the system's archetypes. This step can help a lot in our process of decomposition as it gives a theoretical framework for the story. In the hospital example, the increased research activity is limited by a constraint: time and energy. This observation points to the limits to success archetype. Archetypes are pre-made stories which can provide us with quick clarity in a confusing and complex problem. We can't force-fit an archetype to a story. So if we can't detect any archetype, we can decompose the story in another way by finding a relevant behavior pattern. BOT or behavior over time diagrams are very helpful in capturing the dynamic interactions between the elements of the system. In the research capacity story, two behaviors seemed significant: the high demand for research and the time limit to do quality research. Identifying such behavior patterns can help us simplify our mental model while keeping the important dynamics. As you can see in picture 34, research activities grow for a while and then start decreasing as the time and energy to do research decreases. This type of behavior is often present in limits to success dynamics. Our complex mental model has only 3 feedback loops: R1, B2, and B3. But it has 11 variables which can't be simplified. When we intend to reduce the number of variables and thus links, we need to be certain that the new variable keeps the original meaning and direction of the old variables. In other words, S, same direction, relationships can't turn into O's, and vice versa. For example, if we combine the variables required wilderness medicine skills and demand for wilderness medicine research into a single variable, demand for wilderness medicine research goes away because the research skill requirement is not as important as the demand it generates. The net impact to time to do research is preserved by an O-link. The last step to do a proper decomposition is to double-check each link and variable and make sure that the loop's quality is still the same. In other words, balancing loops didn't turn into reinforcing ones and vice. Once you're sure your loops have been properly decomposed, it's time to share the new version with the people involved in the system you analyzed. Every party involved in the initial interviews and essential key people in the system should also double-check the simplified mental model to make sure the diagrams represent reality well enough. This verification requires 2 things. The first thing is to see if there's a general agreement about the diagram accurately describing the events. The second thing is to see if there is a general agreement in the solution suggested in fixing the problem. All this being said, and even if everyone agrees about the depiction accuracy of the diagrams, the final map or the solution suggested might not be good or correct. This process serves only to capture the beliefs of the actors involved based on their current understanding of the problem. This mental model designing process doesn't aim to capture reality. Reality testing requires much more complex tools which can only be made by computer simulations. How can we trust our model if we add all the broad estimates of variables that are not so easy to measure? This indeed is a tricky question for system dynamics modelers and decision makers alike. When we talk about finances or business, a miscalculation of a few percentiles can lead to big losses. So it is understandable why people dread including qualitative factors in models. Complexity can lead to the decrease of precision. Error measurement potential thus is essential in modeling. In business analysis, we can use two tools: conceptual models, which are often pen and paper based, or computer simulations, like Stella. The former modeling may have both quantitative and qualitative variables, but they are very standard models, so they rarely form the basis of real analysis. Computer models, however, tend to bury or totally eliminate qualitative factors. This leads to a heavy focus on hard, measurable factors, like cash flow, output-input ratio, and so on. Soft variables, as we discussed earlier in this book, are intangible things such as work morale, effective problem-solving capacity, employee satisfaction level. Even though they are intangible, soft variables are an important part of the system and they can have a strong influence on it. One important task in understanding dynamic systems which have social aspects is to develop measurement methods for qualitative variables. Aiming for perfection is not a realistic expectation in this case. There is always a chance for some error in any measurement. Errors can happen even when we have clear units of measurement like cups, watts, or kilograms. Soft variables don't have clear measurement units, so in their case, measurement error can happen for two reasons: the definition of a unit of measurement or the creation of the measurement tool. Let's say we want to measure employee commitment to the organization, so we invent a unit of measure called the Employee Commitment Index. We can create questionnaires, interviews, focus groups, or other tools to measure this new unit. We can come up with a number which would give a good estimate of what employee commitment is at the moment, what would be ideal, and so on. We need to take into account that both of these steps are prone to error. This warning pushes many people to leave qualitative variables out from computer modeling. Yet, just because soft variables are more prone to measurement error than their hard peers, we should not leave them out. A model's utility and how well it represents the system depends on much more than measurement precision only. Leaving out soft variables might mean missing out on significant feedback loops and creating an error in presenting dynamic. When we make measurement errors, they are usually local errors. They don't affect the measurements in other areas or time periods. A static measurement error thereby leaves a relatively small impact on the system's representation. Errors in dynamic, opposed to measurement errors, build up over time. The model loses its utility quickly. Take a look at the soft variable employee morale. Management involvement grows as profitability decreases. As an involuntary reaction against the increased management control, employee satisfaction and morale drop. This leads to the employees being less productive, their work quality goes south, and so does profitability. If we don't include this variable, the model will miss a crucial reinforcing element, which will result in a useless model. Although we can't measure employee satisfaction, its role in the process is indisputable. Even though it can raise worries to include soft variables, leaving them out creates errors in our models. Let's see how we can add qualitative variables into our computer models. In practice, qualitative variables are added to computer programs by an experienced management team who, by reflecting on previous data, will give a rough estimate of the system's situation. These estimates usually are quite accurate and represent the mental models of the managers in the model building. The best way to include qualitative variables in a model is to design an indexed variable. We start by setting the value of the variable equal to 1 at some point in time, usually at the beginning of the analysis. Then we can add other variables that will influence our index variable and come up with mathematical calculations or graphical representations to illustrate how the indexed variable changes over time. For example, let's say we generate an index for employee morale, adding 1 as its starting value. We don't make a judgment about the current morale. We don't qualify 1 as being high or low. We just create a starting point. Then we determine that the ratio of employees to finish all their daily tasks at a high quality and do some extra work within their regular work hours is a key driver of their morale. Third, we need to check, ceteris paribus, what ratio would uphold employee morale at 1, and what would be the consequences if this ratio changed. For example, we're measuring customer service employee morale. If in their case, the 1 state would be 100 emails answered per day. If that number dropped to 60, that would mean there was a 40% drop in customer service employees' work morale. This number, of course, changes over time. So when we run a model, we can know with more clarity when work morale raises, drops, oscillates, or stays steady. We can calculate this given the value relative to 1. We could experience, for example, that after a team building or company excursion, employee morale increases. After a hard year closing period, it decreases. We can fine-tune our business agenda thanks to this data. Assessing models. The best way to present a model to your superiors is to design it both ways. The traditional way, where you don't include soft variables, and in a new way that captures the effect of qualitative variables. You can try to use both models at the same time, exploring the thinking patterns and assumptions that each include. Use the information to find new insights about the system. You can try to sway your management team to use modeling as a way to test new ideas and learn about the system instead of a forecasting method. If you are the manager, you need to ask hard questions about the assumptions identified in the models, especially about the soft variables. For example, ask if the identified decrease in employee satisfaction and morale and all its consequences are taken care of in the business plan of the next quarter. Yes? No? Why? Make sure to end the rule of pure quantitative measurements in your organization. While charts and spreadsheets have their own use, to think about problems in a holistic way, you and your team has to learn how to include soft variables in their problem solving. Our world has never been more interconnected than today. This fact makes it harder to understand, and cause-effect relationships are not that obvious. For example, did the war in Iraq or Afghanistan achieve the desired outcome? Why didn't anyone predict and take action before the financial crisis of 2008 hit the world? When we're facing situations of such magnitude, after analyzing them, we may end up with more questions than answers. We don't need to think about global systems to find complexity. Just think about a business organization in your vicinity. They have to analyze and comprehend so many options and choices that they may feel confused where to even begin. Should they build a strong HR team, or should they invest in research and development first? How costly and how rigorous of employee training should they invest in? Should they invest in developing new products or promote the existing ones more to increase revenue? When a company has so many competing needs and each area tries to maximize its own share of the funds, it may backfire and decrease the company's revenue while attempting to increase it. We cannot fix every demand at the same time, or we will face chaos. It is more ideal to look for bottleneck issues and start working on those. A bottleneck issue is the problem with the greatest constraint, urgency, or positive impact if fixed. Once we deal with that issue, we can go find the next bottleneck and so on. How do you find these bottleneck issues? Using mental models, of course. How do organizations usually make decisions? As we could see, optimal organization management is a complex task. What usually happens in a decision-making setting is the following. People get together in team meetings, Some people express their ideas, but most employees are silent. Then the manager adds their opinion, which everybody agrees with. Done. A decision has been made. This process lacks honesty, as quite often employees criticize the manager's decisions in private. They are not supportive of the decision, so if it even gets implemented, this new decision doesn't take any roots, and the organization doesn't experience any positive changes. These kinds of managerial decisions lack two important aspects: support and analytical rigor. It's common knowledge in organizations that managerial decisions have these weaknesses, so they try to bridge the gaps with the following approaches. First, the analytical approach. The manager, with the hope of increasing analytical rigor, discusses the possible decision with analysts, who use different computerized tools to evaluate the decision. Using pure data analysis may result in lots of numbers and charts, but these by themselves are not enough to fully capture the system's dynamics and come up with an ideal solution. Organizations who rely on data alone believe that answers are found in numbers. The charts and statistical spreadsheets are not easily comparable with the decision-maker's own mental models and assumptions, so they may distrust the analysis and may choose to give solution recommendations based on their own mental models, disregarding the charts. This is why the analytical approach rarely results in effective decisions. 1. The support approach. This approach doesn't rely on technology, but rather on the knowledge and support of those involved in the process, the stakeholders. They are holding dialogues, use mental models, and use systems archetypes. This approach relies on representing every player in the system so the situation will be presented in a broader perspective. The stakeholders will feel safe in expressing their genuine opinion, so the outcome may be more creative and systemic. Whenever stakeholders try to define a problem or find solutions, their thinking happens somewhere along the line above. There is an open, a narrow, and a closing phase in decision-making. In the open stage, people gather as much data as possible and define the problem. If they also go for solution creation, this is the stage where creative, wide-perspective suggestions pop up. Then comes the narrowing phase, when stakeholders go through the list of solution options and narrow it down to only a few that are worthy of serious further consideration. In the closing phase, after modeling and simulating the solutions, stakeholders choose which main problem to address or solution to use. Then each major task is assigned to subgroups to implement. The support approach, as its name suggests, builds much broader and deeper connection and understanding. Those involved will see the system in a much clearer light, and thus the outcomes of decisions made with the support approach tend to lead to more meaningful changes. The shortcoming of this approach is its narrowing phase. Why? Because whatever people pick from the pool of solutions usually relies on the assumption that if enough people want something, it must be the best choice. This, of course, is not always the case. Barry Richmond, a systems thinking expert, created an exercise that illustrates how many people can guess a much simpler system's future behavior. The result was 10 to 15%. Trusting the assumption that collective decision-making will lead to better results, thus, is flawed. Also, simply choosing from a large pool of solutions won't tell how, when, and to what degree these solutions should be implemented. The support approach also fails to show if the problems or solutions identified in the narrowing phase are interconnected or mutually exclusive. Neither does this approach tell you how many resources each solution would demand. It lacks numbers and deep analysis, in other words. Organizations end up investing the same amount of resources into each solution. This may lead to suboptimal results. Facilitative modeling. How can we make good decisions then? You may ask. There is a way. Systems thinkers developed a method that incorporates both the analytical approach and the support approach. While people generally want to learn to think in systems because it's known that it provides a holistic view of problems and, if utilized well, brings everyone on the same page, decision makers can still get lost in an either-or manner of thinking when it comes to using the analytical method, simulations and charts made by experts, or the support approach, common brainstorming sessions using systems archetypes and mental models. There is an in-between phase for these two approaches that systems thinkers call facilitative modeling. This is the zone where true systems thinking happens. It combines the analytical approach, as it uses computer simulations and the scientific method, with the support approach, as it brings stakeholders to the conversation table to create simple models together and explore a broader scale of opinions. These simple models focus on encouraging constructive discussions instead of trying to find solutions. Facilitative modeling, at its peak, generates common understanding among stakeholders based on combining assumptions and data in conversations, and results in more well-informed decisions. The process of facilitative modeling. In the facilitative modeling process, stakeholders detect and talk about a problem crucial to the success of the organization. This problem is often a stubborn one which has proven resistant to previous efforts to solve it. After deciding on the focal point for examination, the stakeholders set the agenda for a meeting. Several members form a modeling team and create a few simple systems thinking mental models to clearly illustrate the components of the problem. These components might present the history of the problem, possible future consequences if the problem goes on, intervention plans, and the unintended consequences of them. The models should be kept simple so everyone can understand and follow them. Models by themselves are not enough in the case of facilitative modeling. To have a successful brainstorming session, stakeholders need to add other people to the modelers to create workbooks to track the experiments, create auxiliary materials for the sessions, ask critical questions, suggest tests to run on the model, and have further discussions. Teams of 2 to 4 people should test and examine the models on computers, and at the end of the session, all small groups should unite and discuss their findings. These are the steps of facilitative modeling. Identify an issue of importance. Determine stakeholders who have impact on or from the issue. Use stakeholders to redefine the issue, either individually or collectively. Develop an agenda for a facilitated session. Develop, usually more than one, a model that surfaces important aspects of the issue. Develop supporting materials. Participate in a session using the models as tools for helping stakeholders explore, experiment with, and discuss the issues. Use insights from the models and discussion to determine action items and the next steps based on the insights that emerged during the event. Let's recall our little organization from the last chapter, Equalitilia, which adopted a mindful governance type. They recently discovered some problems related to new funding policy implementations. They were supposed to aid the health of those in need by giving funds to some nonprofit healthcare providers. Equalitilia chose which nonprofits to fund with how much money by examining the services this nonprofit would facilitate. However, in the past few years, instead of making this rigorous examination, Equalitilia has just settled on increasing funding each year. To improve the effectiveness of their funding and create accountability, Equalitilia decided that from this year onwards, they would distribute funding based on performance. Meaning they will estimate what improvements they expect to happen thanks to their funding, and based on how much of these expectations were met, they will calculate next year's funding. Not everyone was in agreement on the board with the changes. They were concerned about the unintended consequences such changes would create. The board generally agreed that using a facilitative model would bring forth the best shared insights. The organization, bringing all stakeholders to the table, initiated a brainstorming session. The group set some rules to guide their interactions and then jumped into analyzing the first model. The goal of the analysis was to detect and talk about possible dynamics related to the implementation of the new funding policy. As we discussed in the previous chapter, the big group of stakeholders broke down into smaller 2 to 4 member groups to work with the models at their own pace. This helped them to understand the models better as they didn't feel rushed or left behind. Reading stock and flow diagrams can be tiring even to those who are well practiced in it. The map illustrates a potential way to look at the different nonprofits affected by Equalitilia's new funding policy. The three stocks at the top of the model, resistant, not committed, and committed, stand for groups of people on Equalitilia's board. Because the new approach was not implemented yet, the entire board would belong to the not committed stock. As the new funding plan is turned into a policy, board members may migrate to the resistant and committed groups. Of course, the ideal outcome would be if every board member ends up committed. At the beginning of the session, the small groups had a talk about what each stock meant to them. Who's committed or resistant? How many board members would we need to commit to the new policy to implement it smoothly? Is it possible that committed members change their minds over time? What about resistant members? With the help of the diagram, the small groups, and later, the big group, arrived to a common conclusion about how some board members might become committed or resistant to the policy change. This was the first time when the topic of resistance even came up. Now they took into consideration that some board members would resist changes. Using the model, the brainstorming group was able to detect this uncomfortable aspect of change in a way that helped them address its implications. Then they discussed how much time and effort they should invest in the new performance-driven funding policy and in presenting it to the funded nonprofits. How much should they do each of these two tasks before and after officially announcing the changes? In other words, they were discussing the size and time cost needed to successfully execute the policy. The board agreed that the most urgent thing to develop was the actual design of the new policy. This would offer clarity about the program and would be helpful in impeding any doubts about the new approach. They also agreed that they should involve some of their clients, some representatives from the nonprofits, so they could ask questions about the upcoming change. Having an open dialogue with all stakeholders would help design the most urgent thing, the policy itself, better. Step 2 would need some extra work from other stakeholders. This would be the phase when Equalitilia explains the program in detail before it gets released. The last two phases would be about implementation, mainly about the addressing of any doubts from the side of the affected nonprofits. The group concluded that their strategic resource allocation may change over time based on which step they are at. For example, in Step 2, where they explain the program in detail, they might need to add some extra resources to program development as they expect an increased amount of work with the stakeholders. In facilitative modeling, every model builds on the previous one, broadening understanding. The performance-based funding policy Equalitilia wants to introduce needs a special computer system that would follow up on the development of medical aid systems facilitated by the nonprofits. Based on this data, Equalitilia would renew the funding each year. But this means that each involved nonprofit needs to finance this computer system and train some of their employees to use it. The need for financing the new computer system asks for another model, namely one that explores how the nonprofit clients could allocate or regroup their resources across these demands. Medical care service providing, building and running the computer system, and investment in training some employees to use the computer system. During the experimenting with the model, an interesting dynamic surfaced. After the change in the funding system, the sense of connection to the community decreased within the young population, at least initially. There was a dip in the general mood right after the changes got implemented. We're talking about simulation still. It didn't matter how helpful they were with the nonprofits implementing the performance-based policy, the dip kept surfacing. The board leader tried hard to avoid the dip scenario. He was expecting the dip behavior to surface, yet he was stuck in wishful thinking mode, hoping there was a way it wouldn't. This discovery was followed with an invigorating talk on a topic that often is considered to be taboo, namely that social system improvement efforts usually need time to bring net positive changes, and that in the initial phases of implementations, there is often degradation in efficiency. The board leader feared that if this dip became common knowledge, nobody would subscribe to changes like the performance-based policy, which may lead to long-term benefits but at a short-term cost. Eventually, due to deep conversations with the stakeholders, it became clear that such dynamics may happen. They are almost inevitable, as there is a natural delay before computer programs are developed and specialized employees become secure in their skills handling the program. Once this temporary negative consequence of change is accepted and embraced, the brainstorming group can allocate their resources to explore fixes that would alleviate the negative impact of the dip. Overall, the discussion brought new insights to the surface. Equalitilia's board understood that some of the nonprofits may resist the new policies. They also realized that it would be beneficial for everyone if the representatives of these nonprofits would get a seat at the discussion and policy development table. They also figured that training specialized employees to handle the computer program designed for the new policy will be more challenging and time-demanding than the computer program itself. Last but not least, the system-level implementation of the new policy would create an initial dip in performance before it starts delivering the desired results. The example of Equalitilia shows that small models can have a huge impact in systems mapping. Facilitative modeling applies the best of both the analytical approach and the support approach, creating a facilitated environment where people think in systems to find the best solutions for everyone. Plus, facilitative modeling uses layman-friendly language through simple stock and flow models, ensuring that all participants will be able to follow the discussion. Running tests and simulations on the model brings new understanding and provides further topics of conversation about possible alternative outcomes. Facilitative modeling creates a safe space for discussions. What's the first question you ask when something goes wrong? Whose fault is this? Right? When a client is lost, it is customer support's fault. When a promotion is unsuccessful, it is the marketing team's fault. Mistakes made either within a company or in one's personal life seems to attract scapegoat searching. Even people with a growth mindset can fall prey to this trap, naming and blaming the person at fault. Once it's identified, and we also find out what's wrong with this person, we get peace of mind that we trace down the problem. Obviously, it's because of them why things went wrong, and the solution obviously is to get rid of them. Right? Isn't this a general way of looking at a problem? It's a human thing to do. This common behavior pattern prevents us from an important aspect of improvement. Blame deprives us of learning. There is no open-mindedness or understanding of issues on a system level. Another harmful byproduct of a blaming environment is dishonesty. People who make mistakes, afraid of being blamed and other negative consequences, stop taking responsibility and try to cover up their mistakes and mask important problems. If this chain of behavior is a regular tendency at an organization, sooner or later productivity will start to decrease, ghost problems start to arise, and no one will know from where. The information flow is fake, thus decision-making and problem-solving, if there is any, is ineffective, as the real problems don't get fixed. Blaming in this sense can cost resources, money, and in a severe case, even our business. When people are tense, finger-pointing at each other, that's where their focus will go, not in making the business more successful. They will not work on product development, promotion opportunities, and mapping revenue-increasing options. All they will care about is to look blameless, and hopefully the other person will seem at fault. How can we avoid creating a blame-heavy company culture? There are a few steps. Clarifying accountability. Being specific about who is responsible for what in advance is the first step to creating a culture of accountability. Accountability-based conversations will help people get accustomed to openness about problems and will help in the verification of a common understanding. Clear contracting is also essential to make sure tasks are accomplished, standards met, and expected results delivered. Being accountable doesn't equal being the one to be blamed. Many people tend to use these two terms as synonyms. That's why they cringe upon hearing of accountability or responsibility. Being accountable, as a term defined by the dictionary, is to be counted on or reckoned on. Blaming, on the other hand, is defined as finding fault with, to censure, revile, reproach. Clearly different meanings. Accountability encourages the keeping of agreements in a safe space. Blaming is discrediting someone in a toxic environment. Accountability doesn't exclude the possibility of errors happening. Everyone can make mistakes. But when we are held accountable and we take responsibility for our shortcomings, we can learn from our mistakes, grow from there, and do better in the future. Accountability is the tool for constructive conversations and awareness of the present reality. Being aware of the real problems, we can understand the system better and design solutions from a more authentic place. The main qualities accountability relies on are trust, respect, honesty, curiosity, authenticity, and mutuality. Blaming, in contrast, is a shaming tool, seeking the fault in someone and pointing it out even in public. It only provides superficial and simplistic treatment to a symptom of a complex problem. I know you're the problem. This approach makes respect, trust, authenticity, and curiosity difficult. It also sabotages the chance to find the real problem. People get fearful if they are blamed too often. They may feel that they are considered bad or unskillful. Blame attracts reactions such as anger, fear, judgment, sense of inadequacy, and entitlement. The consequences of blame. As we discussed before, blame tilts or slows down information flow and reduces productivity. Some people use blame to make others take responsibility for problems. This is a bad strategy, though, because people will start to link errors and bad news with retribution. This chain of events sets up two reinforcing loops. Managers who demand information yet punish if they get bad news. Employees who will cover information up either to protect themselves or to blame each other. Who doesn't work doesn't have mistakes in their job, they say. And who works, makes mistakes, and doesn't admit it, won't learn. Fear leads to cover-ups, which cause a slowdown in the information flow and develops a lack in current knowledge. In these conditions, effective problem-solving becomes a challenge, which naturally leads to errors. And as we know, someone must be blamed for those errors. The first reinforcing loop R1 is complete and in action. What happens next is even more discouraging. The fear of being blamed reduces creative thinking. People who are afraid won't take risks. Innovation and risk go hand in hand. If there is no innovation, effective problem-solving is, again, lacking. Thus, errors will happen R2. Blame as a systems archetype. Blaming creates an archetypical cycle, namely, shifting the burden. As we saw, people tend to find easy, quick fixes instead of digging deeper into problems. This creates a vicious cycle of repeated quick fixes, and the core problem resurfaces over and over again. Blame is such a quick fix. Blame shifts attention from real, long-term, system-level solutions. See B1. While blame might give short-term gratification and the false hope that the problem has been dealt with, it drives focus away from accountability even more, B2, and destroys constructive communication and the willingness to share honest information, R3, which drives people further away from developing a structure of accountability, B2. Blame has a psychological aspect to it as well. People who blame usually feel they have the upper hand, that they are more powerful. They also become blind to their own shortcomings. For example, Mike was up all night to help out Doug with an urgent project. He delivered the project on time, but he made a design error which Doug was reprimanded for by his superiors. Doug called up Mike angrily, saying his work was of poor quality. Mike, feeling unappreciated and attacked, blamed Doug for not starting his project in the first place and being very critical. If they don't dig deeper into the issue, both can walk away offended thinking they were right. Doug feels entitled for his anger as Mike's design error caused him to look bad in front of his bosses. Mike could also feel rightfully resentful as he sacrificed his date night to help a friend out with a project that was not even his job, yet all he received was criticism. How can we move from blame to accountability? Errors can happen even in the best designed systems. And even with a clear vision on systems dynamics, we can still look at individual mistakes as root causes of problems. One way to change the blame dynamic is to understand the two vicious reinforcing loops it creates. Another way is to intentionally change our attitude at work. Marilyn Paul, a systems thinking expert, distinguishes between three levels of behavioral change in shifting from blame to accountability: the individual, the interpersonal, and the organizational levels. In order to shift from blame to accountability, we need to be familiar with both of them. Awareness is the first step in changing our mental models about blame. When you feel the urge to blame someone, take a step back and think about what your goal is with blaming. You want to solve the problem, right? By now, we know that whatever the problem is, blame is not the solution. 1. Keep in mind that people rarely have intentions, and from their perspective, their actions might be rational. Taking into consideration their current knowledge, the pressures they may be under, and expectations on them, they may be doing the best they can. Don't rush into giving someone a bad name. 2. Look for your role in the problem. Maybe you are frightening, a little too insistent. Your behavior might influence the behavior of the other person. Also, you may be justifying your own point of view at the cost of the other person's. 3. Remember that being judgmental and critical are not traits of the open-minded. Without an open mind, you can't take in new data, and learning new things is challenging too. Judgmental people can get angry quicker. Let's see what you can do when you're seeing red. What am I missing that prevents me from understanding this person? Can their behavior make sense? Are they facing uncertainty or pressure? Is there a systemic structure creating the behavior I dislike? 4. Systems thinking can help you walk a bit in the other person's shoes and see what pressures they are facing. There is always a bigger influencing force that controls the behavior of people. For example, if the economy is bad and someone's losing money, they might make rushed, irrational decisions, trying to stay afloat like a drowning man. Also, if in a company there are no clear values and assigned responsibilities, people might work toward conflicting goals. When a situation is tense, try to analyze the interconnections between the elements involved, or even try to see if you can identify a systems archetype. Accidental adversaries or shifting the burden are typical systems archetypes that can affect an organization. 5. Take responsibility and be accountable. This means that you are investigating your own actions and trying to find out the answer to the following questions. What's my role in this problem? Did I take actions that backfired, even if at the time they seemed like a good idea? 6. Be self-reflective. Try to discover what underlying problems you have that you are masking with anger. In a healthy work environment, conflict and tension can also be a great personal growth opportunity. What did I discover about myself thanks to this problem? Is my behavior something that I learned from someone? Who? How did this behavior affect their lives? Do I want to change? What qualities do I need to improve in myself? Interpersonal level. When we start working together with someone, it's very important to set some ground rules about the purpose of the work: clear tasks, deadlines, expectations, action methods, milestones, and roles. Similarly, it's good to have a discussion about how to approach conflict, miscommunication, or failure in advance. Having clear expectations and designed conflict resolution processes ready can help everyone be more prepared and relaxed. When a conflict arises or mistakes are made, they need to be handled non-judgmentally, collectively, and quickly, before anger and blame occur. Hard feelings unaddressed will just fester and escalate. But if they are dealt with in a timely manner, things can get better faster. Accountability conversations. Having accountability conversations periodically is a great way to check if people are still on the same page. It's good to repeat the expectations, tasks, roles, and standards of the organization over time. The more people hear them, the more they will memorize and act in accordance with them. This conversation is also useful to check which values are easy to follow and which are not working. New strategies can be developed for the parts that are not working. This being said, accountability conversations can be difficult. But if led skillfully, using inquiry instead of inquisition, listening instead of attacking, These conversations are productive and honest. How to lead an accountability conversation. 1. First, explore if the person you want to talk with has a learning mindset. If yes, when an issue happens, include some outsiders in the conversation who can provide helpful feedback and who have a deep understanding and broader perspective about the problem. Two people who are in conflict can rarely have the required insight to solve the larger system-level problem. 2. Create a learning environment. Don't rush to address the problem. Make sure to emphasize that no one is there to blame or be ashamed. The purpose of the conversation is to learn. Make sure to treat confidential information as such. Encourage an atmosphere of open-mindedness and be a good listener. Be clear about what the purpose of the meeting is. Bring forth the data you have and also some assumptions or conclusions about the data. What are the explicit or implicit expectations and agreements that might still not be understood? Bring them to light and clarify them again if needed. Try to find new ways to address the problem. Group-level emotional safety within an organization can affect a lot of people's behavior. If they feel as though they're in a safe space, they accept accountability easier, they trust deeper, and are able to discuss their issues directly instead of going to a third party to seek comfort. Let's see how the negative example works. Rita was upset that Jane got a promotion even though Rita worked longer for the firm. Seeing it as injustice, she goes to complain about it to Greg. Greg feels bad for Rita and he agrees she should have got the promotion. Rita's pain is validated and Greg seems like a reasonable colleague, and she wants to build an alliance with him. Another day when Rita wants to share something with Greg, the man doesn't have time due to other obligations. Frustrated, Rita goes to Jane to complain about Greg's lack of support. This dynamic only creates gossip and estranged relationships. The alternative to this unhealthy communication is to be committed to learn instead of just seeking quick fixes for a bad mood. Rita could have gone to her boss and asked her directly why Jane got the promotion. The answer might have been painful, but would have given Rita an idea where to improve. Greg could have sympathized with Rita, but also tell her that he is very impressed with Jane's work ethic and problem-solving skills. Greg could have also indicated that Rita should talk things through with Jane. How to resolve conflicts. First, when you are facing a conflict with someone, it is good to bring in a moderator, a coach who you trust, and include them in the conflict resolution. The coach will ask you about the situation. Both of you should present your perspective, trying to stay away from blame. Then you should discuss what outcome you expect from the conversation. A good coach will lead you to try to empathize with the other person's perspective and encourage you to explain the other person's actions and motivations differently than how you experience them. For example, what if he just had a bad day and that's why he cut you short in your story, not because he doesn't care? Both of the involved parties should practice some coordinated self-reflection then, and try to find their own contributions to the problem. Are there any requests each of the involved parties would like to share with the other? How can one phrase these requests to get to the desired outcome? What can they both learn in this situation? Second, make sure to reinforce your desire of maintaining a positive work environment and good relationships. Make sure to be respectful to each other. It's you against the problem, not each other. Bring forth the information that caused the friction or concern. Talk about your assumptions and emotions related to the issue. What change do you wish to happen? Make sure that the part where you bring in the data is aimed to learn to work together better in the future, not to blame. Third, ask about the coach's opinion about the problem. Fourth, don't bring the conflict resolution conversation's topic outside of the safe space where you had the discussion. Don't gossip. Be trustworthy. Fifth, if you are the third party and you want to encourage a constructive learning process, don't engage in gossip. Tell the complainer that you'd be more than happy to help them and the person they're in conflict with to solve their problems, but you would prefer not to listen to one side's story only. When people are well-intentioned and genuinely interested in solving conflicts, they will follow the 5 steps of discussion presented above. Final thoughts. In this book, I introduce the key mental models from systems thinking, which are essential towards cognitive growth. Mental models are our deeply ingrained and held beliefs, assumptions, generalizations, or abstractions based on our experience. They influence us in how we understand the world, our work, our relationships, and how we take actions. Often, we are unconsciously aware of our mental models or the effects they have on our behavior. The lack of mental model awareness limits us to familiar ways of thinking only and robs us of improvement and self-reflection. The practice of managing our mental models, therefore, is very important. Discovering, experimenting with, and improving our internal beliefs about how the world works promises to be a major breakthrough for building a more mindful and organized life. Reference Cambridge Dictionary. Nonlinear. Cambridge Dictionary. 2020. https dictionary.cambridge.org. Dictionary, English non-linear cats, herding. Open loop thinking versus close loop thinking. Herding cats, 2015. http herdingcats, typepad.com, Barpor my weblog. 2015, Zo3, open, loop thinking, v close loop thinking. HTML-Mike, critical thinking. What it is, how it works, why it matters. Maycat, 2012. https static1.squarespace.com static 1 b7 cd 999f75698 t 5afb6 7003 ce 6457409 Kyle 15242 CIC ebook Febs 18 PDF original picture from Northwest Earth Institute. A Systems Thinking Model, The Iceberg, Northwest Earth Institute, 2018. DPS www.nwi.org. Iceberg, Duke University. Predator-Prey Models, Duke University, 2019. https services.math.duke.edu. Education, CCP, Materials, Defect, Predpray, Predpoint G. A. Miller. The Magical Number 7, plus or minus 2. Some Limits on Our Capacity for Processing Information. The Systems Thinker, 1956, Gerber John. Systems Thinking Tools, Finding the Root Cause, S, of Big Problems. Changing the Story, 2012. Hennessy, Greg. Modeling Soft Variables. The Systems Thinker, 2020. IC Systems. Applying Systems Thinking and Common Archetypes to Organizational Issues. Module 6. Systems Archetypes, 2018. Karash, Richard. Mental Models and Systems. Thinking, Going Deeper into Systemic Issues. The Systems Thinker, 2020. Kim, Daniel. From Individual to Shared Mental Models. The Systems Thinker, 2020. Kim, Daniel. Using Causal Loop Diagrams to Make Mental Models Explicit. The Systems Thinker, 2020. IC Systems. Applying Systems Thinking and Common Archetypes to Organizational Issues. Systems Archetypes. Essential Thinking Tools, Richmond Berry. The Thinking, in Systems Thinking, How Can We Make It Easier to Master? The Systems Thinker. Nunez, Kirsten. 5 Proven Ways. Creativity is Good for Your Health. Verily Mag. Systemic Thinking. The Fractal Phenomenon. Systemic Thinking. Mike. Critical Thinking. What it is, how it works, why it matters. Macat. The fact that an individual, organization, or website is referred to in this work as a citation and/or potential source of further information does not mean that the author endorses the information the individual, organization, or website may provide, or recommendations it may make. Further, readers should be aware that internet websites listed in this work might have changed or disappeared between when this work was written and when it is read. I recently received a spreadsheet of 15,000 names, email addresses, GPAs, and other information for students interested in pursuing graduate degrees in a specific major at a highly competitive university. I needed to somehow select 10 to 15 of these individuals to invite to campus for a recruitment exercise. The task was certainly daunting, and the extreme amount of information in the spreadsheet made it seem impossible. That is until I started considering what I was truly looking for in these potential students. Developing a set of criteria for ideal applicants allowed me to quickly and efficiently select such a small subset from the thousands of potentials. I first cut all applicants who weren't interested in my specific program as a first choice, and this action itself purged many individuals from consideration who were more likely to choose other programs should they. The individuals invited to start graduate school in the following year. The students would all need to graduate from current programs prior to that date. And again, I saw a significant decrease in numbers on the spreadsheet. I had already narrowed down a list of 15,000 to hundreds by excluding everyone who didn't meet these two criteria. I was able to further narrow the group of applicants by filtering the remaining individuals using criteria that were less important but allowed me to reasonably identify applicants my biggest competitors would also find highly desirable. I removed everyone from my list who didn't have at least a 3.75 GPA, were within reasonable driving distance, as I was looking to specifically target students who would be less likely to be able to visit the program on their own, and participants who had attended schools with rigorous undergraduate programs, as these students were more likely to be successful in my program due to its difficulty. The final criterion I used to gather my list of finalists was then chosen by examining those individuals remaining and areas where my program could improve. The program I am recruiting for is an area that needs diversity in sex and ethnicity. I carefully and purposefully made sure the finalists were inclusive of these groups. In the end, what had first seemed like an impossible task, or one that would at least take days, turned out taking less than half an hour to complete. Analytical thinkers are able to pinpoint and define problems, find relevant data, and create solutions that work. Analytical thinkers also test their solutions to verify they are working and correcting the identified problems or issues. Everyone approaches problems differently. Some individuals would have been completely overwhelmed trying to select the best candidates to invite to campus from such a large number of people, especially because those selected were 0.1% of the original list. Some individuals might have considered only GPA, or targeted those who would be more likely to be familiar with the university or graduate program. How an individual approaches problems can indicate whether they are an analytical or intuitive thinker, right? Not quite. Most people have the ability to think both analytically and with emotions. Dr. Gordon Pennycock, an assistant professor in cognitive psychology, states that all humans are intuitive thinkers. Intuitive thinkers use their emotions or gut feelings to make decisions. Considering human evolution, this is likely due to the reliance on instinct for survival. Early man needed instinct to tell him when something wasn't quite right or his life was at risk. Overriding intuition might have led to exposing fatal vulnerabilities, and when fleeing a predator, relying on instinct allowed for lightning-fast decision-making toward the best possible escape route. Man relied on intuitive thinking skills on a daily basis, and it's still how we make many decisions today. Have you ever been stumped by what seemed to be a ridiculous problem? Something as simple as trying to decide between which color of the same shirt to purchase can lead to what's known as paralysis by analysis. The blue shirt matches your eyes, but the green shirt goes better with your current wardrobe. Using instinct to make this decision allows you to select which color you prefer quickly versus getting stuck in the dressing room for hours, holding each garment up to the mirror over and over again, unable to decide which color is the best choice. But not every decision we make can be made on instinct. There are times when we need to employ analytical thinking skills to solve problems. Most employers today are actively looking to hire analytical thinkers. They want individuals who can identify the problems faced by the company and find creative solutions to them. Some areas where analytical thinking is must include budgeting, making investments in the stock market, retirement plans, or other financial decisions, and even selecting which car out of several is the best choice for your needs. These are some examples of how you use analytical thinking skills in your personal life. but you're still likely to find many other opportunities to think analytically at work and home. What is this book about? The first installation of the Systems Thinker series talks in detail about what systems thinking is, how can we broaden our knowledge about systems, and where can we use this type of thinking in practice. The second book, The Systems Thinker, Analytical Skills, will teach you to develop analytical thinking skills. Learn how to use it to solve problems. Find creative and practical solutions to complex problems. What are analytical skills? It's important to note that analytical skills are just that, skills. This means analytical thinking is something you can practice and develop, and is not simply a trait you are either born with or without. While having a natural interest or strength toward analytical thinking can make these skills easier to learn or feel like they're second nature, it's not a requirement. Everyone can become an analytical thinker, and everyone can benefit from the skills they will learn in this book. Analytical thinking skills are, simply put, problem-solving skills. They are characteristics and abilities that allow you to approach problems in a logical, rational manner in an effort to sort out the best solutions. We use these skills every day, and probably at times when we don't even think about it. Think about tasks as simple as riding a bike and then something much more complicated, such as carpentry. Both of these are analytical skills. Learning to ride a bike, while it may not seem analytical, actually takes quite a lot of continual analysis. Gaining balance to keep the bike upright while simultaneously pushing the pedals with your feet requires a basic knowledge of physics. This is as simple as leaning into the turn or curve as you change direction, or maintaining the ability to stay upright if you lean too far in the opposite direction. Riding a bike also requires you to continually watch the path in front of you for debris, other bike riders or pedestrians, or potholes so that you can avoid them, and consequently, injuring yourself or others. As a biker, you are constantly gathering data during the ride and then making adjustments to your behavior as you move forward. Carpentry is also an analytical skill. It takes time and patience to learn, and carpenters go to trade school to learn these skills. They learn about proper construction techniques, reading blueprints, and properly using tools. A carpenter will think about using hardwoods for furniture that is used on a daily basis, as these types of wood are more durable and less likely to nick or scratch. The carpenter may also think about employing reinforced hardware on items such as a wooden swing set because he is thinking of the safety of the children using the item and doesn't want to risk a nail or small screw coming loose and causing injury. These are just examples of how carpenters think analytically and come up with solutions that work in his or her profession. Benefits of analytical thinking. The benefits of analytical thinking are innumerable. One of the biggest assets possessed by analytical thinkers is communication. The ability to communicate well with others is a highly sought commodity both professionally and personally. Without the ability to communicate, we cannot effectively make our thoughts and ideas heard. Highly effective communicators are able to conquer one of the biggest challenges faced by millennials today in both written and verbal forms. Analytical skills help people manage conflict, consider tough topics from an unbiased perspective, or at least acknowledge they have personal bias and account for it, conduct their own independent research, and be confident in the conclusions drawn from that research. These skills can help the average person make an informed decision on which candidate to vote for in elections, consider the arguments of a friend or loved one in a disagreement, and understand that humans are infallible. Analytical skills are so important because they help you meet challenges in all aspects of your life and find solutions that are effective. These are key components to living a happy and informed life in all the realms individuals manage and navigate. Costs of not thinking analytically. Have you ever heard the phrases "follow your heart" or "think with your head, not your heart"? This first is an example of favoring emotional or intuitive thinking over analytical thinking. Ideally, individuals can utilize both intuitive and analytical types of thinking, and we refer to these people as holistic thinkers. Using holistic thinking allows the individual to move past a right or wrong, or lose or win approach to problem solving, and combine both analysis and feeling to develop well-rounded, comprehensive answers to complicated issues. Truthfully, neither analytical nor intuitive thinking is better than the other. Both types of thinking carry pros and cons, and individuals should consider the situation at hand before deciding which type of thinking would be useful, or even if one is more appropriate than the other. Don't forget the innate value of the holistic approach. For example, employing analytical thinking strategies would not be the best course of action when selecting a spouse or romantic partner. This is a decision that is instinctual and based on factors like attraction, morals, and character, and an appreciation for similarity. Intuitively, there is a much less likely chance a person will select a partner who they find physically unappealing, has values and morals that do not gel with their own, or who has a majority of different interests. An attempt to do so is likely to end up in heartbreak or dissatisfaction in a person's choice of romantic partner. But there are undeniably times when reining in your emotions can lead to a level-headed and well-reasoned course of action. Analytical thinkers focus on the small picture, objective information, and use linear logic. An example might be deciding what investments to make. Making smart financial decisions requires a person to consider factors such as risk, time to maturation, and previous patterns of similar investments over a period of time. In a perfect world, all decisions could be made with a holistic approach, and individuals would be confident they were making the absolute best decision emotionally and rationally. Unfortunately, this is simply impractical. Decision makers need to learn when to allow their heart to control their head, their brain to take the lead, or when both of these powerful forces can work cohesively for the best. To learn when to employ different approaches is to help you avoid being taken advantage of, or brainwashed, or hoodwinked. Think about how many people fall for phishing scams like the Nigerian prince scam. The individuals who fall for these types of scams are typically pushing their analytical thinking skills to the back of their brains while focusing on the emotional high of spending millions of dollars in easy money. Characteristics of an analytical person. Tackle issues based on facts and logic rather than emotions. Shows positive performance in highly organized situations where the whole picture can be visualized. This reduces the chances of being wrong or not seeing the bigger picture. Has high performance standards in problem-solving tasks, particularly when knowledgeable about the topic at hand. Cautious when working with strangers or acquaintances. Problem-solving is a strength. May be quiet or appear to be unemotional to others. Can appear cold, non-communicative, and aloof in interpersonal relationships. Takes problem-solving approach in order to fix the issue. Wants things to be rational and well-organized. Does not like emotional or disorganized strategies. Collects facts and data before making a decision. Uses skills as a problem solver as the foundation for relationships. Hates to be wrong and avoids it like the plague. I once saw a shirt that read, "I thought I was wrong once, but it turns out I was mistaken." This is the analytical thinker's motto. Are often in demand for their opinions, exactness, and data-oriented expertise. Has a theory for almost everything. What exactly are analytical skills? Analytical skills are the ability to apply logic to the collection and subsequent analysis of data. Those individuals that use analytical thinking skills are able to visualize, express, and solve concepts, both concrete and abstract, using analytical thinking skills. In turn, these same individuals are to examine all the available choices and options and choose those that make sense based on the available information. Why analyze information? There are countless reasons to analyze information. Employing effective analytical decision-making when selecting political candidates we want to support can have a lasting and radiating effect on legislation at the municipal, state, and national levels. Numerous individuals actively participate in national elections, i.e., presidential elections, while simultaneously ignoring the impact local elections can have on policies that affect them in their day-to-day life. There's also no denying the impact of our economic decisions. Decisions that are made thoughtlessly may see us taking on large amounts of unsecured debt, and that, in turn, may have a detrimental impact of how credit companies operate but also view you as a potential risk. In the early 2000s, hundreds of thousands of students applied for and accepted private student loans. Due to both predatory lending practices and the inability of students to repay these large debts, the private banks administering federal loans have all but disappeared. Furthermore, the United States government has severely cracked down on exactly what credits they will fund at both traditional institutions of higher learning and nonprofit institutions. All of these changes have had the intention of helping Americans avoid crippling student loan debt. But there's no denying these policies have also crippled student choice and the ability to approach higher education as exploratory. There's also the reality of understanding how our choice affects our own relationships, especially with friends, family, and coworkers. Poor decision-making at work may lead to a lack of trust and confidence with coworkers. You may find yourself routinely asked to justify your decisions. But it's also important to realize the impact analytical thinking has in our personal lives. Individuals who are not budgeting using analytical skill may find themselves in debt, and a partner who is angry or frustrated over how this situation came to be in the first place. Other areas where emotional decision-making may get you into trouble could include something as simple as a group of friends visiting a bar. Your friends can quickly become uncomfortable going out with you if they routinely have to clean up the messes of your poor choices due to alcohol or other factors. Analytical skills in the workplace have endless opportunities to enhance your performance, lead to promotions, and make you one of your company's most highly sought professionals in your field. Tackling complicated problems based on data, an understanding of where your company is now and where it wants to go, and the utilization of innovative solutions are all analytical skills that make you a commodity. When reviewing resumes and performance, analytical skills are some of the most actively and fiercely pursued by hiring managers and human resources professionals. Analytical thinkers are able to pinpoint and define problems. Employers stay ahead of their competition and stay relevant in an ever-changing, dynamic, and professional world. Analytical skills have become the threshold job applicants are measured by, and this is unlikely to change in the near future. The problem-solving process. Problem-solving is a skill everyone uses, but that doesn't mean there is no rhyme or reason to approaching the problem-solving process. According to Dr. Minwir al-Shamari, a professor of management at the University of Bahrain, there are 5 important stages to problem-solving: problem formulation, finding alternatives, analysis of alternatives, alternative selection, and implementation of the selected action. Together, we will explore each stage of the process and the characteristics associated with each one. Problem formulation. This phase is simply identifying the problem and is considered by many to be the most significant aspect when it comes to approaching problems and possible solutions. It is virtually impossible to solve problems and find effective solutions if you cannot even identify what the problem is in the first place. At this step, it is vital to approach the issue with an air of skepticism. One of the first things you want to remember is not to take information as an automatic truth. Most people have heard the phrases, "Don't believe everything you read," or "Don't believe everything you see on television or the internet." This stage simply underlines that sentiment and cautions you to take information with a grain of salt. Finding alternatives. There is rarely one way to approach a problem, and now we need to ask ourselves some strategic and important questions as we consider viable solutions. One of the questions we need to ask is, what are the viable solutions? This is an important consideration because we need to be open-minded when considering the full spectrum of possible solutions. Keep in mind that solutions can be complicated, involve multiple facets, and potentially be costly. There is rarely a cheap and easy solution to significant problems. When weighing and measuring all of these options, that is when costs and contributions should be evaluated. An extremely expensive solution that makes minimal impact would likely not be worth the expense. However, an equally expensive alternative that solves the majority or most important aspects of an issue can be money well invested. The least important considerations when looking at viable solutions are limitations and constraints. These two aspects should only be considered toward the end of the problem-solving process. Analysis of alternatives. Analyzing the alternatives you develop in stage 2 can be agonizing and grueling. When making a decision, you have a number of influences that will affect what you decide. You may use quantitative methods to logically and dispassionately make decisions. Or you may rely more on your judgment, experience, and intuition. Quantitatively examining an issue can be highly effective in making difficult decisions. For example, let's pretend you are a supervisor at work and one of your employees isn't performing to your standards. Internally, you may be struggling with the impact this person may face from an employment termination. But reviewing hard data can be an eye-opener when reviewing the impact an underperforming staff member has on your company. For example, you may be emotionally caught up in how this person will support his or her family, or how much you like them as a person. But when you look at facts, such as poor customer ratings or excessive absences, you have an undeniable data set that shows you how the employee is putting the entire company or division at risk. If you rely exclusively on intuition to make decisions, you may find the solutions you select are ineffective. For example, let's say you are in the market for a new car. If you go to the dealership with little concept in mind of what your needs and wants are, it's extremely possible you could find yourself the owner of an impractical new car. The last time I purchased a car, I really thought about all the features I needed in a car to make it the ideal automobile for my family. I needed a car with ample cargo space for transporting my pets, a third row so friends and family didn't need to plan costly personal transportation during extended visits, as I don't live near any of them by a considerable distance, and a car that was very reliable. I didn't want to have to take my car to a mechanic on a regular basis, and I wanted a car that would last, or as I say, drive until dies. All that being said, there is no denying emotions and reputation played into my final decision. The brand of the car I selected routinely has a very high reputation with both customers and industry researchers, with no personal stake in ratings and reviews. I felt comfortable selecting the make and model car I chose because I knew it should last several 100,000 miles. I also selected a car that had one of the largest cargo areas on the market. Learning this information, and even the make and model of all the cars I considered, took research and evaluation on my part. It's not completely unheard of for individuals to visit a car dealership only to end up purchasing a sports car that doesn't meet the needs of a family man or a minivan that is entirely too much automobile for a single person or childless couple. Analyzing options and taking the best of both analytical and intuitive thinking can help you make an effective decision you can be happy with. Selection of an alternative. Contrary to the heading of this section, the appropriate solution isn't always cut and dry, because the preferable solution isn't always obvious. This is when using the quantitative and qualitative methodology is key to determining the best possible solution. The previous section should have given you an idea of how to combine intuitive and analytical thinking to sift through the viable options and find the best ones for the scenario at hand. Implementation of the selected action. Implementing a chosen course of action isn't something to be taken lightly. Plans and actions, despite the intent for success, can easily be derailed due to poor or hasty implementation. There are countless factors that influence effective implementation, including interpersonal dynamics, the behavior of the organization, and communication styles, just to name a few. There are plenty of other factors to consider during implementation depending on the setting of the problem. Analytical thinking skills and dimensions. Developing and implementing analytical thinking skills may seem technical and overwhelming. You are asking yourself if you even need to worry about developing this skill set. Unequivocally, I can tell you yes. It's easy to think of this skill set as tools to be relegated to the workplace or only used in special circumstances. But the truth is, analytical thinking is used multiple times a day in areas far beyond the professional world. Below are some ways you use analytical thinking multiple times a day in your regular life. Communication. What good are analytical skills if you lack the ability to tell others what you know? As previously mentioned, effective communication is priceless. There are multiple types of communication, so don't stress too much if you're really good at written communication, but struggle with the verbal aspect. Think about something like marital or family therapy. Individuals need to be able to convey to the therapist what the problems are, but also listen to other participants and the therapist. If you can't do this, the ability of therapy to resolve issues is going to be limited. Creativity. Very few people have the ability to single-handedly contemplate all the viable solutions to any given problem. While the phrase, "think outside the box," has become a bit of a cliché in our culture, this is exactly what is meant by creative solutions. It's also important to remember that finding creative solutions often requires collaboration between multiple individuals. This is completely normal and should be embraced during the analytical thinking process. Never underestimate the value of multiple minds during the development of planning, improvements, or restructuring. Collaboration alone is a kind of creativity, and don't sell yourself short by relying exclusively on yourself for all things analytical thinking. Critical thinking. This book is about analytical thinking and developing the skills to help you become an excellent analytical thinker. However, I would be remiss if I ignored the role of critical thinking. Critical thinking is vital to developing strong analytical skills, the skills that allow you to evaluate information and make decisions based on that information rather than focus on the emotions or judgment that may otherwise influence decisions. An example would be recent changes I have implemented with master's students in my graduate program. Until recently, master's students were not placed on probation in my department, even due to poor academic performance. As a result, I have 5 planned graduates who are in very real danger of not graduating due to poor grades. I also have a student who needed to be dismissed at the conclusion of the previous term for the same reason. Critically, these underperforming students should have been dismissed from the program based on their inability to complete the degree requirements regardless of their reasons for their performance. As an analytical thinker, I considered each student's personal circumstances or other factors that may have led to an undesirable performance, such as English as a second language and the student's ability to grasp the material. I use my judgment, experience, and intuition in addition to the data I pulled on each student to determine who should be dismissed versus those who may need an additional term to recover academically. Data analysis. Data analysis is the ability to examine datasets and find trends in that data. This is more than just reading and understanding information. Data analysis is making sense of that information and picking up on the trends within it. Think back to the new car situation we previously reviewed. Beyond selecting an automobile that fits your needs and wants, you need to think about the overall cost of the car. Data analysis is one of the skills that help you determine this information and evaluate what you can expect to spend on a car beyond the sticker price. Overall cost typically considers expenses such as insurance, gas mileage, and financing rates for those who aren't able to pay cash for their vehicle. Depending on certain factors, a $20,000 car may cost closer to $30,000 because of these variables. Analytical thinkers will consider all of these factors before making a decision. Research. I personally consider research second to communication in the analytical thinking skill set. If I could list research 10 times, I would. Conducting unbiased, independent research is one of the most valuable tools in your analytical skill set. I recall when we were expecting our first child. I researched, and researched some more when selecting appropriate items for my young one. One of the biggest issues I refused to waver on was the selection of our child's car seat. As an inexperienced father-to-be, all I cared about was my child's safety. I researched safety ratings and accident performance on all major car seat manufacturers and models. In the end, I selected the best. The best in terms of safety and performance was worth every penny to me as a dad who knew children weren't replaceable. I continued to prioritize, investigate options, and collect data on infant and toddler items for years. This led to selecting top-rated toddler boosters as my children grew, or selecting a balance bike versus one with training wheels, because my research showed it helped children learn bike riding in a different way. Many people have hobbies and passions and devote time, effort, and analytical skills when selecting items that serve them in their hobby. They want the best items for their needs, and analytical skills are vital to choosing these specific things. How to improve your analytical skills. Successful businessman Warren Buffett listed analytical skills as the most vital skills for young people to be successful. It's hard to imagine analytical skills being the key components to success, especially when a person considers investments, financial savvy, or political savvy. It's easy to chalk up success, especially not fully understood success, to who you know or excellence in your chosen profession. But don't be fooled or downplay the importance of analytical thinking. Ask the right questions. Asking the right questions can mean the difference between solving a specific problem and solving a problem that doesn't address the issue at hand. Some key questions include, what do we already know? What do we need to know? And when is this information needed? Without addressing these vital questions, it is easy to become sidetracked and address questions that don't pertain to the major issues at hand. Some other relevant questions include asking yourself about the expected results, the planned response when we have the results, and how much time is permitted to conduct the research. A timeline for conducting research is particularly crucial when acknowledging your lack of knowledge on a particular topic and planning a course of action for acquiring it. Realize what you don't know. There are very few people in this world, if any, who are all-knowing. Don't get bogged down by your lack of knowledge. Realize you're in good company amongst your peers and make adjustments to account for this limitation. One of the most important rules is to remember that you don't need to be embarrassed to ask simple questions. Sometimes you need clarification, or what may seem simple on the surface can easily turn out to be very complicated. It's also imperative to start with the basics to ensure you account for all your bases. And remember to let your research be your guide. When you influence the direction and pattern of your research, you're less likely to get unbiased and accurate results. Don't make assumptions. Have you heard the saying, making assumptions makes an ass out of you and me? You don't want to get caught in this crude but valuable saying. You may need to ask yourself and your client if they really know what they want. It's not uncommon for people to examine specific subsets of information on request, but the more you talk to a requester, such as a supervisor or client, and delve into the information that was asked for, to realize what was asked for isn't really the information truly needed to address this problem. This is why not making assumptions is so vital to effective problem solving. Don't forget to do your own research. It's completely logical that the requester isn't the first person to face the issues causing problems. Ask yourself if others have gathered the same information and how long it will take you to uncover the information. This is key information to consider during information acquisition, and don't sell yourself and skills short. Don't take things at face value. Remember the previous section about not believing everything you read? That word of advice stays true, but remember that not all incorrect data is presented with a malicious intent. Sometimes people simply make errors. People aren't infallible, and neither are machines. Have you ever gone shopping at an outlet mall? Most of the merchandise for sale in the stores at these malls have defects. Maybe the company's logo isn't properly centered, or the quality of the goods isn't what you would expect in a retail store. Outlet malls are the perfect example of machine error. These errors aren't limited to retail. Remember to use your analytical skills to double-check information presented in everything from internet articles to professional journals. People who are professional researchers or journalists aren't above human error or even intentional deception. For several years, Dr. Andrew Wakefield actively promoted that the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine had a strong correlation to autism. Despite the fact that correlation doesn't equal causation, Dr. Wakefield strongly suggested this particular vaccine did cause autism in some children who received it. Medical researchers who attempted to recreate Dr. Wakefield's studies and results were completely unable to do so. Sadly, it came to light that Dr. Wakefield was altering his results because he wanted to promote his own measles vaccine, which would have resulted in significant payouts for Dr. Wakefield. This example is just one of many reasons why you should cross-check your statistics and research. Critically evaluate the information and make decisions on its value, and actively question the credibility of sources, especially online sources. Turn information into knowledge. So now that you have all this data, what do you do with it? One of the easiest ways to answer this question is to keep your client or requester in mind. If you're considering only your thoughts and goals, you may completely miss the goals of the person or organization needing the information you are researching. There's nothing wrong with adding your perspective to the work you've done and communicating that to the person who requested the information for consideration or not. It's also imperative that you categorize and facilitate your organizational methods as you maneuver the analytical process. Some key points to keep in mind are examining information for patterns, summarizing the information you've collected, and assembling the information in a way that is easy and efficient to review. Key takeaways. Problem solving isn't an easy process. There are multiple facets to effective problem solving. Analytical skills serve you in both your personal and professional life. Developing strong analytical skills helps you to be more critical of the information you are presented within all areas of your life. Analytical skills can be practiced and improved. If your analytical skills are weak or need improvement, that's not a black mark, and you can still be a successful analytical thinker. How is analytical thinking built? It takes a lot of flexibility to cope with the challenges and pressures of problems as they pop up in your day-to-day life. One of the most effective strategies for handling issues is to have a strategy for approaching problems. Analytical thinkers use a scientific approach to problem solving. Below is an illustration of the analytical thinking cycle. The first step to approaching any problem is defining that problem. Is your car breaking down excessively? Are you constantly arguing with a loved one over something like money or politics? Are you unhappy in your career? All of these are problems that an analytical thinker needs to identify. You can't tackle problems and develop viable solutions if you can't even pinpoint the problem. Techniques for identifying problems include strategies such as asking yourself, why, 5 times. Each time you ask yourself why the problem exists, you may discover differing reasons, and this, in turn, can help you find the true cause of your problem. Asking yourself who, what, where, why, and how can be some of the most effective questions you ask when zeroing in on a problem. Also, consider looking at cause and effect. For example, every time you bring up a certain topic like politics or religion, does this lead to an argument with a family member that results in estrangement? Knowing the going wrong. A similar approach can be taken with nearly every problem. If you're dissatisfied with your career, use this method. If you feel underappreciated or dispassionate toward your career, you may want to really examine what leads to these feelings. Does your boss fail to acknowledge your contributions? Or do you feel that another field altogether would bring you more happiness and satisfaction? Both of these are causes that could lead to your unhappiness at your job. Ask your numerous questions, and remember there are multiple approaches to discovering the root cause of a problem. After identifying the problem, you want to develop a hypothesis, or even more than one, to help you develop a solution that works. It's not uncommon for complex problems to have complex causes. Establishing your hypotheses helps you target what data you need to collect. The pivotal component to solving your issue is drafting an inclusive list of all the possible issues creating the problem. From there, you want to strategically reduce duplicate and overlapping issues in an effort to draft your hypotheses. Remember not to make your questions too broad or too narrow, and don't develop so many hypotheses you can't remember them all. Developing 2 to 5 key questions that are well thought out and reasoned will help you far more than 10 questions that lead to a lot of unnecessary data collection. Speaking of data collection, now that you've developed your hypotheses, it's time to go on a scavenger hunt to collect the facts. Factual data collection is an absolute requirement for the identification of workable and accurate solutions. One of the first key requirements of data collection is determining what data needs to be gathered in the first place. It seems like a bit of a no-brainer, but don't gloss over this step. Truly evaluate and determine what facts and information you need to address your problem. Remember, there are also multiple kinds of data out there too. Qualitative data basically boils down to a narrative. It is either a spoken or written response to your questions and holds some special benefits over quantitative data. Qualitative data is often referred to as storytelling because it includes extensive additional information beyond a simple response to the hypothesis question. If you were trying to evaluate how divorce affected children, qualitative responses might include a description of the behavior that led up to the divorce, the ages of the children, how the children felt about each parent, and on and on. Collecting qualitative data can help you understand more facts and circumstances and how they impact the problem you're trying to solve. Quantitative data relies on numbers and shouldn't be considered better or worse than qualitative data. Each data collection method has its benefits, and there may be times when you want to use both methods of data collection. Unlike qualitative data, quantitative relies on numbers and calculations. This type of data is incredibly useful because it can help show the prevalence of a problem, or even show ratings on how an issue affects others. Quantitative data is easier to evaluate and often is thought to be more impactful just for the sheer amount you can easily collect. Let's revisit the issue of divorce and the impact it has on children. Quantitative collection would allow you to review information on hundreds of children. As a researcher, you would be able to cut through information you might consider superfluous, like child-parental relationship, spousal relationships, or child age. But you would quickly and efficiently be able to evaluate if divorce has an impact on children or not. One of the best techniques you can use when considering what kind of data collection you want to use is to think about what question you want to answer. If you want to answer a question that addresses the why and how and impact, perhaps qualitative data collection is a wise choice. On the other hand, if you're looking to evaluate how many of your make and model car have been to the mechanic in the past year, a quantitative methodology would likely better suit your needs. The next step in building analytical thinking is analyzing all this data you've collected. One of the most common types of analysis is a what-if analysis. This type of analysis evaluates all the potential solutions and potential outcomes. There are many ways to conduct a what-if analysis, including storyboarding, decision trees, and simulation. The goal of what-if analysis is to identify comprehensive repercussions and avoid those outcomes. Another type of analysis is the cost-benefit analysis. This procedure is basically as described in its title. In this scenario, you would review all possible solutions and weigh the cost of those solutions in comparison to the benefits. Costly solutions with minimal benefits should be avoided. Ideally, you would be able to develop an outcome with a minimal cost but extensive benefits. This is a dream we can hope for, but a cost-benefit analysis should be a regular part of your data evaluation. Another approach to data analysis is a SWOT analysis. SWOT stands for Strength, Weakness, Opportunities, and Threats. This is a highly effective type of analysis because beyond identifying positives and negatives, strengths and weaknesses, it can help you note things you should and shouldn't do. Avoiding opportunities and embracing threats is significantly less likely to lead to solutions that work. There is no denying that a SWOT analysis is one of the most common tools for critical planning. SWOT is somewhat subjective, but don't let that stop you from employing this vital tool. There are many types of data analysis, and one type isn't necessarily better than the other. Find the analytical method that works for you and implement it, or better yet, implement multiple methods to ensure effective problem solving. And finally, create and implement a solution. Many of us have heard the phrase out of the box in relation to solving problems. Don't be afraid to develop out-of-the-box fixes to common conundrums. Implementing the previously reviewed process can help you cultivate unique ideas that solve problems that have persisted for years or decades. Remember that no solution is guaranteed, and don't forget to employ a solution rating matrix that takes into account analytical thinking to help you select the best and most effective solution. Were you born knowing how to play the piano or drive a car? Of course not. You have to practice to learn how to play a musical instrument or properly and safely operate a vehicle. Analytical skills aren't any different. You have to practice these skills and strengthen your analytical thinking muscle. Herbert Simon's decomposable matrix. Decomposable matrices come from Herbert Simons, an economist and political scientist, view that hierarchies are comprised of semi-independent subsystems that are less complex than the previous system. Simon believed that complexity in the world evolved from simple structures organized into more formal hierarchical systems. For example, have you ever saved a file on your computer? Of course you have. Most computers have a complex hierarchy. The further you delve into the file system, the more a decomposable matrix becomes obvious. Let's imagine you need to save a file for work. Computers start out listing multiple drives. Nearly all computers have an included hard drive, but networked computers may have multiple drives for multiple purposes. Personally, I have a hard drive, a personal drive networked to an external server, and a shared drive containing files multiple people can access. Beyond this, I have folders and subfolders I use to house my documents based on topics and confidentiality. There are countless decomposable matrices within the computer drive system and even beyond. Hierarchies and matrices aren't just decomposable or not. There are also near-decomposable hierarchies and totally decomposable hierarchies. The primary difference between total decomposable hierarchies and near-decomposable hierarchies has to do with interaction. Near-decomposable hierarchies maintain some interdependence between the subsystems. Totally decomposable hierarchies have no interaction between the subsystems. Understanding these different types of hierarchies helps you analyze them by breaking them down to the subsystems and then further analyzing the components. You can conduct this analysis by following Simon's 5 steps. Determine, list the major, construct a matrix, use a 1 to 5 point scale to evaluate the degree of relationship, and select the highest weighted interactions. Let's use Simon's analysis in an example. Consider the structure of law enforcement. The law enforcement structure includes a commissioner, chief, sergeants, lieutenants, detectives, and patrolmen. This isn't an exhaustive list, but it's a good listing for smaller municipalities. Let's presume the problem is corruption on the force. In this instance, we can determine the hierarchy has analyzable subsystems because each level is highly connected to the next. We've already listed the major subsystems, and we can examine them both independently and how they interact with one another. The next step is to construct a decomposable matrix. A decomposable matrix will contain columns of the different subsystems and rows of issues that affect those subsystems. Examples of issues that lead to law enforcement corruption might include low rates of pay, lack of ethics, training, and power over average citizens. The next step is to weight the analysis of the subsystems on a scale of 1 to 5. Of the 5 steps of analysis, which is most important? Once we determine that information, we need to weight these interactions. For example, internal interactions between officers may be weighted less than interactions between officers and the general public. Interactions with the general public may be weighted less still than interactions with media outlets. In this example, interactions with media outlets may be weighted most highly because they have the potential to influence citizens' opinions of law enforcement in their town. Dimensional analysis. Elizabeth Jensen's dimensional analysis is an analytical method to clarify and explore the scope and limits of a problem. It examines 5 elements of a problem: substantive dimension, spatial dimension, temporal dimension, quantitative dimension, and qualitative dimension. The purpose of these dimensions is to answer the 5 crucial questions: what, where, when, how much, and how serious. These questions are further evaluated by answering specific questions. Dimensional analysis is broken down by using the following 5 techniques. Write down the problem. Quickly describe the problem in terms of what, where, when, how much, how serious. Use the descriptions to address the questions in each dimension. See chart below. Analyze your responses to the questions by thinking about their implications and their effect on solving problems. Choose which areas are most applicable to the problem and need additional analysis. Substantive, spatial, temporal, quantitative, qualitative. Commission or omission. Local or distant. Long-standing or recent. Singular or multiple. Philosophical or surface. attitude or deed, particular location or widespread, present or impending, many or few people, survival or enrichment, ends or means, isolated or constant or ebb and flow, active or passive, simple or complex, visible or invisible, general or specific, primary or secondary. What values are being violated? Proper or improper values. One of the struggles encountered with using this method is that there is little instruction on how to analyze a problem. One of the reasons for this is that Jensen describes this analysis as an exploratory method when analysis has become an issue. The intent is to require multiple considerations related to the problem selected to be contemplated with the idea that solving the problem may be a smoother process than if no analysis had been done at all. One of the best ways this analysis can be used is through a checklist that is used as a methodical guideline to help provide perspective during the later stages of problems. Organized random search. Frank Williams' methodology to systematically analyze a problem suggests that instead of indiscriminately searching for ideas, it is more productive to break them down into parts. The primary benefit of this process is that it helps create direction or generate ideas. Williams's analysis only has two primary steps. Inspect the problem for possible subdivisions or ways of categorizing parts of the problem. Write down different subdivisions or parts and use them to generate ideas. One of the areas Williams has implemented his analysis involved total random recall. Let's say you were required to list all the countries in the world. That's a challenging task that has stumped more than one student enrolled in a basic geography class. But what if you developed a study strategy that utilized a prographical, visual technique? Instead of trying to memorize countries alphabetically, a student could arrange them east to west or north to south. The student could use visual means to improve his or her performance on an exam, and historically, a person's performance is dramatically improved. It's important to note as a general review that there are few, if any, interactions which can significantly benefit from the organized random search method. Relevance systems. Relevance systems are a method of organizing information about a problem through successive assessments that clarify major problem components. Again, this is a methodology that leads to a visual example. As the researcher reviews the information, as each component is listed, each component is connected with preceding ones. This eventually creates a pyramid-like structure. By working both downward and upward, the connections between employees and managers, the accuracy of elements involved and their relationship to one another can be quickly and easily evaluated. According to Jim Rickards, there are two types of relevance systems: single and binary. Luckily, the explanation of the two systems is simple and easy to understand. A single system consists of all the components related to a single problem, whereas a binary system interfaces with two single systems that interact across the lower levels of these two systems. Binary systems are special because they can be used to pinpoint connections between and within systems. There are two ways to create a relevance system. Similar to the organized random search methodology, you can start with the elements at the top and work your way down, or vice versa. Both methods are effective used by themselves, but research reports that the best possible results derive from using both methods. You may be asking yourself how to build an effective relevance system. Here are some key points. List the most important part of the problem. This is level 1. Write out the elements that are derived from the first level. This creates level 2. Continue writing out elements until all possible elements have been established and the lowest level is identified. This is generally done by addressing the question, how? Note that higher level elements are determined by asking, why? When finished, assess validity by working upward. Use the lower level elements to suggest solutions to the problem. If the problem overlaps an additional area and should be integrated with it, build a secondary system so that its lower level elements connect with the first system. This creates a binary relevance system. Investigate the connection to determine points of singular or mutual influence, and consider possible factors that could influence the objectives in either system. Rickards described how a binary relevance system could be used to enhance a company's marketing strategy. A single system is built with the highest order element. In this instance, increasing the number of children attending Ms. Marie's ballet class. This is followed by the lowest level elements, those that address the question, how? If Ms. Marie wanted to look at her marketing plan to increase her clientele and bring in new ballet students, a secondary system could be created. That marketing plan could then be incorporated into other decisions to increase business by selling ballet slippers and uniforms and other accessories. The resulting binary system allows Ms. Marie to analyze possible constraints such as hours of availability for classes, her ability to buy and maintain adequate stock for merchandise, and room size that might influence the solutions she comes up with as potentially viable. The evaluation of relevance systems relies on progressive breakdowns of problem elements and the development of new problem definitions. A problem is broken down so all of its major elements and connections can be evaluated. Opportunity interfaces are a crucial strength of relevance systems because when the problem solver has already considered constraints, the probability of solution revisions should be significantly reduced. In addition, lower-level elements can increase the richness of problem solutions because when multiple combinations of problem elements are considered together, rarer solutions will be an outcome. Simple tips to increase analytical thinking on a day-to-day basis. Read books from more than one point of view. Most books are written from the point of view on one or two characters, but try to imagine how the villain would have written the novel, or what the hero's former love, whom he left behind to marry the heroine, would have to say about things. This type of activity opens your imagination, expands your mind, and is stimulating and fun, all of which is critical to developing analytical thinking skills. If you're not much of a reader, you can also work on boosting your math skills. Calculus, algebra, and statistics rely on logic and reasoning. They all take precision and a step-by-step approach to calculate the correct answer. Try going for a walk and observing everything occurring around you. Leave your music and earbuds at home. The sounds around you are important too. One of my favorite activities is taking my English Springer Spaniel Winston on a walk with me because he's very excitable and has a high work drive. It comes out in him during walks, and it's such a joy to watch that instinct of hundreds of years of breeding as a hunting dog come out. He sniffs the air and looks up. I follow his gaze. He sniffs the ground and looks at the ground and sniffs more and asks what he smells. And then he proceeds to walk me around the neighborhood for the next hour, where we sniff and investigate together. Key takeaways. Analytical thinkers approach problems scientifically. There are numerous methodologies available for analytical thinkers. Don't think you are stuck with one approach. You can often use multiple approaches to find the best possible solutions. Individuals aren't born with analytical skills. They take practice, and that's completely normal. What's more, these are skills you can use anytime you need to make an important decision. Analytical thinking is the quintessential tool for understanding all of the different parts of a situation. It is defined as having the capacity and skill to dissect and analyze or developing the ability to think in careful and perceptive ways in an effort to solve problems, analyze data, and remember and utilize information. However, analytical thinking doesn't stand alone. It is but one cognitive process in relation to four other concepts: synthetic, systemic, critical, and creative thinking. Synthetic thinking analysis is a considerable thinking tool when used to understand situations and all the different parts affecting that situation. When we break apart the different pieces involved in a situation, it's incredibly easy to lose sight of how these parts interact with one another and within the situation. And this is how we end up in paralysis analysis. This is because analysis tends to shade the interactions and make them more difficult to identify. When the situation to go from not so great to a mega disaster. The tool we use to make sense of interactions and how things work together is synthesis. Synthesis is much more than simply putting something back together after you've taken it apart for an investigation. If analytical thinking helps us understand the different parts of a situation, then synthetic thinking allows us to truly understand how these parts work together. Another example of the differences between analytical and synthetic thinking is if analytical thinking allows you to dissect things down to their basic components, synthetic thinking allows you to find patterns across those components. Essentially, analytical thinking will help you pinpoint the differences, while systemic thinking allows you to pinpoint the similarities. Generally, synthetic thinking is considered to be more challenging than analytical thinking because the interactions can be harder to manage, and synthetic thinking is constantly fluid, whereas analytical thinking is static. While both analytical and synthetic thinking will help you find patterns and commonalities across a system or situation, synthetic thinking finds these patterns, themes, and commonalities faster and easier because it is specifically looking for them, while analytical thinking is looking for differences, and they emerge as a secondary result of the analytical thinking process. It's important to understand that both analytical and synthetic thinking have their limitations, and both types of thinking rely on the other. As an example of synthetic thinking, let's once again return to the automobile industry, specifically advertising in the auto industry, an ongoing Dodge advertising campaign to sell trucks. For years, the company has identified trends in consumer information and consumer preferences to develop products and marketing strategies. These ad campaigns have synthesized several themes based on demographics, lifestyle characteristics, and psychographics. The ads promote strong and tough engines and bodies, the fact that Dodge is made in America and an American company, and even feature characteristics to appeal to families because the truck can morph into a wagon with some button pushing and seat rearranging. All of these parts are synthesized to persuade you to purchase a Dodge truck, no matter where you are in your life. Analytical thinking as a component of systemic thinking. Systemic thinking is defined as an easy thinking technique for accessing systematic understanding of complicated problems and situations. Systemic thinking allows us to manage any number of elements of a situation together rather than one at a time. It gives us the ability to use systemic focus in any situation. It's important to note that systemic thinking, systems thinking, and systematic thinking are not the same thing. These are all different types of thinking, and they all have their own meaning. Systematic thinking is thinking in a methodical way, whereas systems thinking is thinking about how things interact with one another. Systemic thinking is a simple technique used to identify system-wide focus. The basic idea behind systemic thinking is that everything interacts with the system around it, that everything affects and is affected by the person or system in its immediate surroundings. When approaching things from a systemic thinking mindset, we can no longer approach problems or situations as individual parts to be managed in isolation. We now have to take the parts together and manage them cohesively. We have to manage both the elements of the situation and how the parts interact with one another. The systemic thinking process is a four-step process that follows. First, list as many system components as possible. This might include problems, solutions, opportunities, needs, desired outcomes, and ideas. Second, group common components together, and then state what each group has that makes them similar. From the above list, problems and needs might go together in the same group, and desired outcomes, ideas, and opportunities could possibly go together in the same group. Find a repeating theme across group descriptions. Your process should look like components to sub-themes to common theme. This process really kicks up your insight in any situation, and you might find yourself wondering why you haven't done this sooner. It can be incredibly difficult to recognize patterns and themes when we first encounter a challenging situation. However, with practice and as our skills develop, we should be able to recognize them more easily, or at least have the skill set to manage them more adeptly. The experience of working with systemic thinking is more than just more knowledge and more skills. It's more familiarity with the patterns and themes that will give you the ability to recognize them faster and easier. It is important to note that because the ability to recognize these themes and patterns can become ingrained in our brains over time, we may start to subconsciously recognize them without cognitively being aware of them. This means we do not really comprehend what the pattern or theme means. We're just engaging in certain behaviors by rote because that's what we're used to. The idea is to purposefully find and understand the repeating patterns and themes in tough situations, as this allows us to continually improve and develop mastery and better insight in the realm of systemic thinking. Systemic thinking is simply a combination of analytical and synthetic thinking. The process behind systemic thinking is to list as many components as you can possibly think of and then to analyze and look for the similarities between the components. This contrasts with analytical thinking, where the process is to list only a small handful of components, rank them, select only the most important one, and discard all the others. Analyzing problems within the context of systemic theory is different from analyzing problems outside of that context. Analytical thinking insists on working with only a small number of components to keep the list you're working with manageable and to reduce the workload. Analytical thinking within the systemic thinking context depends upon listing as many different components as possible in an attempt to provide the most accurate and representative pattern. For example, in systemic thinking, the first step is analytical thinking. List as many components as possible. The second step is synthetic thinking. Find the common themes and patterns across those components. When comparing systemic thinking and analytical thinking, systemic thinking is in direct opposition to analytical thinking. Analytical thinking breaks down systems or situations in stages, whereas systemic thinking focuses on grouping similar items together. In the second stage, analytical thinking will purposefully look for the most promising component, while systemic thinking looks at all of the components to find the common themes and patterns. Developing a goal, problem, or solution or GPS model can be challenging at first, but they are simple and powerful tools to give you deep insight from a neutral point of view. GPS models can be completed independently or collaboratively. You will complete a GPS model in full for each component before moving on to another component, and you will complete the goal wording, the problem wording, and then the solution wording. Let's say sales are down in our company that sells furniture. Our goal wording for sales staff might be to increase sales this month by 15%. The problem might be that it's Christmas season, so most people are buying gifts, not furniture. The solutions might be extra financing deals or discounts for cash-paying customers. We could do this analysis for each level of employee at the furniture store: sales managers, finance managers, delivery drivers. We would look for themes and patterns that might have cost us business in the past. Maybe it cost too much for furniture delivery, or the delivery was too slow. Perhaps financing rates were too high, or the offer of financing too strict. All of this may become evident as we go through the GPS model. Analytical thinking and critical thinking. Critical thinking is the capacity to analyze facts, formulate and organize ideas, stand up for and defend opinions, compare and contrast items, draw conclusions, validate or invalidate arguments, and problem solve. Critical thinking is based on an assumption that there is logic involved in problem solving and it can be figured out and reasoned through. Clearly, critical thinking is not going to be appropriate in every situation or when trying to make every decision. Again, take the example of romance. Critical thinking and logic cannot help you determine who to date or who to marry. These are decisions that will always be made by your intuition. This is also true for other items of personal taste. I will likely never be able to explain why I love Howard Chandler Christie's World War I recruitment posters for the United States. I'm sure it's because I also like his other artwork as well and his ideal Christie girl. This isn't something I had to learn to love. It was automatic. But without a doubt, there are important decisions in life that have to be thought about and mulled over, such as what college to attend, whether you should even attend college at all, or if trade school is a better option, or should you take that job on the other side of the country. Critical thinking is a metacognition, otherwise known as thinking about thinking. Critical thinking is important because it allows us to acknowledge our emotions, but not be controlled by them, which is especially important when it's time to make a decision. Emotions are important, especially to our memory and developing our personal tastes, but they can easily trick us too. They can mislead us into thinking we are making the right decision when we aren't. Have you ever heard that most eyewitnesses to crimes are unreliable? That's for many reasons. Sometimes it's due to outside influence, not getting as good a look at the perpetrator as the witness thought, or just the trauma of witnessing a violent crime. But it is well known amongst criminal trial attorneys and prosecutors that an eyewitness is one of the least reliable forms of evidence. And that is why circumstantial or forensic evidence to back up that witness testimony is always needed to help prove a person's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Luckily, critical thinking allows us to effectively handle our emotions by allowing us to sort through them and decide if they are appropriate for the current situation. Analytical thinking is different from critical thinking, in that critical thinking is more of an opinion-based type of thinking, whereas analytical thinking focuses on a streamlined and focused approach to finding a solution. When a person uses critical thinking skills, the decision is made regardless of if the problem or situation is right or wrong. Once the critical thinker is provided with information, he analyzes the information, interprets it, and then draws conclusions using what he also knows about the world. All of this comes together, and the critical thinker forms his opinion on whatever topic is being investigated. Analytical thinkers take apart pieces of information. Each item is taken step by step in an effort to develop a generalized answer to the problem being investigated. Analytical thinkers also use facts and research to support their conclusions and solutions. Critical thinkers also have some of their own traits. According to Dr. Roy Vandenbrink-Budgen, an expert in the field of critical thinking, there are 4 traits that are ingrained in critical thinkers: persistence, rigor, openness, and diligence. In addition, Dr. Robert Ennis, Professor Emeritus at the University of Illinois, has also developed a list of skills that successful critical thinkers should be able to perform. Judge the credibility of sources. Identify conclusions, reasons, and assumptions. Judge the quality of an argument, particularly its reasons, assumptions, and underlying evidence. Develop and defend a position on the issue. Ask the appropriate clarifying questions. Plan hypotheses or experiments, and assess experimental designs. Define terms in a way appropriate to the context. Be open-minded. Be well-informed. Draw warranted conclusions, but with conclusions. One of the key takeaways from this list is that all of these traits or skills are teachable. Every one of them can be taught or learned. Just like analytical thinking, critical thinking isn't something you're born with. It's a skill you acquire with education and practice. A woman was near death from a special kind of cancer. There was one drug that the doctors thought might save her. It was a form of radium that a druggist in the same town had recently discovered. The drug was expensive to make, but the druggist was charging 10 times what the drug cost him to produce. He paid $200 for the radium and charged $2,000 for a small dose of the drug. The sick woman's husband, Heinz, went to everyone he knew to borrow the money, but he could only get together about $1,000, which is half of what it cost. He told the druggist that his wife was dying and asked him to sell it cheaper or let him pay later. But the druggist said, "No, I discovered the drug, and I'm going to make money from it." So Heinz got desperate and broke into the man's laboratory to steal the drug for his wife. Should Heinz have broken into the laboratory to steal the drug for his wife? Why or why not? Some of the key questions you may want to ask yourself as you think about where you stand on this issue are: 1. The issue of price gouging, which has been in the news quite recently, specifically relating to big pharma companies that have done this. There are the infamous Martin Shkreli and Valiant Pharmaceutical scandals. How you feel about capitalism and free enterprise. How much you value human life over other factors, and while you may feel bad for Heinz and his wife, that doesn't entitle them to the drug or to steal another's property. These are just some of the questions to consider as you approach this dilemma. Remember, critical thinkers don't worry about whether the issue is right or wrong. Analytical thinking and creative thinking. Creative thinking is relating or producing a thing or idea that was not previously related. Creative thinking comes in handy when trying to solve problems when you're panicked. Some might even be created to prevent panic. When I took my two children to Disney World, they were young enough to enjoy the amusement park, but not old enough to reliably remember their parents' names and phone numbers. I had temporary tattoos created for them with my name and phone number on them in case we got separated. Luckily, it never happened, but I got asked about where I'd gotten them from a lot of parents during our week-long vacation. Analytical thinking is logical and leads to distinct or a low subset of answers, whereas creative thinking requires your imagination and can lead to a literal fount of ideas and solutions. While each type of thinking is different, like all the other types of thinking in this chapter, creative thinking and analytical thinking are linked because they complement one another. This becomes more apparent in creative thinking when you sift through and analyze the ideas to find the few that can be put into practice. In order for analytical thinking's ideas to make progress, they must be followed by creative leaps and bounds. Analytical thinking is convergent, meaning it pares down to a small number of distinct ideas, answers, or solutions for further analysis and utility. In comparison, creative thinking is divergent, meaning it begins with a description and then splits in many different directions to find many possible solutions. Convergent features include logic, uniqueness, solutions, and vertical. Divergent features include imagination, multiple possibilities, solutions or ideas, and lateral. Using analytical thinking to approach a problem takes a deep and focused approach similar to tunnel vision to find all the necessary parts of the problem. Creative thinking is the opposite. It requires a wide-ranging approach of all possible options, including those that, on the surface, appear to be completely unrelated. I always think of creative thinking as opening the largest doors of your mind and letting everything flood in uninhibited. This is why it's thought of as lateral thinking, because the approach is wide. Creative thinking has other benefits beyond problem solving as well. It's actually good for you. The creative process can improve your health in a multitude of ways. One of those ways is that it's a stress reliever. There are many creative activities you can do to help relieve stress in your life, and you can tailor them to your own personal interests. If you like art, you can visit museums or even visit shops looking for a new piece for your home or go for a night out at a place that helps you create a piece you can be proud. If you've always wanted to write a book, the digital publishing age is now. You don't need an agent and a publishing house. Those days are long gone. You can be the person who knits the most beautiful and precious items when her friends have children, or you can donate items to your local NICU if knitting or crocheting soothes you. Reducing your stress levels can help you prevent heart disease, Alzheimer's disease, and depression. Just have fun immersing in the creative process. Creative thinking also increases and renews brain function. Creative tasks protect and encourage neuron growth by bolstering the growth of new neurons, which is vital in maintaining a healthy central nervous system. Creative activities can also help in recovering after a major illness or injury or stress, such as a breakup or divorce. This can include crafting, brain games, and even listening to music. Have you ever heard of a breakup song? Songs like So What by Pink or We Are Never Ever Getting Back Together by Taylor Swift can be played on repeat as loudly as possible as long as needed after the termination of any relationship. Learning something like cake decorating or flower arranging during a long recovery can also help you feel better as well as give you something to look forward to. Brain games in your own home can help keep your mind active so it isn't turning to Swiss cheese as you watch TV all day long. Creative thinking also boosts your mood. No one on this earth is 100% happy every minute of every day, and even basically happy people can experience periodic depression from time to time. I remember after my son was born, my wife just cried and cried and cried, basically non-stop when she held him while she thought they were alone together. But as she found her footing as a new mom, she found that if she turned on some music and danced with him, he enjoyed the rocking sensation of her swaying to the beat, and she loved how he snuggled into her neck. That music and the urge to dance had a huge impact on her mood, she later told me. Creative activities increase control over emotional pain and depression. It allows you a deeper understanding of yourself because you're connecting with yourself in a way that you normally couldn't or wouldn't. Key takeaways. Analytical thinking is a cognitive process in relation to four other concepts: synthetic, systemic, critical, and creative thinking. Synthetic, systemic, critical, and creative thinking all work with analytical thinking, singularly or with another concept, to provide a wide range of options for approaching problems in conjunction with analytical thinking. Analytical thinking will help you find the differences in the components of a situation. The concepts will help you identify the similarities in the themes and patterns of the components. The aim of this chapter is to review analytical thinking applications in a real-world setting. As analytical thinking is a problem-solving methodology, and the purpose of this book is to provide you with practical applications, this chapter will cover several different areas where analytical thinking can be useful. Errors in reasoning. As crazy as it might sound, making a well-reasoned decision is not easy or simple. There are some common fallacies that we can become trapped in that lead us into poorly reasoned decisions. By reviewing some of these fallacies, we can reduce the chances we'll fall prey to them, or at the very least we'll be able to recognize them in a timely fashion and then respond appropriately. Synonym errors. This error occurs when one word is replaced with another, but the words do not have the same meaning. Non sequitur errors. This error occurs when the argument does not follow logic. Essentially, the conclusion is not viable with the available facts. Red herring errors. This error is an unrelated reference used to distract from the argument. The term red herring derives from the use of smoked and salted fish with a strong smell to distract hounds during English fox hunts. Unsupported generalization errors. This error applies specific facts to a broad generalization with no justification. Poisoning the well errors. This error simply means the argument is weakened due to a criticism within the argument itself. Cause and effect errors. This error sets up false choices between two choices while ignoring other possible options. Begging the question errors. This error occurs with something that is believed to be true but has not been verified in order to support an argument. Comparison errors. This error looks for similarities or differences between two unrelated topics. Questionable authority errors. This error occurs when using a source that is not an expert on the specific issue. Contradiction errors. This error states the opposite of what has been stated in the argument. Inconsistency errors. This is when parts of an argument are in direct opposition. Omission errors. This error occurs when a necessary piece of the argument has been left out. Oversimplification errors. This error reduces a complicated issue down to something simple. Sampling errors. This error relates to the data used to draw conclusions. The sampling size may have been too small, or there may have been an unreliable sample group. Ad hominem attack. This is an argument made on a person's character or situation in life instead of the argument presented. Card stacking. This error is based on only using facts that show the person making the argument in a positive way. Bandwagon appeal. This is an attempt to conclude an argument right because everyone else believes it. Argument to the people. This error tries to win people over by appealing to the emotions of others and creating a mob mentality in the heat of the moment instead of relying on the facts. Exercise. Using the error bank below, match the fallacy with the argument presented. Ad hominem attack, unsupported, questionable generalization, error authority, error, bandwagon appeal, argument to the red herring error, people contradiction error, oversimplification sampling error, error 1. Everybody knows that our children need the absolute best of everything if we want them to succeed in life. The best education, the best clothes, the best friends, and the best social groups. All parents know that if you can't provide the best for your children, you might as well not even have any. 2. Children are safest at school today than they've ever been. 3. I've just seen 4 doctors in this hospital, and all of them were men with brown hair. I guess this hospital only hires men with brown hair to be doctors. 4. Psychic Cindy will be in charge of helping ensure all safety and structural guidelines are followed at our next build project, so we don't have another disaster like we did last time. You can tell just by the length of Rachel's skirt that she'll sleep with anyone. She's not a good person at all. Just look at how short her skirt is. Barbara promised to come to the party today. Barbara doesn't see why she should go to the party today. Our country is in shambles. We are broke, being lied to on a daily basis by our president. We are divided by our leaders, and every day it gets worse. We need to vote these crappy politicians out of office and elect new ones who will put the average American's interests first. I just read a research study that studied the prevalence of skin cancer in fair-skinned redheads. I was really interested until I saw the researchers only had 5 test subjects. I hate football. One team throws the ball that way, the other team throws the ball the other way, and sometimes they kick it. An analogy is a comparison between 2 things or systems of things that point out the ways the items are similar. Analogical reasoning is any type of reasoning that relies on this type of comparison and then further argues that other similarities between the 2 systems must exist as well. Analogies draw a comparison between the shared characteristics of the 2 items. This, in turn, requires us to use analytical thinking skills to analyze and evaluate forms, usages, structure, and relationships. Understanding relationships and being able to create corresponding relationships are priceless skills you'll use your entire life. You may be asking why learning analogies are so important. It's because analogies are the foundation of thinking. We use analogies on a daily basis in both our written and spoken communication with others, and they are absolutely crucial to the languages of the arts and sciences. Analogies are also routinely used to assess verbal skills, creative thinking, and analytical thinking. In addition, analogies can help you solve difficult problems when you are short on time. This is known as a heuristic role. Analogies can be used in endless settings, with the intent to develop insight and create possible solutions. Examples of analogies. One way analogies can be used is to persuade people to take an idea or problem seriously. An example is Charles Darwin using an analogy between artificial and natural selection to support his argument for natural selection. Why may I not invent hypothesis of natural selection, which from analogy of domestic productions, and from what we know of the struggle of existence and of the variability of organic beings, is, in some very slight degree, in itself probable? And try whether this hypothesis of natural selection does not explain, as I think it does, a large number of facts. In this example, Darwin uses an analogy to argue that his hypothesis is plausible to at least some degree, and therefore warrants further research in this area. It's also possible for analogies to provide poor support for the conclusion they're meant to bolster. In Thomas Reid's argument for life on other planets in 1785, Reid based his argument on the similarities of other planets to Earth, such as they all orbited around and were illuminated by the sun, some had moons, and all of them turned on an axis. Reid concluded that it wasn't unreasonable to think that life existed on other planets. Another example is rectangles and boxes. Let's imagine that you've come to the conclusion that of all the fixed four-sided shapes, you've determined that the square has the maximum area. Based on this conclusion, you then surmise that of all four-sided shapes, the cube has the most volume. In the mid-1930s, Schaumann, a pharmacologist, was testing synthetic compounds for their antispasmodic effects. He noticed that one of these compounds, Demerol, had a similar effect to morphine, and he theorized that the drug might also have the same pain-killing effects as morphine. After extensive testing, this was determined to be the case, and Demerol is used worldwide as a safe and effective painkiller. The structure of analogical arguments. An analogical argument takes the form below. S is similar to T in certain known ways. S has some additional feature Q. Therefore, T also has the feature Q or some feature Q star, which is similar to Q. Lines 1 and 2 are the premises, and line 3 is the conclusion drawn from the information in lines 1 and 2. The logic and argument form uses inductive reasoning as the conclusion may or may not follow the premises. S and T are known as the source domain and the target domain. A domain is a set of objects, characteristics, relationships, and functions all together with a group of accepted statements about those same areas. Technically, an analogy between S and T is a one-to-one parallel between the objects, characteristics, functions, and relations in S as well as those in T. Additionally, not all of the items in S need to be compared to T. You would generally look at analogies for the most important similarities or differences. For example, if we revisit Reed's argument from earlier, his analogy using the structure above would look like this: Earth, S, Mars, T. Known similarities. Orbits the sun, has a moon, has moons. Horizontal, vertical, revolves on axis, subject to gravity. Inferred similarity. May support, supports, life. According to Hesse, horizontal relations in an analogy are the relations of similarity and difference in the mapping between domains, which you can see in our example above. The vertical relations are those between objects, relationships, and characteristics in each domain. In our example, there is a horizontal relation between Earth having a moon and Mars having a moon, whereas there is a lesser vertical relation to Earth supporting life and Mars supporting life. Skill steps to analyze analogies. Analyze and determine the relationship between the two objects that are being linked. Be sure you include all the possible answers to the analogy, as this can provide useful information when determining the correct conclusion. If possible, put the relationships into categories or groups. Develop possible answers and look for solutions among the solutions being offered. Don't forget that you may still find better options. Investigate the relationships between the pair of items that are linked, considering all possible combinations. Determine the best solution by selecting which combination fits best between the linked objects. The metacognition step. Think about the process you used when you tackled this problem. What thinking skills did you use and were they effective? What about your thinking process worked? What about your process didn't work? Next time, what will you do differently to get a better or faster result and improve upon your analytical thinking? Guidelines to interpret analogies. Interpreting analogies is almost a science unto itself. It has rules and guidelines written in a textbook style by the field's logicians and scientists, with the aim to provide direction for evaluating analogical arguments. Here are some of the most important ones. G1. The more similarities between two domains, the stronger the analogy. G2. The more differences, the weaker the analogy. G3. The greater the extent of our ignorance of the two domains, the weaker the analogy. G4. The weaker the conclusion, the more plausible the analogy. G5. Analogies involving causal relations are more plausible than those not involving causal relations. G6. Structural analogies are stronger than those based on superficial similarities. G7. The relevance of the similarities and differences to the conclusion, that is, to the hypothetical analogy, must be taken into account. G8. Multiple analogies supporting the same conclusion make the argument stronger. While these guidelines are helpful, it's important to remember they aren't without their flaws. One of their biggest handicaps is that they are simply too vague to provide any real or helpful guidance or insight. How do we know what to count as a similarity or difference in terms of application to G1 or G2? What's particularly special about the structural and causal analogies mentioned in G5 and G6, and why do we need to give them extra attention? And finally, how do we know which analogies that have already been removed from the argument warrant a second glance? The guidelines provided do little to nothing to educate readers on these topics, which for a novice is incredibly important for building analytical thinking skills. Simple exercises. Marshall is to prisoner as principal is to blank. A, teacher. B, president. C, doctrine. D, student. Denim is to cotton as blank is to flax. A, sheep. B, uniform. C, linen. D, sweater. Segregate is to unify as repair is to blank. Now let's check your answers. The answers are D, student. C, linen. C, damage. A, opossum. And B, butterfly. Did you get them all right? Let's go over them one by one. In the first analogy, a marshal is in charge of a prisoner and a principal is a person who is in charge of a student. In the second analogy, cotton is used to make denim, whereas flax is used to make linen. One of my favorite analogy-solving tricks is using one pair of words to make a sentence, as it will often underline the relationship between the pair and then using that same sentence to see which answer works best. In the third analogy, segregation is the opposite of unify, and repair is the opposite of damage. Next, we can see that monkey is a type of primate and opossum is a type of marsupial. In the final exercise, king is a type of cobra, just as monarch is a type of butterfly. Now let's try some more challenging exercises. Castigate is to criticize as A. Dishevel is to destroy. B. Brutalize is to attack. C. Legalize is to filibuster. D. Predict is to forecast. E. Kill is to massacre. Virulent is to poisonous as. A. Autonomous is to free. B. Disparate is to different. C. Botanical is to flowery. D. Dormant is to tired. E. Unique is to eccentric. Invective is to blame as A. Homage is to copy. B. Grandeur is to admire. C. Duplicity. Increase D. Depravity. Corrupt E. Masonry. Construct. These exercises were much harder because we needed to find the entire second pairing of the analogy. Let's see how you did with these. The answers here are B. Brutalize. Attack. B. Disparate. Different and E. Masonry. Construct. To explain these answers, let's look at the first one. Castigate is an extreme form of criticizing. If you consider all your options, you'll realize that brutalize is an extreme form of attack, making the answer B correct. The second example is very similar to the first. Virulent means something severe or especially harmful, so the first part of the analogy relates to being extremely poisonous. Of the choices available, disparate relates back to being different in a severe or extreme form, making it the correct choice for this exercise. In the final exercise, invective is abusive and hateful language used to blame someone. This leaves the only viable choice as masonry because masonry is used to construct. Analyzing trends and patterns. Trends are the general direction of a unit, such as a dollar or shares of stock, over a period of time. The three directions trends move in are up, down, and horizontally. Trends can be found in the short, mid, and long terms. Analysts will use a trend line in an attempt to identify and define trends. Patterns are a data set that follows a recognizable form, which analysts look for in current data. We see patterns as data sets that reappear in recognizable ways. We may see patterns mark the beginning of an upward or downward trend, or possibly even a new trend. Trends and patterns can be seen in numerous areas such as politics, economics, finances, linguistics, and even statistics. Statistical analysis. Humans generate an enormous amount of data on a day-to-day basis. In this day and age of technology, everything you do generates data. Each time you post on social media, send a text, make a purchase online, or with your credit or debit card, you are generating data. There are even apps that have been built that are running in the background that are collecting data on how you use your smartphone and sending it back to the company that developed the app, and most consumers aren't even aware of it. It's said humanity now creates as much data every day as we did from the dawn of civilization up until the year 2000. At the rate we are relying on our smartphones and other gadgets, our data footprint won't be decreasing anytime soon. So how are we to make sense of this massive amount of data pouring into our laps on a daily basis? Let's say you own a company that makes warm and comfortable pajamas for the entire family, and you sell your pajamas to retail locations all over the country. One of your sales staff tells you that the company made pre-orders to 500 retail locations in preparation for the coming Black Friday shopping day after Thanksgiving. If you want to look over the pre-orders to see where your pajamas are having the most success, you don't want to spend the next 6 months eyeball deep in paper going over 500 different sales reports. You want to see a summary of the figures. You may want to know the total of all the pre-orders and their average value, and later, you'll want to compare this information with actual orders fulfilled too, so if any orders were canceled. You may also want to know what just the 10 largest sales were, or note the top-selling items your company is on track to sell for the holiday season so you can be sure to have plenty on hand and ready to ship so you don't lose business to competitors. You'll be able to find all of this information quickly and efficiently if you use statistical analysis. Statistics is a discipline within mathematics that involves the collection, analysis, interpretation, and presentation of data for decision-making purposes. Many organizations employ statistical analysis as a way to try and predict future trends. Descriptive statistics. Descriptive statistics delivers on its name and describes existing data using measures such as sum, mean, median, and others. In the example of the sales reports, we can calculate mean, average, and sum, total earned, to see how the business is doing in terms of the overall income we're bringing in, and to see on average how much retail locations are ordering. Black Friday gets its name because it's the day most clothing retailers go from operating at a negative profit, in the red, to finally making a profit for the year, in the black. So this time of year is when we can expect to see our business increase significantly. We can also calculate the median, what orders were at the exact center of all the orders. And in this process, look at the smallest orders and the largest orders. If the smaller orders were exceptionally small, we may want to look at metrics on the overall performance of pajama sales nationally. Pajamas and related seasonal clothing are very popular holiday gifts as well as necessary personal purchases as the weather changes. If statistics show our sales patterns are significantly different from previous years, we'll want to look for other reasons as to why our sales are faltering. The benefit of descriptive statistics is that it allows you to summarize large amounts of data quickly and efficiently. You probably already use some of these in your day-to-day life. When you say something like, "On average, I spend $650 per month at the grocery store," you're using descriptive statistics by doing some quick statistical analysis in your head. You use them when you calculate your MPG. If you're a server in a restaurant, you may count out your tips for the night to see how much you earned per hour. All of that is routinely using descriptive statistics by the average person, not someone with a degree in statistics. Inferential statistics. Inferential statistics tries to surmise something about the data, such as patterns and relationships. This type of statistics often requires statistical testing. Let's return to our original example. Let's say we want to increase the sales at our pajama company, and since we sell our pajamas to retail locations all over the country, we want to run Facebook ads to increase the demand for our product. And since Black Friday is the official start of the holiday shopping season, that is when we want to launch our new campaign. Running a Facebook ad during the heaviest retail shopping period of the year is expensive, so we've decided to start small and work our way up. We've decided to start with a small daily budget for these ads and target all of our keywords independently in an effort to determine which ones are effective and which ones have minimal impact. Facebook ads allow us to target specific age groups and genders, and we decide to target women between the ages of 25 and 75. As we know from industry standards, this is the primary consumer of our product, and the buzzwords for ads will be targeted at specific age groups within this range. After giving specific keywords a reasonable amount of time to make an impact on our sales figures, we can calculate how much each targeted ad increases sales during the ad campaign, and select the top-performing ads for additional statistical analysis. Why do we need further analysis if we know which buzzwords on Facebook ads performed the best? Because in reality, sales can and do fluctuate for any reason, and that's just par for the course as a clothing manufacturer. Maybe sales had increased because of particularly good sales prices offered at one of our retailers, or because our competitors' products were at a higher price point. How can we pinpoint if any increase is due to the television ads or some other reason? This is a job for inferential statistics. We're going to run a statistical test to help us determine how confident we can be in the effectiveness of our Facebook ads. We're going to need to divide our numbers into two groups. One for an ad that was geared toward women in the 50-plus age groups, as our industry research shows that grandmothers and other extended family members often give pajamas to younger generations as gifts during the holiday season. And one group that looks our sales numbers for this exact same period of time last year, when we were not advertising on Facebook, but were paying for features in retailers' print ads. Then you conduct a test to compare the groups. For our purposes, we're not going to worry about the test, as there are many types of statistical tests you can run depending on the many different needs of the researcher. After the test is concluded, our results would look something like this. I am almost sure the Facebook ad campaign targeted towards the 50-plus age group led to an increase in sales by 10% or more during the weeks we ran the targeted ad campaign. Why aren't we absolutely sure? In statistics, you can never be absolutely sure because there will never be enough data to give you an absolute answer. However, you can take your data and decide whether or not the pajama company's Facebook ads were or were not a good investment to increase sales. And last but not least, you can also have inconclusive results. If the sales had only increased maybe 1 to 3%, you may not have enough confidence to make a decision as to whether the campaign was successful or not. While that's not terribly helpful, it's better to find that out during a controlled experimental campaign, rather than after a costly ad cycle that did not reap any benefits for the company. Predictive statistics. Predictive statistics attempts to predict future information based on the current data we have access to. Many of us use one type of predictive statistics on a daily basis: the stock market. Stockbrokers evaluate historical data and worldwide events, such as political conflicts and oil production in the case of oil and energy stocks, to make a prediction on whether particular stocks will rise or fall and provide a good and reliable investment over time. It's not always 100% accurate, and there have certainly been some exceptions, such as the stock market crash in 1929 that led to the Great Depression, or stocks tanking after September 11, 2001, and the impact the financial scandals and government bailouts in 2008. But overall, you should be able to make an informed and educated decision on which stocks based on a long-term and steady growth plan. Now let's return to our running example of our pajama manufacturer. One of our competitors is coming out with some snazzy new designs and styles, and they look like they will probably sell well. We want to stay on top, so we've lined up some new items as well, such as soft, extra cushion slippers, matching robes, and our men's line has a more rugged look we think guys will enjoy. One of our sticking points is trying to determine what colors to use. We don't want to get stuck with mass backstock of camo robes or fuchsia slippers that we have to sell at steep discounts. How do we decide which colors or styles will appeal to our consumers? To get the information we need to determine what colors and patterns are most likely to be successful, we can pull up sales figures from past product launches and see what items were hot and which items were not. The items may have been different, but we were targeting the same type of consumer. If we analyze our data, which style sold best? Which colors were most popular? We can develop a statistical model to help us plan out what items of our new line to put into production, and what colors and fabrics our customers like best. Is this statistical model going to be 100% accurate? No, it isn't, but using this type of model will hopefully be all you need to give you that boost over your competitors when the new lines are launched, and it's a much better strategy than launching a new product blind with little or no strategy. Statistical software is a necessary tool for statistical analysis. Spreadsheet software typically includes a number of standard statistical functions, but more advanced statistical analysis will require more specialized software programs. The good news is that some of these programs can be purchased at a low cost for a specific period of time if you don't anticipate needing the software for an extended period of time. There are also some newer software programs that have come out in the wake of some of the larger, more expensive software companies to offer a great product at a much more reasonable cost if you're willing to do a little digging on the internet. One of the first steps to analyzing your data is organizing and managing it. Consequently, many statistical software programs also function as a database management system, DBMS. It should be noted that if your dataset is large and complicated, that you may prefer, and it may be wise, to manage your data as an actual DBMS and only transfer the parts as they are needed to the software for analysis. Statistical software typically includes functions that allow you to run descriptive, inferential, and predictive analysis, and even allows you to create graphs and other charts for the purpose of explaining your data. Statistical analysis. By definition, statistical analysis is the study of analyzing large amounts of data to explore the underlying patterns, trends, and insights hidden with them. Statistical analysis comes in two formats: descriptive and inferential. If you think back to the types of statistics we discussed in our pajama manufacturer example, it may be easy to get confused with descriptive or inferential statistics versus descriptive or inferential statistical analysis. Don't worry, the differences are easy to understand. Here we are talking about an analysis of data we've collected and run calculations on. Descriptive analysis is used to summarize data that is currently available, and inferential analysis is used to surmise insights from data that isn't currently available. It used to make judgments and glean insights from the data. Examples of statistical analysis. Let's say Jake owns a small chicken farm and he specializes in supplying farm fresh, free-range, organic eggs to his local community. He owns 50 hens and he's asked his employees to monitor the egg output by each of the hens for 1 month so he can determine if additional hens need to be purchased and current hens need to be retired to the pasture to enjoy the rest of their natural life. Measures of central tendency are a type of descriptive analysis and are used to represent the typical scenario the data illustrates. Median, mean, and mode are the three most frequently used measures of central tendency. Median is calculated by arranging the data points in ascending order and then taking the middle number. In the case of two middle numbers, their average is taken. Mode is the most frequently occurring data point in the dataset. In our example, Jake finds out that 10 tutors were given the score of 100, and this was the most frequently occurring score. In such a case, 100 would be the mode. Measures of dispersion are descriptive analysis and are used to explain how far apart the data points are spread. The most commonly used measure is standard deviation. Standard deviation is a measure of how far data lies from the mean. Calculating standard deviation starts by taking the difference of each data point from the mean of the data, squaring them, then adding them up. Then, square the sum by the number of data points and then taking the square root, as shown here. One good benefit of statistical software is that it can calculate the standard deviation for you. With big data sets, statisticians have few other options. Could you imagine the time it would take to hand calculate your data and then check your work? Standard deviation is incredibly useful in a normal distribution. A normal distribution is a variable that is distributed evenly about a mean. It is usually bell-shaped and symmetrical about the mean. Below you can see an example. In a normal distribution, approximately 2/3 of the data points lie between one standard deviation above and below the mean. In our example, if the eggs Jake's hens are producing are normally distributed, the mean score is 60 and the standard deviation is 20. Then 2/3 of the students have scored between 40 and 80. Tests of difference are inferential statistical analysis and help determine whether the difference between various groups in the data sample has occurred randomly or if it is due to another variable. Two regularly used tests for this are the t-test and the t-test calculator. A t-test determines whether the difference between the averages of two groups in a dataset is statistically significant, which means it is unlikely to be due to random chance. A t-test calculates a ratio called a t-value to determine whether the difference is large enough to be significant. For example, on our chicken farm, hens younger than 3 years laid 65 eggs on average in 1 month, while hens that were older than 3 years of age laid an average of 55 eggs in 1 month. It could be because younger hens produce more eggs than older hens, or a chance occurrence. To test this out, Jake would have to run a t-test on the egg production numbers of the two groups. If the t-value turns out to be significant, he can conclude that younger hens lay more eggs than older hens. A t-test asks if the difference between the averages of two samples is significant enough to say that some other characteristic could have caused it. To conduct a t-test using an online calculator, complete the steps in the list below. This information was gathered by Dr. Patrick Biddix, an assistant professor in higher education and research methodology at the University of Missouri, St. Louis. Using the t-test calculator at the QuickCalcs website, link below, allows you to quickly determine if your dataset is significant and if there is a relationship between the two variables. This is great because, like statistical software, a computer program does the calculations for you, and you don't have to personally calculate and recalculate your numbers and figures. This is a tool the everyday person can use without having to be a statistician or someone who has an in-depth knowledge in research methodology. All you need is a little understanding of what is being calculated and what that figure means, which this book has provided. Step 1. Compose the research question. Step 2. Compose a null and an alternative hypothesis. Step 3. Obtain 2 random samples of at least 30, preferably 50 from each group. Step 4. Conduct a t-test. Go to http://www.graphpad.com/quickcalcs/ttest1.c FM. For number 1, check Enter Mean, SD, and N. For number 2, label your groups and enter data. You will need to have mean and SDN as group size. For number 3, check Unpaired t-test. For number 4, click Calculate Now. Step 5. Interpret the results. See below. Step 6. Report results in text or table format. See below. Get P from p-value and statistical significance. Note, this is the actual value. Get the confidence interval from confidence interval. Get the T and DF values from intermediate values used in calculations. Get mean and SD from review your data. Interpreting a t-test. T tells you a t-test was used. 98 tells you the degrees of freedom, the sample, number of tests performed. 3.09 is the t-statistic, the result of the calculation. P.05 is the probability of getting the observed score from the sample groups. This is the most important part of this output to you. If this sign, it means all these things. P-value of 0.05 is likely to be a result of chance, same as saying A equals B. Difference is not significant. Null is correct. Fail to reject the null. There is no relationship between A and B. If this sign, it means all these things. P-value of 0.05 is not likely to be a result of chance, same as saying A is not equal to B. Difference is significant. Null is incorrect. Reject the null. There is a relationship between A and B. Key takeaways. Beware of fallacies in reasoning and make sure you're not getting trapped in these errors as you're going through your own thinking process. Analogies and analogical thinking are foundations of thinking. We use them daily in many ways. Practice them for fun and to keep your mind sharp and your thinking process strong. Statistics is the tool we use to acquire information before we make decisions. There are many different types of statistics and statistical analysis and even software options to help us analyze our data. The information we get from statistics can help us make informed and educated decisions rather than foolish ones that cost us time and money. Systems analysis entails gathering and evaluating facts, diagnosing problems, and the breakdown of a system into its individual elements. The goal of systems analysis is to look at a system or its elements and then find its purpose or function. It's a problem-solving strategy aimed at improving the system. If an analysis is successful, It can help the examiner identify ways to improve the elements of the system so they can work well together and accomplish their goal. Analysis shows what the system ought to do. There are two distinct approaches to what systems analysis is. One is the process of studying a procedure or business in order to identify its goals and purposes and create systems and procedures that will achieve them in an efficient way. Merriam-Webster. In this approach, systems analysis is close to requirements analysis or operations research. The other approach describes system analysis as a problem-solving technique. When we analyze a system, we break it down into its elements to be able to study how well those elements interact to accomplish their purpose. As a quick summary, a system by definition has three main parts: elements, interconnections, and a purpose or function. System analysts use methodology with the systems included in the analysis and can conclude an overall picture as a result. Methodology can be defined as the systematic theoretical analysis of the methods applied to a field of study. It incorporates the theoretical analysis of the body of methods on one hand and the principles associated with a branch of knowledge on the other hand. It contains concepts like paradigm, theoretical model, phases, and quantitative or qualitative techniques. It's important to remember that methodology and method are not synonyms. Unlike a methodology's purpose is not to give solutions to a problem. A methodology gives the theoretical framework to understand which method or best practices should and could be used in a given case. Using these terms interchangeably can lead to confusion and misunderstandings. Furthermore, it can undermine a good analysis, which needs to focus on research and viable routes to improvement. Merriam-Webster defined methodology as follows: the analysis of the principles of methods, rules, and postulates employed by a discipline, and the systematic study of methods that are, can be, or have been applied within a discipline. The methods we identify in the methodology will provide the means of data collection or how to calculate something in the hope of a specific result. Methodology, when used correctly, gives us a constructive generic framework. Within this framework, we can break down the methods indicated into sub-processes. We can combine, manipulate, and study them. We can use systems analysis in any field where something is developed. Let's have a look at a few examples of fields where systems analysis is applied. Policy analysis. Robert McNamara, the former Secretary of Defense of the United States, instituted the discipline of policy analysis. He originated it from the application of systems analysis. Policy analysis is a procedure utilized in public organizations to empower government workers, activists, and others to inspect and assess the accessible choices for executing the objectives of laws. The procedure is additionally utilized in the administration of big organizations with a wide range of policies. It has been characterized as a way toward figuring out which of the different policies will accomplish the given objectives, all while considering the relations between those policies and objectives. The methodology of policy analysis consists of both qualitative and quantitative strategies. The qualitative research is composed by contextual analyses, case studies, and interviews. Quantitative research incorporates surveys, measurable examination, data analysis, and model designing. A typical practice is to clearly define the issue and assessment criteria, distinguish and assess options, and suggest a specific policy based on the results. Advancement of the best plans are the result of cautious analysis of policies by a priori and a posteriori assessments. Dimensions for analyzing policies. We distinguish 6 dimensions in policy analysis. These are sorted as the impacts and executions of the policy over a certain time frame. We also assess the so-called durability of the policy, which means the potential in the substance of the policy to create noticeable and effective change or results over time. The 6 dimensions can be separated in 2 groups: effects and implementation. Policymakers usually ask these questions and design or adjust the policy according to the answers. Effects. Effectiveness. What effects does the policy have on the targeted problem? Unintended effects. What are the unintended effects of this policy? Equity. What are the effects of this policy on different population groups? Implementation. Cost. What is the financial cost of this policy? Feasibility. Is the policy technically feasible? Acceptability. Do the relevant policy stakeholders view the policy as acceptable? The three dimensions attached to the effects category can represent some confinements because of information collection. The implementation dimensions impact acceptability. The level of acceptability depends on the conceivable definitions of actors engaged in feasibility. In the event that the feasibility dimension is undermined, it will put execution and implementation in danger. This can involve extra expenses. Implementation dimensions impact a policy's capacity to create results or effects. In other words, the effects dimensions are responsible for the design of the policy, and the implementation dimensions will have the real say in whether or not a policy will or can be actually enacted. The 6 dimensions of policy analysis are broadly usable analytical tools. You can use them in any new life rule or goal you have to make. For example, let's say you're trying to bargain more home office days from your boss because you feel that you're getting too distracted by coworkers in the office. Let's see how that request would play out within the framework of the 6 dimensions. Effects. Effectiveness. What effects does the request have on the targeted problem, distraction by coworkers? If your wish is granted, you would be able to work in solitude more days of the week. Your productivity may rise. You could choose to work in your most productive hours, rest in conditions that might not be fitting in an office, and manage your time and energy better overall. Unintended effects. What are the unintended effects of this request? You might become distracted by other things such as television and chores. You might procrastinate knowing no one will look at you with crossed eyes. Also, your coworkers might get envious of you having more home office days and might treat you with distance. Or they'd also demand more home office days. Equity. What are the effects of this request on different coworkers? We answered this question partially before. The reaction of your coworkers might not be positive. They may or may not ask for more home office days, but the mood in the office could get bitter, and people might get demotivated by your special treatment. They could also get motivated, thinking if they work hard, they could earn some special treatment too. Both of these attitudes could surface at the same time. The ratio of them would depend on the character makeup of each coworker. Implementation cost. What is the financial cost of this request? In theory, there would be no financial cost to this particular request. However, if you end up not working enough on your home office days, it might be a net loss for your company as they pay you the same amount for less work. Feasibility. Is the request technically feasible? Yes, if you can complete your task at home and you are not needed in the office for anything else, this request is feasible. Acceptability. Do the relevant request stakeholders view the request as acceptable? In this case, the stakeholders are you and your boss. On your end, this request surely is acceptable. What's more, desirable. If you knew that your request wasn't feasible, you probably wouldn't even ask for it. So it all comes down to your boss. Will he or she find your request acceptable? You can brainstorm about it in advance. Is there enough workforce at the company? Do you often get last-minute assignments that require your presence in the company? Do you have any special skills that would make your physical presence essential, and so on? The best way to find out what your boss thinks is to ask them. Going through the phases of this analysis might highlight some aspects of your request that you didn't think about when you enthusiastically came up with it, such as the reaction of coworkers, your covert role in the company's blood flow, and getting even more distracted at home. You can decide whether the threats and costs are worth the benefits in the first place. If yes, consider how to present your case as comprehensively as possible to achieve the desired outcome. The 5E method. Let's take a look at a policy analysis model called the 5E method. The 5 E's stand for effectiveness, efficiency, ethical considerations, evaluations of alternatives, and establishment of recommendations for positive change. Effectiveness. When we talk about policy effectiveness, we should analyze how well it works, or if it would work at all. Efficiency. To see how efficient a policy is, we need to assess how much work it will involve. Are there noteworthy expenses related to this policy? And would we say they are justified despite all the trouble? Ethical considerations. Is the policy ethically and morally solid? Are there any unintended consequences? Could there be? Evaluations of alternatives. How fitting is the policy in comparison to other alternatives? Have all the significant different policies been considered? Establishment of recommendations for positive change. What can actually be implemented? Is it better to correct, substitute, expel, or include a policy? This model of analysis involves similar elements as the previous one, the 6 dimensions of policy analysis. But here we introduce an important element, namely, the concept of alternatives. Using the previous example, bargaining for some more home office days at your workplace, let's see what you should consider using these 5 steps. Effectiveness. When we talk about policy effectiveness, we should analyze how well it works, or if it would work at all. This is basically the same step that you used in the 6-dimension analysis. Namely, if your request is granted, you would be able to work in solitude more days of the week. Your productivity may rise. You could choose to work in your most productive hours, rest in conditions that might not be fitting in an office, and manage your time and energy better overall. Efficiency. To see how efficient a policy is, we need to assess how much work it will involve. Are there noteworthy expenses related to this policy, and would we say they are justified despite all the trouble? This is a different perspective than in the previous analysis. Would the request by itself generate less workload? Unlikely. You would still need to finish your tasks, but your productivity could improve. Thus, you'd win some time to do even more work or to have some me time. Also, the fact that you don't have to commute there and back to your workplace makes life easier and wins you even more time. Financially, the answer here is the same as in the previous analysis. It wouldn't cost your company more to have you in the home office unless you become less productive. Ethical considerations. Is the policy ethically and morally solid? Are there any unintended consequences? Could there be? The unintended consequences are the same here as before. Your co-workers might get annoyed with you and even envious. The question of morality and ethicality is an interesting one which you should consider before filing a request for more home office days. For example, does anyone else in your position have home office days? Could it be a burden the company or your co-workers should bear? If there are more people competing for more home office days, is your request more warranted than that of your co-workers? Like a mom who has a 2-year-old at home or a sick parent or spouse who needs constant attention? Evaluations of alternatives. How fitting is the request in comparison to other alternatives? Have all the significant different alternatives been considered? This is a good analysis point for brainstorming to have a plan B up your sleeve. For example, requesting a half-day at home or more flexible working hours instead of full-day leaves. If you can't have it all, at least push for some improvement in your life. Establishment of recommendations for positive change. What can actually be implemented? Is it better to correct, substitute, expel, or include the request? After you present your request and your alternatives to your boss, you can talk about what is feasible and what isn't. Maybe you can get to a midway understanding. Let's say you requested 1 more home office day each week. Maybe you get 2 extra home office days per month, plus 2 days with flexible hours. Or you get the 4 home office days, but in exchange, your daily quota will be raised by 10% on the home office days. You can bargain to find a mutually satisfying middle ground. Key takeaways. Policies are frameworks that can enhance general prosperity in a system or organization. Authoritative bodies and lobbyists make the policy analysis with the aim of bringing an evaluative result. Policy analysis needs to look in depth at social issues that need attendance. These are the steps which policy analysts follow. First, defining the problem assessed by the policy. Second, assessing policy objectives and its target populations. Third, studying effects of the policy. Fourth, policy implications, distribution of resources, changes in services rights and statuses, tangible benefits. And fifth, alternative policies, surveying existing and possible policy models that could have addressed the problem better or parts of it which could make it effective. Analytical thinking is a priceless skill. It's a commodity that everyone wants, not everyone has. But if everyone took the time, everyone could learn. It's important to remember that above all else, analytical thinking isn't a genetic trait, but a skill to be learned just like any other. Just as you learn to ride a bike as a child and drive a car as a teen, you can also learn to think analytically. It's a truly important thinking process because once you have taken the time and invested in this process, it will repay you over and over. Analytical thinking will help you think logically and make clear-cut analytical decisions in your life. You can take this skill with you to purchase a car, to negotiate for a higher salary by making a logical and concise argument about why you've earned that salary, and even researching expensive or special purchases before you make them, so you know you're making a purchase you'll be happy with. Analytical thinking skills can assist you in making positive money management decisions so you're prepared for retirement and don't have to work longer than you anticipated. Money management skills are also vital for those nowhere near retirement. Younger people need to have an emergency savings account, but then a larger one in case you find yourself without work for 3 to 6 months. Most people simply glide through life thinking these things will never happen to them. I hope they don't, but if they do, thinking analytically will tell you that you're no more immune to these issues than any other person. But using your analytical thinking skills can help protect you because you will make wise decisions that will help you be prepared. I encourage you to practice the skills we've learned in this book, all of them. Some of them are fun, such as the practice analogies and incorporating creative thinking and activities into our analytical thinking. Some of them are a little more bookish and will require a little more intensity. But don't worry. All of them are designed to help you become a better analytical thinker. Mix up the activities and enjoy yourself. Try to do something that uses these skills every day until analytical thinking is second nature and you don't even need to think about it anymore, because that's the goal, to make analytical thinking an ingrained part of your thinking process. And last, but certainly not least, thank you for selecting this book. I hope it was both informational and enjoyable. I hope you learned something new, if not many new things. My goal is to help you enhance your life and live the best possible life you can. What could be better than that? Staita. Creativity Happiness Parcel. Charles B. Analytical Intuitive Thinking. Mediate. 2005. Pennington, Mike. The Top 15 Errors in Reasoning. Pennington Publishing. 2009. Rahul. How to Build Analytical Skill. 2018. Research Rundowns. Quantitative Methods, Significance Testing, T-Tests. Research Rundowns. 2018. Salomon, M. Lester. 2002. The New Governance and the Tools of Public Action. An Introduction. The Tools of Government. A Guide to the New Governance. Satyendra. Analytical Thinking Skills for Problem Solving. Ispat Guru. 2016. Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Analogy and Analogical Reasoning. Lembeck, 1989. Reynolds and Randall, 1975. 2013. System Analysis and Design for the Global Enterprise by Lonnie D. Bentley, 7th edition. Systemic Thinking. How to Build a GPS. Systemic Thinking. 2018. Systemic Thinking. The Fractal Phenomenon. Systemic Thinking. 2018. Tang, Rong, Se Lim, Wat Ni. 28th July 2016. Data Science Programs in U.S. Higher Education. An exploratory content analysis of program description, curriculum structure, and course focus. Education for Information. So, systemic thinking. How to build a GPS? Systemic thinking. 2018. Dash Mike. Critical thinking. What it is, how it works, why it matters. McCat. 2012. Dash Mike. Critical thinking. What it is, how it works, why it matters. McCat. 2012. Watanabe Crockett Lee. Here are some critical thinking exercises that will blow your learners' minds. Global Digital Citizen. 2017. Nunez Kirsten. 5 proven ways creativity is good for your health. Verily Mag. 2016. Um, Limit of liability. Disclaimer of warranty. The author makes no representations or warranties with respect to the accuracy or completeness of the contents of this work, and specifically disclaims all warranties, including without limitation warranties of fitness for a particular purpose. No warranty may be created or extended by sales or promotional materials. The advice contained herein may not be suitable for everyone. This work is sold with the understanding that the author is not engaged in rendering medical, legal, or other professional advice or services. If professional assistance is required, the services of a competent professional person should be sought. The author shall not be liable for damages arising therefrom. The fact that an individual, organization of website is referred to in this work as a citation and/or potential source of further information does not mean that the author endorses the information the individual, organization to website may provide or recommendations it may make. Further, readers should be aware that internet websites listed in this work might have changed or disappeared between when this work was written and when it is read. It isn't what we know that gives us trouble. It's what we know that ain't so. Will Rogers. As humans, we are brilliant beings. This can be both a blessing and a curse. There are times when we revert to our teenage ways and think we know everything we need to about life when nothing could be further from the truth. If there is anything my time on Earth has taught me, it is how little I really know. I was responsible for educating adults and helping them get their start in the world until recently. I am acutely aware I couldn't teach my students everything they will need to know in their lives. The best I could hope for was to give them a thirst for knowledge and a love of learning, to inspire them to be lifelong learners. I planted the seeds of open-mindedness in their developing frontal lobe to receive and analyze new information, even when it differs from their beliefs. I gave them the tools they need to find and recognize good, reputable sources. Many people think they have everything figured out and know all the answers. Take the Nazca civilization, for example. They thrived in the desert ecosystem of southern Peru between 100 BC and 800 CE. Then they disappeared about 1,500 years ago. While their disappearance has been a mystery, scientists now theorize that the choices they made as a civilization ultimately lead to their destruction. These tragic choices could have been avoided with a bit of humility and critical thinking. The Nazca civilization lived in the desert where there was a delicate balance between living things that ensure survival. Despite having built a strong and successful civilization, they made a fateful decision that led to their decline. Their environment was home to the Prosopis pallida, or huarango tree. This fantastic plant helped the soil to be more fertile and better able to hold in moisture, as well as support the irrigation system the Nazca had built. The huarango tree had the deepest roots of any tree in their area, which helped hold the soil in place and keep it from being eroded by rivers and wind. Also, as with all living things, it was part of nature's delicate balance. The Nazca civilization's aforementioned fateful decision was to become an agricultural society. This may seem like a sound decision, but it led to a chain of unfortunate events. They made the transition to agriculture rather quickly, cutting down many of the huarango trees to make way for planting crops like cotton and maize. The mass eradication of the trees resulted in the decline of the natural benefits they had to offer. When storms like El Niño brought floods, their roots were not there to help hold the soil in place. The irrigation system didn't work well as the trees weren't there to keep the needed moisture in the soil to help their crops grow. The fertility of the soil gradually deteriorated. The Nazca were no longer successful in growing their crops. Food became scarce. There was not enough to feed everybody, so their civilization slowly disappeared as their people starved. See? One can't help but wonder if the Nazca had understood the science of the huarango trees and considered the long-term consequences of their choices. They might have made different decisions that would not have led to such a devastating outcome. The story of the Nazca civilization, while is tragic, is not unique. The history of planet Earth is rich with extinction stories and with choices that led to those extinctions. Again, we are brilliant beings. This sometimes is a blessing. Other times, it is a curse. Usually, it is a curse for different species and generations who come after the perpetrators of environmental change. One man is not likely to see the long-term consequences of his actions in his lifetime. How could the simple farmer of Mesopotamia or Mesoamerica know his accounting system and keeping track of his crops would result in e-books? How could the ancient scientist know that his experiment with metal alloys would result in the atomic bomb? To see the long-term impacts of these changes, thousands of years had to pass, and additional developments had to be made. Life accelerated in the modern age. Thanks to science and engineering, changes have revealed themselves faster. For instance, biochemical and biological engineering helped increase the quantity of food available. Norman Borlaug was an agricultural researcher. He developed a high-yield type of wheat. It was so successful in Mexico, India, and Pakistan that it earned him the Nobel Peace Prize for preventing more than 1 billion people from starvation. Genetic engineering has helped produce food at higher yields and promised a better life for our children. Physicists can create nuclear power to supply energy to our homes. Let's take a closer look at the timeline of these innovations. The first biological engineering program started in 1966 at the University of California, San Diego. Genetic engineering, as we know it, being a direct manipulation of DNA by humans, has only existed since the 1970s. The first nuclear power plant opened its gates in 1954 in Obninsk, USSR. We feel the benefits of these innovations today, even though they happened in our lifetime, the lifetime of fossils like me. What's even more impressive is that we have already started feeling the secondary impact of some of these innovations. Pesticides created by biochemical engineering have killed pests only in the short term, allowing many to develop resistance. And at the same time, the number of other untargeted insects such as wild bees dropped significantly. Norman Borlaug, who has been considered the father of modern agriculture, got a lot of criticism from environmentalists and nutritionists. The Green Revolution produced many adverse side effects, such as increased cancer rates in rural areas, water, soil depletion, and fossil fuel dependence. Due to the heat nuclear reactors release, the spawning pattern of fish in the affected areas has changed. Not only science and engineering-related changes have accelerated to show their primary and secondary impact. Social, political, and economic changes operate at a higher speed too. It took hundreds of years to switch from a hunter-gatherer lifestyle to an agricultural-based society for our ancestors. How many years did it take to create a society where we can't imagine living without high-speed internet? 10? I don't even want to talk about internet as a standalone term anymore. Could you imagine going back to dial-up? How have these developments affected us so fast? How did they affect the environment? And more importantly, what are the changes and consequences that are most likely to happen in the next 20, 50, or 100 years? Future generations are all going to have kyphosis because we spend all our time hunched over the phone. I don't even dare thinking about a more distant future. Had I been imagining the next 100 years in 1918, I would have never guessed what today would look like. Traditionally, we have been taught to look at things in a linear analytical fashion to search for clear cause and effect relationships. If the car runs out of gas, the car stops. Easy, right? But how could we explain with the same logic the multidisciplinary changes nuclear power plants create? How could we tell that if the nuclear reactor releases heat, the spawning habits of fish will change? Can we explain this phenomenon purely through biology? Or chemistry? Or physics? No, we can't give a proper explanation with a reductionist monodisciplinary approach. Systems thinking is a paradigm shift in the way we view the world. A system is a group of things that are interconnected and demonstrate their own behavior pattern over time. When we think in systems, we slow down and dig deeper, finding solutions and explanations to given phenomena. Systems thinking encourages us to look at events and patterns in our lives and around us, to focus our attention on the connection and relationship between the system's parts, instead of only looking at the individual parts in isolation. Systems thinking leads us from trying to come up with a quick fix to a problem in favor of considering the long-term consequences our actions may cause. It supports a deeper level of understanding than we typically take the time to seek. In our fast-paced and complex society, the information we think we know can quickly become obsolete. We have to be open and receptive to new knowledge in science and technology and be willing to view it through our systems thinking lens. This way, we can rid ourselves of false information. We can be ready to face the future armed with the most accurate information available and make a more precise prognosis for the future. Many of the significant issues I was tackling in my introduction aren't black and white. They have a lot of gray areas and multiple points of view to consider. For example, many people thought Norman Borlaug a hero. Some people believed his Green Revolution movement to be responsible for deforestation and devastating the soil in the areas his technique was practiced. Others disagree with bioengineering foods and argue that the region that was saved a million starvation death could also not economically support those lives. Borlaug circumvented a kind of cruel natural selection. My point is that cases like Borlaug's aren't at either end of the extreme spectrum, the hero of starvation prevention or the cause of mass environmental deterioration. Taking more viewpoints into consideration and examining them through systems thinking lens can prevent or rectify some tragedies. We can try to fix the most significant social problems with a higher chance of success. Ultimately, we can find more profound understanding and empathy in our experiences with other cultures. Let's begin by taking a closer look at the evolution of systems thinking. From? Today's science has come a long way from where it used to be. In the past, science tended to look at events as individual occurrences that seemingly happened in isolation. Different science fields would concentrate on the event level without seeing how to fit it into the bigger picture. It is strange to carefully study, examine, and report on what you had observed about one puzzle piece without ever looking at the whole puzzle, isn't it? Well, pre-modern science functioned similarly. Different fields of science have evolved throughout the years, and there has been a paradigm shift in data assessment. Scientists are still concerned with carefully examining individual events, but now looking at how it fits into the whole picture is also relevant. Things are more often interdependent than independent. The world in general has drifted toward a scientific working togetherness. Different specialties communicate with each other to cover every possible aspect of a given field of research. For example, you're studying a subtropical environment's soil erosion. To conduct proper research, you'd have an expert on vegetation, someone who can analyze soil samples, water samples, specialists for animals, both marine and land. All these professionals come together from different fields of science: biology, microbiology, geology, and so on. You can see the same phenomenon in academia today. When a faculty member is going to take on a research project, they are never alone. The research includes at least some students to gather data and manage the project. Often, the faculty is working on the grant with other faculties. For example, the social sciences faculty can study the needs of refugees who may require special education services. The psychology faculty can devise mental support systems. The foreign languages department can provide information on the refugee's mother tongue. Let's take a closer look at the changes major science fields have gone through over time. Classic physics focused on breaking things down into their smallest element to examine and study them. Physicists believed that these atomic pieces would act the same way whether they operated in isolation or as a part of a larger group. Things were viewed as a haphazard collection of atoms behaving determined by the laws of nature. The behavior was called deterministic laws. This approach was later replaced by statistical laws rooting in Boltzmann's derivation of the second principle of thermodynamics. Modern physics shifted its focus on problems of organization and how things may be interrelated. Biology has been evolving in a very similar way as physics. In the past, biology aimed to break down living things to their smallest parts, cells, to be studied. Characteristics of organisms could be analyzed in isolation to understand how they worked, so they said. An organism is considered to be a multitude of cells working together. Organismic conceptions have gained greater importance as modern biology has evolved. It became crucial and necessary to study individual parts and the relation of organizations coming from interaction dynamics and behavior differences. Like physics, a more modern view of biology sees the value in learning how the parts of living things are interconnected and fit together in the bigger picture. Medicine. Similarly, medicine was once most concerned with examining illness at the cellular level. There is value in that. Modern medicine, however, has evolved into seeing patients and their pain as a whole instead of merely zooming on their illness. Some doctors offer house calls. Patients can seek out a doctor who listens to them. The U.S. medical schools teach bedside manners to young doctors to relate to their patients as people, not just a body on a table. Sociology, too, has undergone an evolution. It moved away from thinking about society as a sum of individuals who live within a given geographical circle. In the past, the classic economy defined society as the sum of its individuals. Modern sociology looks at a society, a country, or a nation as a whole, which gives the basis of collectivism. This view can create unpleasant consequences as individual needs get sacrificed for the good of the community and country. Whether common good overpowers individual interests depends on the political zeitgeist of a given country. What do all of these scientific disciplines have in common? They have moved away from studying only the smallest parts of things to expanding their focus and include how those parts interconnect and interact. This is true whether objects of study are physical things, living things, or groups of people. Many scientific fields shifted from deconstructing elements to their particles to analyzing their dynamics and working togetherness. This shift seems to be present regardless of the scientific field. The question becomes, what is the driving force guiding these changes? Is there an isomorphic law or guiding principle that extends beyond individual fields of science and connects them all? The focus on examining whether identical laws run through all the different scientific fields is a relatively new approach. Until recently, it would have been virtually unheard of to look for similarities between atoms, molecules, people, bacteria, animals, and physical objects across all scientific disciplines. We are in the process of finding more similarities among them than we could have ever expected. Where do these isomorphic similarities come from? Ludwig von Bertalanffy, the father of general systems theory, identified 3 reasons why different fields of study share the same isomorphic natural laws. There is a finite number of scientific laws for solving things. It makes sense that we use and adapt the laws available all across the scientific disciplines. We can apply these laws to our world. Natural laws, like the exponential law, can be true across a variety of scientific fields. They are valid in the same types of systems, even when the system elements are different. Let's take a closer look at how exponential law produces the same outcome across scientific disciplines. If the exponent is negative, the same rule applies to the decay of oxygen, the loss of body substance in a starving organism, molecular reactions, population decrease, financial decrease, or skill acquisition based on effort and time devoted. If the exponent is positive, exponential growth can be observed in all the areas above. The subjects involved in each scenario are different. The processes that lead to the general decay or growth are also different. Yet exponential law itself produces the same outcome in chemistry, biology, economics, demography, or individual skill acquisition efforts. The transition of thinking from part to whole across disciplines has made general system theory possible. When Ludwig von Bertalanffy first established his famous thesis, he was hesitant to call it a theory. He didn't want to face the typical constraints of scientific theories of his time, confined to one field of science or area of study. He was examining systems as a whole and wanted to be free to use this view across multiple disciplines. He sought a more modern way of looking at the world and science to take a new, unifying direction. Bertalanffy's theory was a new approach that came about during his studies following World War II. He focused on the similarities across all areas of science and didn't place more importance on one field over others. He recognized that the phenomena we observe in the world have much in common when considered a whole rather than just parts in isolation. He took a significant step toward the way we use systems thinking today. The general system theory had three main goals: to bring together the analytical way of investigating things and provide a scientific method for looking at the organismic domain by focusing on similarities between different scientific disciplines; to find connections between systems that, on the surface, appear to be very different but have a lot in common once analyzed deeper; to show that facts and values in science can and should harmoniously coexist in scientific investigations by adhering to a humane code of ethics. General system theory sought to make generalizations about whole systems. It didn't want to abandon the foundation of knowledge of any field of science. It aimed to be transdisciplinary. Each field would bring its expertise to the table. They would actively engage in working together to create a common base of methods and for all scientific disciplines to share. General systems theory wanted to expand the tent, to be more inclusive of knowledge from all areas, to stop being so focused on the little pieces that seeing the bigger picture becomes impossible. Bertalanffy didn't want to miss the forest for the trees. Today, systems thinking, while its methodology has changed and refined throughout the years, is actively used in politics, economics, sociology, demographic analysis, and environmental studies. When studying events, we look at them through analytical, logical lenses. We break them down into small, understandable chunks, and we fish for scapegoats while looking for cause and effect relationships. Is the economy going south? It must be the result of the poor decisions of a politician. Is the newspaper arriving late? That lazy mailman. For sure he stopped to chat with the neighbor. Is your wife cold and distant lately? It must be her job. We seek linear, immediate, sensible explanations to problems surrounding us. But doing so, we run the risk of seeing issues as being inflicted upon us, rather than looking for our responsibility in creating them. We voted for the politician after all. Or if we didn't, what did we do to prevent their election? It was our choice to use one delivery service over another. And when it comes to our relationship, we have our mistakes in the mix. Even if we assume personal responsibility for how our actions affected the system, we're only halfway to understanding the picture as a whole. Our nearsighted view of the world focuses only on the areas closest to us, and the big picture remains fuzzy. How can we zoom out? Interestingly, there were times when we had a more far-sighted view. Before we even knew how to think logically, we were able to subconsciously operate complex systems. We are a complex system. We have intuitively built up our body system with all its complexities. Our cells did this without any analysis or logic. Our body is a self-maintaining system. We know we need hydration and food, but we don't think about how and when to digest, divide, and absorb the nutrients, and so on. It seems we were born knowing instinctively how to relate to and understand complex systems. Although systems thinking is relatively new as a discipline, its principles have been around for a long time. Some wisdom sprouted from our ancestors' heads a while ago. Let's look at a few examples. Have you ever heard the proverb, "A stitch in time saves nine"? This wise saying tells us that it is better to take a little time right away to deal with a problem. If we put it off, we might find that the problem has grown much larger and more challenging to solve. This idea is supported by systems thinkers. Escalation, for example, occurs when a situation goes unaddressed, and those affected get entangled in defenses instead of solutions. The butterfly effect shows us that an insignificant initial condition can compound into a monster problem over time. Think about cancer cells. They stay almost unnoticeable in the body for years. Then they grow into our worst nightmare in a matter of months. Regular checkups and early discovery can be life-saving. To the victor belongs the spoils is another saying that describes systems thinking. It points out that the winner is the one receiving the rewards. Often, this reward paves the path of the winner to win again. Let's say the prize for winning was $1 million. This money can buy the winner better equipment, quality food, and coaches. Systems thinkers call this phenomenon an archetype, namely, success to the successful. Reinforcing feedback loops reward the victorious and boost the likelihood that the same people will continue to win. This process eliminates most competitors. This process works on the other end of the spectrum too. The current pandemic shed light on how vulnerable low-income families really were. They were in the majority to contract the coronavirus. Why? Because they lived month to month and couldn't afford not to work. They were often exposed to the virus, had lower quality masks, so they became sick. The tragedy is that because of their income, their health was not built on organic, quality nutrition from whole foods. Thus, the virus hit them even harder or longer. They were without payment for a painfully long time. They got trapped in a vicious reinforcing feedback loop that made their life harder every day. Warren Buffett wisely said, "Never test the depth of the river with both of your feet." This reminds us to protect ourselves from unfortunate events by diversification. Putting all of our efforts, hopes, and resources into one basket is risky. If something bad happens, we will find ourselves on shaky ground. Systems thinkers know that diversification is a crucial component of long-term stability. Today's worldview and its problems. When we shifted from an agricultural society to an industrial one, we began to rely more on scientific thinking and logic rather than instinctual reasoning. This shift made our lives easier. We accelerated transportation and shipping, found the cure for deadly diseases, and rallied together behind worthy causes to fight for. These improvements fixed some of our immediate problems. However, they resulted in new issues. Overpopulation-related issues and mass environmental destruction worsened over the decades. Linear thinking doesn't explain the complex system problems that elude our efforts to find solutions. Issues like the opioid addiction epidemic, finding the cure for diseases like cancer and Alzheimer's, poverty, and rising suicide rates have not been solved despite the effort of multiple groups. Let's take drug abuse as an example. Interventionists and drug recovery leaders, scientists in the cutting edge of medical research, training groups helping families get out of generational poverty, and proper legislative changes are all needed to curb this problem. Their joint work is essential to address each life area where drug addiction is present. Just because you try to fix the problem in one field, it will still persist in other fields. Say, in Town Z, there is a free rehabilitation center for people with drug problems. John, a longtime heroin user, decides that he had enough and joins the program. He spends 3 months there and recovers. But when he goes home, he finds his mom passed out after using heroin. The area where John lives is still filled with dealers keen on getting their old customer back. Before he knows it, John falls back to his old vice. The intention behind a free rehabilitation clinic is noble, but it is insufficient to solve the bigger problem. Drug abuse is embedded in many layers of a large problem. Making most drugs illegal was a quick fix to the drug problem on the political level. But it caused a lot of unintended consequences. Let's take drug-related violence as an example. Banning drugs forces dealers to sell drugs illegally in secret. It helped organized crime to become more cunning and smart. And the price of the drugs increased. The users now have to pay higher costs for the products. This often means they will spend their last buck on drugs. While we can say that politically the drug question was handled, the problem itself didn't disappear following new laws and policies. Are politicians and lawmakers to blame in this situation? Or drug dealers? Or the users? Who is responsible for this problem? And more importantly, who will fix it? If I had the answer to these questions, I'd be a millionaire and hold speeches at UN conferences. The solution to drug addiction and drug-related violence won't be fixed by finding a scapegoat and blaming it. Policies that follow a cause and effect logic won't solve it either. The solution will come to light due to intuitive, empathetic listening, open communication, and problem solving. When we find the wisdom and guts to restructure the system itself, we will undo the harm system structure deficits produced. If we only do what we have always done, we will continue to get the same results we have always gotten. As Albert Einstein said, we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. We have to the blame game and wait for an outside source to improve our situation. We need to engage in systems thinking so we can get to the root of the problem, looking at both our part in the process and the system as a whole. Each of us can contribute positively. Together we can craft real solutions. We can create the change we wish to see in the world. The blind men and the elephant. You may have heard of the ancient Indian fable about the blind men and the elephant. The story is about a group of blind men who encountered an elephant for the first time. Each man touches one part of the elephant: the ears, legs, trunk, and tusk. They try to understand what is in front of them. They create a picture in their minds. No two men touch the same part. When the blind men try to tell each other what they have felt, their descriptions vastly differ. They could not understand why others had such a different narrative. They assumed that the other men must either be wrong or lying. This story teaches us an essential lesson about systems thinking. It is impossible to understand a system if we focus on its elements in isolation. To get the full story, we need to see systems as a whole and study the interactions and interdependence of its parts. Are you ready to learn more? What is a system? A system is a group of interconnected elements that work together to achieve a common purpose or function. To consider something a system, we need to have three things. 1. Elements. 2. Interconnections. 3. Purpose or function. If even one of the above is missing, we don't have a system. For example, our skeletal system is composed of the following elements: bones, joints, ligaments, tendons, and cartilage. These are all interconnected. The skeletal system has a vital purpose, providing a framework and support our body. Beyond that, it works with our muscular system to help our bodies move. It makes blood cells for the body and protects our organs and soft tissues. Without these functions, we wouldn't be able to survive. By definition, it may seem like absolutely everything is a system, but this isn't the case. I recently stopped at a gas station located across the street from a gravel pit. As I filled up my car, I watched as large trucks came in, carrying rocks or hauling them away. The number of stones varied with each load that entered or left. But as far as the rock quarry, the rocks weren't interconnected with one another. They weren't working toward achieving a common purpose, just sitting piled up at a gravel pit. They were not a system. Systems can react to the environment around them. They respond to changes and find ways to survive when things go wrong. This is true whether it is a living or non-living system. The parts of a system. The elements. These are the individual parts of the system and are usually the easiest to identify. We can see and touch them in most cases. A rose has petals, stems, roots, leaves, and thorns as elements. But they can also be intangible. For example, work morale. The elements of a family are the individual family members. Intangible elements are love, loyalty, a sense of belonging, and pride. The interconnections. The elements work together and are linked by interconnections. In our example of the rose system, the stem provides the flower with support. It transfers nutrients and water throughout the plant. The roots supply the flower with water. The petals attract the pollinators to foster reproduction. The thorns offer protection from predators. All of these interconnections help the rose survive. Sometimes interconnections are not as easy to spot because they are not visible. Information flow is an interconnection. When we are looking closely at a system, we can see these information flows occurring. For example, when a teacher evaluates a student, there is an information flow between the two elements of the evaluation system, the teacher and the student. The teacher listens closely and, based on how well the student knows the material, decides the fitting grade. To observe hidden interconnections, you can think back to the family system. Children in a family may make decisions based on sibling rivalry or how they believe a parent will react. For example, based on their relationship with each parent, a child is likely to go to one parent over another when they want to ask for money or share the news that they received a bad grade. They will go to the more patient and knowledgeable parent to ask for help with homework. Children may decide where they would like to go to college based on where their siblings went, or whether they want to be closer to or more independent from their parents. A government can't make good policy changes without information and research on the problematic subject. Just because they know there is a problem doesn't mean they can take productive action without having the necessary data, research, and listening to the voices of the relevant constituents. Without enough information, making a decision is just as safe as relying on blindfolded, dart-throwing monkeys to hit the center of the dartboard. And since bad political decisions are likely to cost a politician's seat in office, they are likely to have all the research and data needed before changing any policies. In a system, just knowing about a problem's existence isn't enough to lead to an informed decision. You also need to know what positive outcomes the change may create. What types of consequences may accompany the decision? What help or information is available? The deeper the understanding of the subject, the better the chances of reaching the desired outcome. When it comes to systems, the word function is usually used to describe non-human systems. Purpose is used when discussing human systems. The denomination can be mixed, though, since many systems are made of both human and non-human elements. The function or purpose of a system isn't always clearly spelled out in the same way that a mission statement or goals or objectives might be for a company. Often, the best way to really know the purpose of a system is to observe it in action and watch its behavior over time. Actions speak louder than words. This saying stands true when determining the purpose of a system. An example of actions versus words would be a politician who makes many campaign promises about their purpose while running for office. But it will be their behavior displayed and promises kept once in office that reveals their real purpose. The function of almost every system is the will and work to ensure its own survival. Think back to the rose system. The petals have the job of attracting pollinators to the plant to reproduce and ensure that there will be more roses in the future. Simultaneously, the thorns on a rose serve to protect it so that the rose system wards off predators. In our example of the politician, they must make campaign promises to attract financial contributors and voters to ensure success in a primary. It can also happen that the system's real purpose ends up being something that was not wanted by any of the elements. Think about the war on drugs. It is also possible for systems to have more one purpose at the same time, or for the elements within the system to be working toward different purposes. Let's look at the example of high-stakes standardized testing in public schools to demonstrate how this can happen. I will list some of the elements at play and their intended individual purposes. Politicians want to demonstrate to their constituents that they are invested in the education of public school children. Parents want their children to be academically successful and achieve high test scores. School districts want to receive higher scores to be competitive with other nearby districts and attract more students, better teachers, and more federal and state funds. Teachers want their students to do well as a means of job security and, in some cases, to earn merit pay. Students want to do well and avoid being retained in a grade or taking remedial or summer school classes. They want to avoid parental disappointment and social ridicule. Companies who sell educational materials want to make money by writing high-stakes tests, providing practice or remedial materials, creating software programs and technology, writing textbooks, and providing staff development programs for teachers. They develop measures for students that test for autism, learning disabilities, emotional disturbance, etc. The genuine effort to ensure that students were being taught the curriculum assigned to them and received extra help if they weren't meeting certain benchmarks quickly turned into a dysfunctional system of pressure, money poorly spent, and chronic teacher burnout. The original purpose was weighed down and obliterated by all the sub-purposes competing within the larger system. The elements became so concerned about their own individual goals that the unifying purpose got lost. Today, high-stakes standardized testing is controversial. Students are experiencing anxiety over testing, not to mention that the test's measures are rarely perfect indicators of potential or ability. Many parents and teachers are alarmed by the amount of school time being spent teaching to the test, and how much of the district's budget is spent on testing materials. Some parents are opting out of having their children take the tests altogether. Teaching has become more competitive and less cooperative. Teachers are trying to outperform each other to ensure job security and merit pay, rather than supporting fellow teachers and helping students who are academically at risk. Many have left the profession, and fewer professionals choose to enter it right out of college, creating a teacher shortage. Low-performing schools are penalized by having their state funds taken away, when these are the schools that need it the most. As a result, well-performing teachers leave the school in frustration seeking better opportunities. Thereby, they are leaving the schools that have the most minorities, learning disabled, or economically disadvantaged students who need well-trained educators the most. The subsystems and sub-purposes within the larger system began to work against one another. The result was a system no longer delivering its original purpose, having well-educated and happy children. The system has instead created negative consequences that no one ever wanted or intended. The sub-purposes and the main purpose of a system have to be kept in harmony. Later in this book, we'll see examples of how we can bring people with different sub-purposes to the table and work toward a compromised agreement. What changes a system the most? Usually, changing the elements has the smallest impact on the system. In the school system example, exchanging the teachers, staff, administrators, and students with new ones, we could still recognize the system as a school. Changing the interconnections has a more significant impact on the system as a whole. Even if we didn't change any element, changing some interconnections could alter the system to the point of being unrecognizable. If a public school was changed to a private school where students were required to pay tuition to attend, the system would differ. Students might not worry about standardized tests that have strict measures, and they might have their pick of the best teachers. The teachers might be religiously affiliated and be required to adhere to a rigorous code of conduct. Some private schools might also lack diversity, as lower SES students are more likely to be people of color. A school in Louisiana had a policy against hair extensions specifically targeting to exclude black girls from the school. This policy has been deemed racist and rescinded in August 2018. Changing the purpose or function of a system can produce even more drastic results. What if a school's purpose was no longer to educate students but to only cater to them while their parents are working? Or if only those children who specifically ask for it would be educated? All components within a system, elements, interconnections, and function or purpose are equally important to the success of the system. They all have their jobs to do. Ironically, the part of the system that is the hardest to recognize, the function or purpose, has the most significant influence on the system's behavior. The most easily recognizable parts, the elements, often play the smallest role in determining a system's behavior. But this isn't always the case. In the school system example, Changing the headmaster might greatly impact defining the system if the switch also changed the purpose or interconnections. Just think of how much Hogwarts changed after Dolores Umbridge replaced Albus Dumbledore. Stocks and flows. Stocks are the building blocks of any system. They are the measurable elements. In the school system example, the stocks would be the number of students, the test scores, the amount of time or money spent on testing, the number of textbooks available for different subjects, the stress and anxiety levels of the students and teachers, and the number of voters who supported a politician's position on education. These are all examples of stocks. Stocks can be living beings, inanimate objects, or conceptual things. Stocks change over time based on the flows. In a school system, flows are students who move in or out of a district. The number of students in schools depends on the birth rate, demographics, and ages of the people living in the community. The amount of money going into the district is dependent on the tax rates approved by the legislature and voters. The test scores depend on student performance, the way the questions are asked. These are all flows that impact and change the system. Stocks act as a current snapshot of the changing actions of the flows in a system. On Diagram 1, you can see how stocks and flows work. The big rectangle in the middle is the stock itself, in our case, the school. There is an inflow affecting the stock, the arriving students. The stock also has an outflow, students who leave, graduate, or drop out. The inflow and outflow affecting the school stock could be other things. The inflow and outflow of school funds, the average success of the students taking tests, the teacher's motivation after changes in salary. Understanding the dynamics of stocks and flows and their behaviors over time can help you see the system's behavior as a whole. Some systems don't have inflow. Let's look at the example of a newly found oil field. It took Mother Nature hundreds of thousands of years to create the oil reservoir under the ground. We can safely bet that if someone starts extracting the oil from this field, he will do it quicker than nature can replace it. Understanding graphs. Systems thinkers are more interested in studying trends over time than individual events. They use graphs to help make these trends visual. When looking at a graph that displays a system's behavior over time, they can see if a system is close to reaching a goal or a limit and how quickly it might get there. The variable on the graph is often a stock or flow. When you look at a graph through a system's thinking lens, you want to be less concerned with exact numbers on the graph. They represent a snapshot of just a moment in time and individual events. It better serves you to look at the shape of the variable line and the places where the line changes shape or direction. Those are the representations of the trends and behaviors over time. The horizontal axis shows you the timeline of the trends happening in the system. You can see what happened before and forecast what might come next. If you have ever lived with children, you know that they can accumulate quite the collection of toys. For the purpose of this example, picture a child having 50 toys. If you stop buying new toys for the child and keep the toys she currently has, there will be no inflow or outflow. The number of toys the child has will stay the same. This represents a stagnant system. Suppose you no longer purchase new toys, and the child continuously breaks the existing ones. In that case, the collection will drop in number until eventually there aren't any toys left. In other words, the stock only has one outflow. Let's say the child breaks 5 toys weekly. You can follow the trend of the decreasing stock by reviewing the graph of your child's behavior. Imagine you are in week 4. By then, the child broke 20 toys. Considering that originally there are 50 toys, the total stock of the toys will be depleted in 10 weeks. But what if the child breaks 1 toy at the same speed as she receives a new one? What will happen to the toy collection now? The number of toys will stay constant at the current number because the inflow of new toys is now equal to the outflow of the old toys. One comes, one goes. The stock is now in a state of dynamic equilibrium. The stock level, toys, doesn't change even though there are continuous inflows and outflows in the system. The toy collection example represented a straightforward system where there was only one stock, one inflow and one outflow. There can be more inflows and outflows that affect the stock. On diagram, you can see the stock affected by two inflows and outflows. Regardless of how many flows affect this stock, the following principles will hold true. If the sum of all of the inflows is greater than the sum of all of the outflows, the stock amount will increase. If the sum of all of the outflows is greater than the sum of all of the inflows, the stock amount will decrease. If the sum of all of the inflows and the sum of all of the outflows are equal, the stock amount will not change. It will remain in a state of dynamic equilibrium at the level when the inflows and outflows became equal. Our brain makes common mistakes when it comes to stocks and flows. It is human nature to think more about stocks than flows. In the example of our bank account, we pay more attention to the total amount of money we currently have than we do to our income or spending. When we pay attention to flows, it is more natural for us to focus on the inflow rather than the outflow. If we are not accumulating the amount of wealth that we want to, we are more likely to want more income than to decrease our expenses. We can change the flows of our systems quicker than the level of our stock. We can immediately start to increase our income by taking a second job or decreasing our spending by eating out less. But it will take some time to see the results reflected on our bank balance. It takes time for stocks to change because it takes time for flows to flow. Stocks change more slowly, especially if they are large, because they react to change gradually. Delays between the change of the flow and the stock's response impact the system. It takes a long time to populate virgin soil with a forest. Even with the right incentives, years will pass until a country's population shows growth or decay. The delays and gaps in time before stocks react to change can cause problems for systems, but they can also serve as a stabilizing factor. For example, the more machines evolve, the more human workplaces they claim. However, these changes don't get implemented immediately. There is a delay when replacing human labor with a machine. The worker can mentally prepare for the change, find a new job, or learn a new skill. Delays can also buy us time to observe and reflect on what is happening in the system. We can make changes before major damage has been done. But you can approach the example of machines replacing humans from a different angle. Think of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, where Mr. Bucket had a miserable job putting the lids on toothpaste containers. At some point, his position became automated by a machine. He got a better job, fixing the machine that had replaced him. He got paid a better wage because it was a more skilled position. The existence of stocks makes it possible for flows to act independently of one another and to be out of balance in the short term. The fact that you have savings in your account makes it possible for your spending to be larger than your income for a limited period. We make most of our individual and system decisions because we want to control our stock level. If I run out of peppermint tea, it isn't long before I head to the store to buy more. If the gas in my tank starts running low, I begin to look for the nearest gas station. The decisions you make and actions you take are made to keep your stock level within an acceptable range. You can control the levels of these stocks by adjusting the flows in the system. How can you adjust the flows? By utilizing feedback processes. Feedback loops. Regardless of whether a stock level rises, drops, or remains constant, we can conclude that there is a control mechanism in place to maintain either of these behaviors. Control mechanisms work through feedback loops. A feedback loop happens when changes in the stock impact the inflows and outflows. For example, the amount of money in your bank account, stock, impacts how much interest you earn. The more money you have in your account, the more interest you will gain. If the amount of money you have in the bank, stock, drops, you will earn less interest. This is an example of a simple feedback loop where the change in the stock affects its flows. Balancing feedback loops. I have a friend who was diagnosed as being pre-diabetic. It was a warning sign. He had to keep an eye on his sugar intake and change other habits to prevent advancing to full-blown diabetes. There were times during the day when his hands started shaking and he felt lightheaded. This was a sign of his blood sugar level dropping too low. He had to eat some food to stabilize it. He knew how his body felt when his insulin level was within the normal range. He took action based on the feedback he got from his body. The stock of blood sugar was fluctuating based on the flow of simple carbohydrates converted to glucose during digestion. Balancing feedback loops seek stability and always have the goal of keeping stock levels within the range deemed acceptable. If a stock level is too high, the balancing feedback loop will work to bring it back down where it should be and vice versa. Just because a feedback mechanism exists doesn't mean it's functioning well. Sometimes it isn't strong enough to overcome significant increases or decreases in stocks to return them to optimal levels. For example, suppose the inflation is 3% and your savings account offers 2% interest. In that case, your purchasing power will decrease despite trying to balance inflation-related loss with your interest-earning account. The feedbacks stand for the interconnections in the system. As we learned earlier, interconnections hold essential information that a system needs to function. But this isn't always a smooth process. Sometimes the information arrives too late or too early to be helpful. Sometimes it goes to the wrong person who doesn't understand its importance. Sometimes it may only be partial information, or it might be misinterpreted. In some cases, the feedback loop may never get the stock to reach its target. Reinforcing feedback loops. The other type of feedback loop is the reinforcing one. This loop magnifies and multiplies results, creating a cycle that can be hard to break free from. It can cause exceptional growth or decline. Reinforcing feedback loops are at work when the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. When people have a lot of money or an excellent credit score, they can borrow money at the lowest interest rates. Then they can reinvest it to make even more money. When people have a lower credit score and less money, they are forced to pay higher interest rates on their debt. Thus, income inequity between the upper, middle, and lower classes continues to widen. Reinforcing feedback loops magnify whatever change, causing the increases or decreases to be more significant over time. Here are a few examples. When animals become endangered, there are fewer adults left to produce offspring. This means that the numbers can't grow at the required rate to remove them from the endangered species list. When people earn more money, they make more purchases. When people are purchasing more goods, the demand is high and the supply is low. This causes merchants to be able to charge more for their products. As a result, people need to continue to earn more to purchase goods at the same rate. The more rain falls, the more standing water there is. The standing water is a breeding ground for mosquitoes. As a result, the mosquitoes can reproduce at more rapid rates. When Child A calls Child B names, Child B typically responds by calling names in return. The negative exchange can escalate and continue between the children until someone steps in to intervene. When an athlete practices, they become more skilled in their sport. When they are better at their sport, they tend to enjoy it more. One naturally enjoys activities they are already good at. The athlete wants to spend more time with their sport, leading to more practice and further skill improvement. Reinforcing feedback loops are self-supporting and can multiply rapidly. These loops exist anytime a stock can adjust its own level. The reinforcing feedback loop, where R stands for reinforcing feedback, of reproducing rabbits in places where their natural predators decreased. The more rabbits survive, the more offspring they will have. If there is no human intervention and no increase in predators, the barrier to their growth would be the food available and the fighting between the male rabbits in the warren. What feedback loops can you encounter in your daily life? If you can think of any, you are well on your way to becoming a systems thinker. When you think in systems, you don't for scapegoats. You want to understand and examine why certain things happen. You see that the behaviors and interconnections of a system over time can lead to different outcomes than expected. For example, you can notice that not only X has an impact on Y, but also Y can reflect back on X through a feedback mechanism. Before we learn about how we can use systems thinking in practice, let's differentiate between two types of systems: open and closed systems. Open and closed systems. Living things are always changing. This is true from the tiniest cells to an organism as a whole. The state of constant change indicates that organisms are open systems. Basic biological phenomena are considered open systems. Metabolism, form development, growth, or digestion are some examples. Anything that has a cell and therefore relies on osmosis. In an open system, materials are entering and leaving. The inflow and outflow of materials serve to perpetually change the system because its individual elements are also continually being changed. In a closed system, interactions only happen within the system. No material is entering or leaving. We can say closed systems are shut off from the outside environment. This type of system has set processes that are not affected by external stimuli. A closed system exchanges energy only with its surroundings. Putting strawberries in a freezer is a closed system because freezers are airtight. Matter can no longer transfer. The door prevents matter from entering and leaving the freezer. When variations in time disappear, the closed systems become stationary. They attain a state of equilibrium where the system composition remains constant. Closed systems must eventually reach a state of equilibrium, according to the second law of thermodynamics. Open systems can also attain a state of equilibrium. The trick for this is for the inflow and outflow to be at the same rate. Do you remember the model of the solar system you saw in astronomy books? Or the model of an airplane or a car you built as a hobby? Or a computer simulation that shows a model of something complicated you use at work? You have been exposed to models before. What are models in systems thinking? Models take a complex system and simplify it, making it easier to understand. They are the abstract or simplified representation of something larger. Are models the perfect mirror of what they aim to represent? No. Models show only a part of the system we want to analyze. They crop a piece of reality out of the whole to help us study it closely and learn from it. When creating a model, we don't add every variable and influencing factor of a situation on purpose. Taking every aspect into consideration would not make a complicated matter digestible. Thus, models are, and should, never be the final reality, but rather a tool that gets us closer to seeing and understanding a complex system's real objective. Models are helpful learning tools. Mental models are created within the mind. They are cognitive tools. To create a useful mental model, you need to know how your mind works and how you download information from your brain into your model. What do I mean by this? Imagine that you walk out in your backyard and see a rabbit sitting there. What happens? Your eyes receive the image of the rabbit and send messages about it to your brain. In the initial split second that you see the rabbit, you don't know what you're actually seeing. You're just receiving visual information. It isn't until the visual information reaches your brain that the understanding of the rabbit deepens. The rabbit is a concept of your external reality. But you wouldn't understand what you're seeing as a rabbit if you've never seen a rabbit before, or you didn't know what a rabbit looks like. The information from your eyes and other sensory organs is not enough to create understanding. Part of what it takes to acknowledge what the rabbit is, as a concept, comes from past experiences and prior knowledge. Your experience surrounding the idea of the fluffy carrot muncher creates your mental model about it. If you know the same rabbits I do, we can agree that the rabbit is a mammal known for its strong sense of hearing and quickness, which helps it escape from predators. Depending on the type of rabbit and where it lives, its fur color may change with the seasons to help it use camouflage and blend in more with its surroundings for protection. It is an herbivore, which means it eats plants. It breathes in oxygen and exhales carbon dioxide. Thanks to the mental model I have in my brain about rabbits, I can be confident that rabbits won't attack me, and I need not be alarmed or fearful when looking at them. I can conclude that I'm safe if a rabbit is in my backyard. I state this with a strong belief based on my past experiences with and prior knowledge of rabbits. Mental models are designed of knowledge that we already have, and they help us add new knowledge or deepen understanding. In a simple system model, Like a causal loop diagram, a cause and effect relationship links the elements in action. Sometimes, however, we can't immediately see the thought processes behind these connections. How does investing in leadership development result in less employee turnover? How can a change in communication style lead to an improved relationship? How does a gesture of kindness change the opinion of our rivals? Understanding the mental models behind these cause and effect connections helps to acknowledge the mechanisms responsible for creating certain behaviors. It can also allow us to come up with better solutions to problems. To map out our mental models based on our thought processes, we create causal loop diagrams. Putting our observations in a visual form helps us go beyond superficial understanding. We will be able to see things and find connections that we would miss otherwise. We call this step going deeper. How do we go deeper? We design a causal loop diagram for a system-level problem. We look at our completed diagram and search for links that result from human decisions. For example, a headline such as, "The change in state support negatively affected the budget for healthcare," is a mathematical reality. The less money an institution receives, the less it will have to distribute. If we look at the decision makers behind the new healthcare policies, we can see human involvement. When we find a connection point due to human choice, we need to ask this question: why is this decision made? Try to get into the mindset and perspective of the decision makers. Once you feel like you understand their viewpoint, add it to the map by drawing a thought bubble above the human choice connection. Types of mental models. Predictions and guesses. When we use mental models, our minds are automatically jumping to conclusions about what will come next. Let's play a game. Imagine a dog jumping for a ball. What are your thoughts on this picture? Did you just imagine the dog catching the ball? Or you imagined it missing the ball and falling back to the ground while the ball rolls away? Regardless of what you imagined, you were unconsciously using your mental models. You can't know what happens next in a static picture. Thus, your imagination is a prediction or a guess. Multiple conclusion scenarios are possible. Using mental models primes your brain to think about possible future outcomes and consequences. The theory of constraints. If you've ever heard the phrase, "a team is only as strong as its weakest link," then you have an understanding of this type of mental model. The theory of constraints recognizes that every system is limited. By nature, there will always be one constraint that exerts more pressure on a system than others. This becomes the bottleneck that causes the biggest problem in the system. A system can only perform as well as its weakest link. Therefore, a bottleneck issue will negatively impact the performance of the entire system, which will only improve once the bottleneck is resolved. We can take this idea to our own personal improvement goals. If we don't figure out the real source of what is holding us back from living the life we deserve, our bottleneck problem, we will continue to run in circles. We may make some changes and even feel like we are moving forward, but we will not get where we want if the bottleneck isn't addressed. We don't need to work harder, just smarter. We need to find the area of maximum impact. For example, if we have anger issues due to childhood neglect, we will not be better off learning nonviolent communication. We will only shout prettier words. Once we address the whys and hows of our childhood stories and relearn our coping mechanisms, we can focus on healthy communication tips. Removing a bottleneck is not the end of our journey. We will always be a work in progress. Once we clear our current bottleneck, we move on to the next. When we overcome a bottleneck issue, the entire system will go through a changing phase. It will readjust to the new circumstances. Use mental models to identify bottlenecks. Remember, first design a causal loop diagram, and then identify human decisions among the links. Ask, why is this decision made? Answer it. Then analyze if this decision is prolonging, triggering, or reinforcing the existence of the problem. Dig deeper if you've confirmed that the decision is a possible catalyst for the problem. How? By trying to find the trigger. I know I'm spiraling out of the easy-to-follow framework. I will present how to use mental models to identify bottlenecks with the example of trying to lose weight. Let's imagine Jack, who wants to lose 20 pounds. He works out for 2 hours 5 times a week, but after each gruesome spinning session, he goes straight to Lazy Acres buying those delicious chocolate chip cookies. Despite pushing his limits and depleting his willpower, he doesn't experience significant weight loss. The human decision in this case is eating calorie-rich, nutrition-lacking snacks. Why did he make this decision? Because Jack has eaten all his life mindlessly. Research studies have shown that sugar is more addicting in lab rats than crack. I swear those Lazy Acres chocolate chip cookies have them both. Perhaps Jack rationalizes that because he just burned 700 calories in the gym, he can now eat whatever he wants. This is not how diets work. And he knows it. Why doesn't he respect the effort he put into his goal at the gym? This is a great question. The lack of self-control and the purposeful self-sabotage can be rooted in low self-respect and a lack of self-love. Jack doesn't consider himself worthy of his goals. He has a negative self-image and bad habits. While at the beginning of the analysis, it may have seemed that binging was the bottleneck problem of this man. After digging deeper, we've discovered that low self-esteem is the real cause of the unsuccessful diet. Self-sabotage is just another symptom of a more profound problem. If Jack gave up on the cookies and achieved his target weight, he'd probably still be unhappy. He didn't fix his bottleneck problem. He would find another imperfection to torment himself with. With the help of a mental model and a good therapist, Jack could identify his bottleneck problem and work towards dissolving it. If he became more accepting and kind to himself, he would want to nurture his body and stay healthy. He would stick to his diet for the same reason. Thus, he'd reach his goal of weight loss and also satisfaction. We discussed feedback loops in the last chapter. We have balancing feedback loops that work to maintain equilibrium, and reinforcing feedback loops which can either cause growth or decline in a system. People implant balancing feedback loops in systems when they want to keep it steady and consistent. They protect themselves from unforeseeable events rocking the boat. These pre-implanted balancing feedback loops are checkpoints that can reduce the damage of an adverse event. They give people time and opportunity for reflection to decide the next best step. We need to stay aware of the counterbalancing feedback loops around us as well. What goes around comes back around, the saying goes. Sometimes a balancing feedback loop, originally meant to balance the system, overflows. To keep the equilibrium, some other forces start to take action. For example, we want to save $100 every month. Suppose we start spending more on hobbies to enhance our life quality. In that case, we'll need to cut spending in other areas, like our essentials, or we can aim to earn more, so we need to work overtime or take a second part-time job. To balance the loop of hobbies, the counterbalancing loop of cutting expenses on essentials or working overtime steps in, assuming that we'll stick to our $100 saving plan no matter what. Put this idea on a larger scale. The government needs to maintain a state budget that can't decrease under a certain level, otherwise the state will go bankrupt. Usually, there would be a mandatory percentage budget cut, and all state agencies would have to do them. But if this rectification is not enough and they don't want to raise taxes, they need to tighten their belts in other areas. The government will cut funds from education, health, or research and development. Conversely, suppose the government wishes to dispense more money to R&D and education. In that case, it needs to collect more in taxes to keep the fragile balance of the state budget. Reinforcing feedback loops are implanted when we want to continually set higher standards for our system and assure growth over time. If we're going to achieve long-lasting growth, we have to start with small steps. For example, the $100 savings we invest in a low-risk stock will grow exponentially over time. The borrowing example. We can create mental models of things that are tangible, simple, and recent more easily. The process becomes more challenging when the things we analyze are abstract or removed from our personal experience. Let's take a closer look at the example of borrowing money. A young couple had to make unforeseeable purchases on their credit card. They were short on cash. Over time, the credit card's high interest rate caused an even bigger financial problem. To create a mental model that gives insight into the couple's situation, follow these 5 steps. 1. Draw a causal loop diagram. Borrowing money seemed like a good solution to the shortage of readily available funds. When you borrow money, you have access to more cash, but this will only help in the short term. B1. As you borrow money, the cash shortage temporarily decreases. As time goes on, high interest payments will reduce the amount of money you have. This solution ultimately proves to be unsuccessful. 1. Add a thought bubble to any link where a human choice was involved. The human choice in this example, the decision to borrow money. Add this choice to the arrow connecting cash flow problems and borrowing. Diagram 7. The case of borrowing. 2. Assume the borrower thinks rationally. Ask yourself, why did the couple make the decision to borrow and then borrow even more to cover the expense of his first borrowing? Try to come up with several explanations. Perhaps they were worried about keeping up with the Joneses and needed money for appearances. Or maybe they felt cornered. They saw no other choice than to borrow money to provide for their family and pay their bills. Maybe they planned to borrow money to get through a rough financial patch and thought their life circumstances would improve soon. Try to see the situation from more perspectives. Try to understand the reason and emotions for their choice. The more you can come up with various reasons for the different people involved in making the decision, the more complete picture you will have of the situation. By going deeper, we learn a lot about the system and why it behaves the way it does. If we only looked at the system's superficial aspects, we would miss out on the hidden reasons that come with a more profound analysis. Jumping to conclusions and finding someone to blame for problems within the system, we wouldn't learn valuable information on the bottleneck issue and couldn't fix it. Going even deeper, our ultimate goal is to use our deeper understanding to take action and change the system for the better. We have discussed making causal loop diagrams using mental models. But Richard Karash and Michael Goodman take this process a few steps further, as explained in their article Going Deeper, moving from understanding to action. Here are the next 4 steps they advise aspiring systems thinkers to take into consideration. 1. Explore the purpose. Ask yourself where you are now and where you hope to be. Take a hard, honest look at your current reality. Where are you at the present time? How would a successful outcome for the system look like? Only by knowing all these answers can you begin to close the gap and achieve your vision. 2. Examine mental models. Go deeper than the superficial layer of a system. Assume that everyone involved is acting rationally. Try to understand why they made the decisions they did. These ideas should get added to the causal loop diagrams as thought bubbles. It is human nature to want to place blame outside of ourselves when things go wrong. That's how we're wired. The problem with that line of thinking, though, is that it also gives away our power. If we refuse to accept the role we might play in the current problems of the system, we give away our ability to be a part of a real and lasting solution. Systems thinkers don't blame. They look for solutions. Often, a positive change begins with us. Problems in systems rarely occur in a vacuum. They have connections to both the past and the future. We just have to be willing to look for them. Has the system ever been in the same situation before? What is your vision for future success? Learning from the past and creating a bridge to the future is vital in improving a system. Consider all possible consequences before making an action plan. Then start moving forward. All high-functioning systems have 3 characteristics in common. They are resilient, self-organizing, or a thriving hierarchy. Resilient systems are pushed and stretched, often to their limits. Their long-term success is measured by their ability to bounce back and recover on time from challenges and adversity. Adaptability and elasticity are the keywords. Various feedback loops help the system recover when it strays off its path and away from achieving its purpose or function. Resilience isn't easy to recognize, especially if we don't look at the system as a whole. For example, if we examined a broken bone within the first 3 days of breaking, we might conclude that the human body is not resilient. If, however, we looked at the same broken bone a year later, we saw how resilient our body really is. When we look at the system's behavior over time, we can really confirm its resilience. There are cases when systems lose their resilience. Take your own body, for example. It is exposed to many viruses and bacteria each day without you being aware of it. If your immune system is robust, it will fight back against the invaders and stay healthy. You might catch a cold depending on the germ, but you'll heal eventually. But resilience can be lost with aging. This is especially true in the case of living systems. Think about bone density depletion over a woman's lifetime. Due to the brittleness of her bones, the hip breaks easier if she falls. Then, because of the same brittleness, the recovery is longer. Her health declines because she doesn't exercise regularly or eat as well. Standing to cook is a strain. This woman would need an orthopedist and a skilled internist who would look at her nutritional health, a physical therapist, and a therapist to help her mental health. An injury like this could devastate an otherwise vibrant person. It is a profound breakdown of multiple subsystems in her body. Some disasters happen because of human involvement. Ford Motor Company and its dumping of toxic sludge on or near lands for the Ramapough Mountain Indians contaminated the community's soil, air, and groundwater for a long time. The Ramapough Mountain Tribe and other residents of Ringwood, New Jersey, sued Ford Motor Company for property damage. Due to rapidly changing weather conditions caused by wastewater treatment ponds and the smokestacks from the Bowater paper mill, there was a 100-car pileup on a 3-mile stretch of I-75 in Tennessee. This resulted in 13 fatalities and 42 injuries. This stretch of road was already notoriously dangerous for sudden, blindingly thick fog. After this accident, the Tennessee Department of Transportation implemented more measures to help drivers see and closing access to the highway once fog reached a specific density. Still, even Bowater's own report analysts stated that the smokestacks prevented the water vapor from rising off the wastewater ponds. That was creating the deadly fog partially responsible for the accidents. Some species go extinct due to changed environmental conditions. They lose their resilience and adaptability because the change is too extreme to withstand. Other species overpopulate because they don't have any natural predators anymore. The use of certain pesticides in the farming industry temporarily solved the problem of crop-munching insects. But just as these insects disappeared, other insect populations rose to power. They were more resilient, and the old pesticides were not effective on them. Using stronger or different pesticides would not have helped in the long term either. While some species would always become dominant, the soil would get saturated with poison in the chemical war against the insects. There were attempts to break the vicious pesticide circle by introducing new natural predators to farms. This method has been mostly unsuccessful outside of the animal's natural ecosystem. In Australia, they introduced the cane toad to prey on a specific beetle that disrupted sugarcane production. The toads did their job well, but they also had no natural predators. These toads are poisonous to the touch as they carry toxin in their skin. Since Australian predators aren't adapted to the toxin, they may kill the frog, but it often costs them their lives. The cane toads are prolific breeders, and all attempts to manage or curb them have failed. We've seen similar issues in the Everglades, Florida, with two apex predators, alligators and the errantly introduced pythons. Wayward owners wanted to get rid of a constrictor that has gotten too big, expensive, and no longer wanted. Properly rehoming the animal takes time, so owners were just releasing them en masse in the wild where they are now breeding uncontrollably in a hidden environment. Each change we make in a system affects its resilience. That is why it is essential to examine and predict how a system would react to our interventions from many angles and anticipate every possible outcome and consequence before taking action. Some things may sound appealing in the short term, but we don't really want to sacrifice a system's resilience and make it more dependent on human involvement. Our ultimate goal should be to ensure that systems can persevere through adversity with as little unnatural input as possible. You have likely heard the Chinese proverb, "Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime." This stands true in the case of systems. We want them to be able to function on their own as independently as possible. We should aim to boost a system's self-restorative ability. In case of the pesticide insect issue, instead of intervening chemically, natural ecosystems should be promoted. The predators of the insects we wish to get rid of should be allowed to handle the pests. Sustainable farming techniques that retain soil quality over the long term should be practiced over methods that pillage the soil of all its riches in a few short years. This way, the balance of nature wouldn't be disturbed, and the soil quality wouldn't degrade. Self-organization. Another characteristic of well-functioning systems is self-organization. Think about how the first communities, tribes, city-states, and, later, nation-states evolved out of formerly scattered humans. People learned to live in communities, developed and diversified their skills. As their community became more complex, they established laws and guidelines to keep this complexity in relative order. Self-organization is a valuable ability, but it is so general in living systems that we hardly take it into consideration. Unfortunately, we are often oblivious to the evolution of self-organization in front of us. We fail to aid it, or worse, we perpetually work against it. For example, when we overdose on caffeine to stay awake despite our body being on the brink of exhaustion. We may influence our body's processes in the short term, but this interference backfires later. If we are continuously sleep-deprived, our body system will shut down so that no amount of caffeine can resurrect it. Giving too many instructions and overly strict evaluations can kill employees' creativity and morale. Relying too much on old rules may give one a sense of control and stability, but in the long run, it banishes innovation and optimization. Supporting self-organization in a system requires a loosening of the reins. Be willing to let go of a bit of control to give the system the chance and freedom to do what comes naturally. Allow a degree of trial and error within the system. This is often difficult as things can become messy at times. It can be challenging for people to adopt a hands-off policy long enough to let self-organization work. It's like wanting to let your kids use paint and glitter for an art project, but being terrified of the mess that they'll make. Sometimes we intervene because we can't help ourselves. Luckily, no constraint lasts forever. Even under Cambodia's heaviest stone-built temples, trees and vegetation found a way to break to the surface. After the bloodiest wars and deadliest diseases, the nations affected have found a way to move on, reorganize themselves, adapt to the new circumstances, and rebuild. Cambodia is an excellent example of this phoenix-like resurrection. Under the terroristic rules of the Khmer Rouge, 1.5 to 3 million people died. It was known as Cambodia's killing fields. Some holy places were filled up with the dead bodies of innocent casualties. Yet after the horror was over, Cambodia's people buried and properly mourned their dead and cleansed the holy places. Today, together, in unity, they pray for a better future. Not all nations thrive after a difficult period. Free nations usually thrive, but very corrupt governments are often corrupt at their people's expense. The Democratic Republic of Congo is one of the world's richest countries in terms of natural resources. It has the minerals that our cell phones, computers, and gaming systems cannot be made without. They have a unique copper belt, yet many Congolese people don't have running water in their homes. Child labor is a part of life there. The men are ill-equipped for the heavy-duty mining they do, often wearing cheap Wellington boots like footwear, no thick-sole, steel-toed work boots. It is almost mind-blowing that every person in that country is not wealthy. They aren't because of the corruption involved with selling the contracts to mine those minerals. A student sent an email once to a fellow teacher from the Democratic Republic of Congo. He asked for a waiver for a required standardized test. The only testing center was in the most northwestern corner of the country, and he lived in the most southeastern corner. Travel conditions were unsafe. We verified, and what the student said was all true. After checking this place on Google Earth, we agreed that we wouldn't ask anyone to risk their life for a test score. Thus, I can conclude that the self-organization quality of a system, while extremely valuable, can turn into harmful. Hierarchy systems can be divided into smaller subsystems. For example, in a forest ecosystem, you have living things. You can break this down into the subsystems of plants and animals. If you look at the animals, you can further divide them into mammals, birds, reptiles, amphibians, and insects. Taking just one of those subsystems, mammals, you could break it down into animals like squirrels, bears, rabbits, and deer. Look at one individual mammal within the taxonomic index. You will find it has a kingdom, genus, and species. You can zoom on concrete details about the animal, plant, bacteria, protozoa indexed. This is a system hierarchy in action. Living systems are not the only ones using hierarchies. You find this type of organization in corporations, the military, financial institutions, government, education, and so many others. Why? Because it works. Organization through hierarchy can serve as a stabilizing force in a system and lead to greater efficiency and productivity. In 2013, Croatia joined the European Union, becoming the 28th member of the organization. The EU then consisted of 28 countries, each having its own governments. Since then, Brexit happened, so now they are down to 27 members. These governments consist of a prime minister and/or a president, ministers, and local governments. These subsystems are all working individually, but they depend on the larger systems above them to meet the desired goals of the Union. Living things are perfectly designed by nature to exist through the hierarchy of systems and subsystems. Let's look at a mammal, for example. Cells survive and multiply on their own. That subsystem works together to make and support tissues, which work together to create and support organs. Those organs work together to make and support other organs and systems such as the gastrointestinal system, cardiothoracic system, or neurological system. Those organs, systems, and other subsystems work together to create and support an organism. Then the organism is part of a larger species living together. Those species are part of a larger ecosystem living and working together. These smaller subsystems, even down to the smallest cells, can support themselves. They also work together to help meet the needs of the larger subsystems and overarching system above them in the hierarchy at the same time. The umbrella system acts as the conductor of an orchestra. It ensures that the subsystems work together and that their functions coordinate to make the whole system a strong, stable, successful, resilient, and well-functioning one. All of the subsystems are connected within the system, but each subsystem has its closest connections within. Think about it like the people at a baseball game. The players, coaches, umpires, fans, ushers, concession employees, announcers, grounds crew, parking attendants, security guards, ticket takers, and others are all part of the baseball game system. They all work together to create the experience and atmosphere of the game. Each subsystem is responsible for a specific purpose within the overarching system. Even though they are all connected to each other, the strength of those connections is not equal between all of them. The players, coaches, and fans of Team A will be much closer and more connected to each other than they will be to any other subsystems, especially those who are a part of Team B. But even in the subsystem of Team A, the players will be more connected to each other than their fans, right? The ground crew members will be more strongly connected to each other than they would be to the concession employees. They work more closely and spend more time together. Hierarchies evolve bottom-up, from part to whole. The foundational guiding purpose of a hierarchy is to help the smaller subsystems function better and have the support they need. This, in turn, serves the system as a whole because if the little parts do their jobs better, the entire system will benefit and perform more efficiently. In many cases, the hierarchy levels forget that they need to work together and aim to achieve everyone's goals. That's why some hierarchies are poorly functioning, and the system's goals aren't met. Sometimes subsystems think of their purpose as being more important than that of the whole system. Achieving their goals comes at the expense of and detriment to the entire system. This process is called suboptimization. Conversely, suppose the top levels of the hierarchy control the lower levels to the extent that they are prevented from carrying out their functions. In that case, the system as a whole will suffer the same suboptimization. A highly functioning system is a lot like a democracy. In the United States, the freedoms and rights of citizens and laws in individual states are protected and encouraged, even if they undermine the federal law. Many states have, in the past few years, legalized medical and recreational marijuana usage. Marijuana usage is still federally illegal. You can transport weed over state lines, but the states retain more self-governance than the federal government. The central guiding force that the entire government system must follow is the United States Constitution. Freedoms are afforded to the representatives from the House and Senate to pass laws and represent their constituents in Washington. While the U.S. has a relatively powerful federal government, the real power has always been with the states. The federal government's power extends only to what is expressed in the Constitution, which is a living, breathing document. It changes, or what it has usurped and not been called out on. Event level versus behavior level analysis. When we talk of a system's behavior, we look at how it performs over time. Has it grown, stayed the same, or declined? Is it well organized or random? How has it evolved and changed? If you love reading about history, you know that retrospective data on a given historical event makes the outcome predictable for historical analysts of today. Let's take the Roman Empire as an example. While the central authority was strong and united, the empire was invincible. It operated with an organizational system that could keep its tens of millions of subjects under control. The empire was facing external threats, attacks by the Goths in the north and the Parthians in the south, but they overcame adversities and thrived. It wasn't until the death of Emperor Commodus in 192 AD and the death of the Antoninus dynasty that the empire started to decline, slowly but surely. Since Commodus had no heirs and hadn't appointed anyone to take his place, chaos and individual greed began to overtake the system's goal as a whole, namely to keep together and enrich the Roman Empire. 184 years after the death of Commodus, in 476 AD, the Roman Empire collapsed. The fall of a great empire is not unique. Before the Romans, the Macedonian Empire of Alexander the Great suffered the same fate. Centuries later, Napoleon's First French Empire ended up sharing the experience of the Romans. The common feature in all these stories is that while subsystems worked toward the whole system's benefit and the system provided the subsystems their needs, these great empires were undefeatable. When this balance changed, the empire systems collapsed. An interesting exception that empowers the rule is the British recovery from the loss of all their colonies. While the British Empire collapsed, their home base remained independent and not taken over by an external invader. The British colonial empire doesn't exist anymore, yet Britain didn't wither and die. It's still a strong and powerful nation. It thrived differently while also managing the loss of its colonies and what those colonies provided. Looking at the Roman Empire's timeline, or the empire of Alexander the Great, we can highlight the rise, the peak, and the downfall of each of them. But what would happen if we only looked at Commodus's death or a single successful conquest of Alexander? Could we predict or have a clear picture of the empire's behavior just by one event? Not really, right? When we study individual events superficially, in isolation, we won't get answers to questions like what now? Or what will happen to the country? Or how will this event affect the economy? Like in history today, We won't get accurate information by putting one event under the microscope. To get the answers we seek, we need to dig deeper and make a behavior over time analysis. Systems thinkers automatically look for historical data and when presented with a problem. They want to know if the system has ever been in the same position before. Then they study the data and look for patterns. Studying long-term behavior is a window into the underlying structure of the system. It can reveal a wealth of information about what is happening in it, and more importantly, why it is happening. Only then can we get to the heart of a problem and uncover a possible improvement. A system structure is formed by its stocks, flows, and feedback loops. The structure is made visible through causal loop diagrams, completed with boxes, arrows, and thought bubbles. The diagrams will show what behavior tendencies a system has. When we encounter a balancing feedback loop, we can conclude that the system is working toward maintaining or establishing a dynamic equilibrium. A reinforcing feedback loop indicates exponential growth or decline. Football games are a good example of event-level analysis. Perhaps you have heard of Monday morning quarterbacks. They are the people who are eager to offer their opinions and commentary, usually quite critically, on the performance of a player or team in a football game that occurred over the previous weekend. They do not hesitate to judge the performance of others once the game has happened. They usually complain to their friends or call into radio shows offering their opinions without attempting to dig deeper and study the history behind the performance. While this analysis may be entertaining, it is more superficial. It does little to help us predict what will happen in future games. I must add in MMQ's defense that a lot of this information is top secret. The NE Patriots won't release videos of their practice drills to the general public. They don't want other teams prepping to their strategies. The other team only gets previous gameplay videos to strategize with. Meanwhile, each team takes extensive videos of their practice drills. They break down each play and analyze it to death, so each team member knows their part backward and forward. It hopefully goes off seamlessly and without an injury. On the other hand, coaches, medical staff, sideline reporters, and seasoned analysts of the game would make every effort to look for long-term behavior and patterns to explain the player or team's performance. They would look at injury reports, study game tapes, both current and past, and conduct interviews. They study statistical data to assess whether the team had been in the same or a similar position before. This will give a more complete picture and explanation of the reasons behind the performance. Much to the chagrin of our linear-thinking minds, we live in a non-linear world. Systems often surprise us when they react and perform in non-linear ways. In the realm of linear thinking, an action will have a consequence. Small action, small consequence. Big action, big consequence. This isn't always the case in non-linear systems. If you add a small stimulus or push in a system, you will sometimes get a triple-sized response. When the election season is upon us, the candidates running for office in both parties begin to roll out their advertisements to convince voters to support them. They send flyers through the mail, place signs on billboards and yards throughout their campaign area, and hold rallies. Representatives go door to door to speak on their behalf, make phone calls to people within their political party, increase their social media presence, and run commercials on television and radio stations. Some advertising can be good for making potential voters aware of them and their message, and possibly increase the number of votes they receive. But it is also possible that too much advertising will have the opposite effect. It can cause voters to become annoyed and makes them less likely to vote for them in the election. Or consider an avalanche. Avalanches need 3 parts to happen: snow, a sloped surface, and a trigger. A weak layer within the snowpack caused by ice, surface, or depth hoar, if meeting a trigger such as a minimal amount of fresh snow or a little motion, can release a cascade of destructive snow down the side of a mountain. Non-linearities confuse us because they challenge our expectations regarding what type of response we will get from taking a particular action. Non-linearities are capable of causing the entire behavior of a system to flip and change course. because they change the relative strength of feedback loops. When you see a sudden movement from a time of great growth caused by a powerful reinforcing feedback loop to a time of decline, caused by a controlling, balancing feedback loop, nonlinearities are at work. In his article Overview of Systems Thinking, written in 1996, Daniel Aronson gives a good example of how systems thinking can help overcome the problem of nonlinearities. Recall the example where insects were eating farmers' crops. The traditional method, spraying pesticides on the crops to kill the insects, led to undesired consequences. Aronson asks us to imagine a perfect pesticide is used that doesn't have any of the potential environmental concerns that pesticides currently do. A simple diagram would show that as a pesticide is applied, the number of insects goes down. To someone who thinks results are linear, the assumption would be that as more pesticides are applied, more insects will be killed and the crops will be saved. This thesis can prove to be true in the short term. On the diagram, the arrow indicates the direction of the intervention. O means that there is a change happening in an opposite direction. When one side goes up, the other side goes down. If we had the letter S above the arrow, it would mean that change is happening in the same direction. When one side goes up, the other side will go up too, and vice versa. A systems thinker knows that jumping to conclusions based on an individual event won't answer long-term questions. There are countless nonlinearities in the world. Often, suppose we rush to embrace a quick solution to a problem. In that case, we often do not consider unintended negative consequences that can result from our actions. Over time, if we continue to apply pesticides to the crops, they will cause more damage than the insects. Why is this? By failing to look at all of the potential consequences of a possible solution, we may inadvertently cause the very result that we were trying to avoid in the long term. As we spray pesticides, we will kill the original insect that was eating the crops. But in doing so, we will also tamper with nature's delicate balance. Once the insects have been killed, other insects in the area will increase in number. This is either due to the first insect no longer being around to act as competition, or no longer being around to act as a predator, keeping the other populations of insects in check from growing too big. When the other insects increase in number, they will eat even more of the crops. As a result, our actions cause the problem to get worse in the long run. According to the feedback loop and our short-term expectations, the more pesticide we apply, the fewer insects will destroy our crops. Insect A is the original insect we want to get rid of. But the decrease of insect A inadvertently leads to a boom of insect B. Notice the O, opposite direction. The increase in the number of insect B will lead to more damage to our crops. The more insects there are, the more damage they create. This change happens in the S, same direction. We reached our goal in the short term and diminished the number of the original insects, insect A. In the long term, however, the total number of insects damaging our crops increased. Suppose we keep responding to the increased numbers of insects with more pesticides. In that case, we'll only reinforce the loop we are already in. Systems thinkers study potential problems, creating a detailed causal loop diagram like Diagram 9. They spend time exploring the problem and all possible solutions from every angle to be sure they aren't surprised by unintended negative consequences. This way, they can design more creative and better solutions. In the case of pesticides, Aronson suggests that systems thinkers would have been more likely to develop a solution like introducing more of the original insect's natural predators into the area. This would have caused their numbers to drop, but not so dramatically that the other insect populations would get out of control. The crops would have been more protected in the long run. Open systems have no boundaries. All systems are connected. There are no separate individual systems. This is a difficult concept to wrap our heads around. Boundaries are artificially created by people to help them separate and clearly examine one problem at a time. There is no such thing as one correct boundary of a system. The boundaries we decide to draw around systems are based on the questions we are trying to answer and the problems we are trying to solve. The boundaries we draw can lead to problems if we fail to keep in mind that they are of our own making and were artificially created by us. Ideally, we would study a problem and choose whatever boundary best helped to meet the system's needs. But we are creatures of habit. We become comfortable with the boundaries we typically use. To get a more accurate picture, we should create a new boundary for each problem, have an open mind, and judge every situation on its own merits. Just because systems don't have boundaries, it doesn't mean they have no limits. There are limits around every system. Our challenge as systems thinkers is to figure out what those limits are and recognize that growth either diminishes or intensifies them. When one factor in a system is no longer limiting, there will be growth. That growth will impact other elements, either making them more plentiful or sparse until one of those factors becomes the new limiting influence on the system. Moving our focus from the plentiful factors to the next potentially limiting factor is what understanding and ultimately controlling the growth of a system is all about. As systems grow and develop over time, they interact with each other and impact their own limits. This creates a co-evolving dynamic system. A deeper understanding of the limits currently in place in a system and the next potentially limiting factor is not enough to guarantee that the system will continue to grow forever. That isn't possible. Just think about population growth, income growth, or even body mass growth. None of these can go on forever. Instead of focusing on achieving never-ending growth, it's more useful to establish minimum requirements and acceptable limits the system can live in. Universities always want to attract more students. They work to create a learning and campus environment that results in happy students. They will spread the word to others about what a great place it is to go to school there, and more students will enroll. While the university would like to see this growth continue indefinitely, there will ultimately be a time limit that prevents them from bringing in more students. The biggest issue with on-campus student enrollment we've had over the past 5 years is that classes are taught during certain hours and specific schedules. The ability to find space to teach courses in rooms outside specific areas has gotten harder and harder, to the point where school starts in a week, and I have a class with 20 students enrolled and no assigned meeting space. Going online removes that space issue and limits the number of students per cohort or per section for QC issues. You can teach multiple sections or run multiple cohorts in a year. Another limit to growth can be the financial aid and scholarships, because there is only a single federal student loan lender now: the U.S. government. All other companies are just processors, and those are limited. We need to accept that there will always be limits to a system's growth. These limits will either be self-imposed or system-imposed. No system can grow forever. If people do not choose to put their own limits in place, the system will automatically do it for them. Delays. Everything takes time. System changes are no exception. Delays are inevitable. Stocks have delays. Many flows have delays as well. Whenever you ship something, there is a processing time. That is a form of delay. Whenever you send an email and the recipient reads it a day later, is a perception delay. Some things have even more significant delays. For example, a change in the incentives to encourage childbirth and rearing in a country wanting to increase its population growth won't show its positive or negative effects for years. People have a perception delay. Not everybody will know about the new incentives right away, or be ready to bear and rear children when the incentives are announced. There will be a natural, biological delay. Optimally, it takes 9 months for a child to be born. It will take months or years to measure longitudinal population growth, analyze the data, conclude that the increase, if there is any, is due to the policy changes. Delays are a fact of life in systems. When we choose what delays to examine in a system, we should focus on our current questions and concerns. Suppose we are interested in analyzing fluctuations or swings that are happening over months. In that case, delays that take minutes or years should not be our immediate concern. Delays are the driving forces behind how fast systems can respond to change. Delays are responsible for causing declines, overshoots, and fluctuations within a system. Bounded rationality, as referred to by Nobel Prize-winning economist Herbert Simon. Theodore Roosevelt once said, "Do what you can with what you have where you are." This could be a fair summary of what bounded rationality is. It means that people usually make sensible decisions based on the information they have available. The quality of their decisions is only as good as the information they have. It is impossible to have perfect information, especially about distant parts of a system. Farmers don't know how much rain to expect in a given year, if there be drought, or how the economy will shift. Farmers can only be sure of their sowing and reaping methods and their plants or animals' caretaking. A famous quote by Robert H. Schuller illustrates this point well. He said, "Anyone can count the seeds in an apple, but only God can count the number of apples in a seed." An apple orchardist can study data from the yields of his trees over time and carefully analyze all aspects of his orchard system. But try as he might, he will never successfully predict the exact number of apples that will grow from each of the seeds, trees, he plants. Nobel Prize-winning economist Herbert Simon explained in his theory of bounded rationality that we are not all-knowing beings. He recognized that there are limits on our decision-making abilities, including our intellectual and reasoning abilities. The quality of the information we have and the amount of time we have before the decision must be made are key to success. People make decisions by what Simon refers to as satisficing, doing the best they can with what they have. We can't predict what others will do in a given situation. This limits our ability to see every possibility that lies ahead of us and hinders our decision-making abilities. We have to try to make the best decision we can and then move on to the next one. We are human, and we make mistakes even in processing and interpreting the information we have access to. We have to do our best to be open-minded and objective as we analyze data. Our decisions are only as good as the information we have. We need to expand the amount of information we have access to and review. This means gathering data from the entire system instead of just certain elements. Suppose the information is not accessible in the system. In that case, it needs to undergo some changes to ensure access to the best possible information. When to intervene in a system. In the previous section, I discussed changing the system to gain better information. You may be asking yourself, how can I change the system? Where should I intervene? How? I will answer these questions now. Leverage points. How can we change a system's structure? How do we access more and better information? Ultimately, how can we make the system produce more of the things we want and less of the things we don't? We need to start by finding the system's leverage points. Leverage points are the parts in a system where making a small change could result in a big difference in behavior. We don't have to change much to have a big impact. The problem is that people often don't push the change in the right direction. We need to consider a cost-benefit analysis if we move a leverage point in a specific direction. If we don't, we may aggravate the problem. Remember the example of pesticides? Using them was not the best leverage point. Interfering in the balance of nature caused more damage to the crops in the long run. Recall my example with the avalanche. A good leverage point is like hitting the spot on a mountain and cause the largest avalanche. Just as the Disney character Mulan did with the Chinese army's last cannon in an attempt to use nature to defeat the Huns. Changing parameters. A parameter is a characteristic that helps to define and evaluate a system. When we alter the guidelines by which we judge the success of a system, it can result in significant changes. Every time we enter a new election cycle, the national debt becomes a major topic of debate between candidates of both political parties. The national debt is a stock. If the government spends more money or cuts taxes, the national debt increases. If the government cuts spending or raises taxes, the national debt decreases, as long as the increase is greater than the interest payments our country has to make. Our elected officials have to make difficult decisions to adjust the flows into and out of this system. These decisions are made all the more difficult because our government officials like to get re-elected. The national debt is always a hot-button, politically charged issue. Both parties blame each other and argue over the parameters that impact the debt's size. The voters are invested in this system's monetary flows because they are responsible for paying for the debt. Everyone will tell you that they want the debt to drop, but they do not want to pay more in taxes or have any government programs that are important to them cut to reduce spending. This causes hesitation and anxiety for the government officials because they don't want to upset their constituents so much that they won't re-elect them. This approach results in the debt gradually growing no matter who is in office. Parameters are important, but only in the short term. Voters feel passionate about them if they are directly impacted by the flows. They will make their voices heard on things like wanting subsidies to help pay for rising healthcare or having to pay more in taxes. But changing the parameters in a system rarely results in positive change to how our national economy behaves. They aren't strong enough to bring stability to the system as a whole. Overall, changing parameters in a system is not a quick or impactful way of intervention. Buffers. A stock that acts to stabilize a system is known as a buffer. Buffers are an added support in place to help a system to stay steady when things go wrong. A buffer is the money in our savings account to help protect us if we have an unexpected expense or run into financial difficulties. We want to have enough batteries and candles in our home in case our power goes out, or enough food in our pantry in case we can't make it to the store. All of these stocks act as buffers. If we increase the size of the buffer, we get more stability in our system. There is a fine line, though. If our buffer's size becomes too large, we risk having an unyielding and stagnant system resistant to change. For example, if you hoard together a big food supply, you'll need to consume that over time if you don't want it to expire. Thinking on a larger scale, power plants and water reservoirs work as buffers. Big buffers like those respond slowly, repairing and expanding. Them takes time, and they are not cheap to maintain. Since they are slow to react and resistant to change, they do not make good leverage points. Rules and incentives. A system's rules define the area it is tasked to work within, its limits, and how much freedom it has. Rules are powerful. When rules change or are restructured, our behavior responds very quickly and changes right along with them. If the speed limit suddenly changes from 75 miles per hour to 70 miles per hour, we'll automatically adapt to the slower driving speed to avoid speeding tickets. This makes rule changes excellent leverage points. Those who can change the rules hold a great deal of power in their hands. When things go wrong or right in a system, and you are trying to find out why, take a look at the rules in place and who can make those rules. The examples I'm about to discuss are classic systems thinking examples. Let's take a look at what happens when a reinforcing loop and a balancing loop are both pulling on the same stock. All populations have a reinforcing loop that allows them to grow through their birth rate and a balancing loop that indicates mortality. If the birth rate is higher than the death rate, the population increases as the reinforcing loop is in control. If the death rate is higher than the birth rate, the balancing loop is dominant and the population decreases for that year. Let's take a population of 30 giraffes. During a year and a half, the giraffes welcomed 9 new babies into their herd, while 5 giraffes died. Since the birth rate was higher than the death rate, the reinforcing loop was dominant and resulted in population growth. During the following year and a half, deforestation occurs. This causes 11 giraffes to die while they have only 4 newborns. The balancing loop would be in control in this case. The number of giraffes in the herd would decrease. If the birth rate and death rate were the same, 7 giraffes were born and 7 giraffes died during the same period, the giraffe population would enter a state of dynamic equilibrium. The behavior in the example of the giraffe population demonstrated the shifting dominance of feedback loops. The dominant loop has the most influence on the system and its behavior. When 2 or more feedback loops affect the system simultaneously, they compete with one another, and the dominant loop is the one that determines the behavior. When the reinforcing loop was dominant, the population responded with growth. When the balancing loop is in control, the population declined. When both the reinforcing and balancing loop are of the same strength, the system is in dynamic equilibrium. Whenever you are presented with a prediction, you will want to dig deeper to see if there is a reliable forecast based on data. The following questions are helpful to consider as you evaluate a prediction. Are the driving factors likely to behave in the way they suggest? In our example, the driving factors are the birth and death rates. This is a hard question to answer with certainty because it asks you to make a guess about the future. The best a systems thinker can do is carefully study the system's behavior over time. Explore what would happen if the driving factors behaved in various ways, studying all possible scenarios. Making predictions in a dynamic system without proper exploration is not a good idea. If the driving factors did behave that way, would the system react this way? In our example, we would ask if the birth and death rates would make the stock, population, respond the way we think it would. This question is a test of the accuracy of the model we use. Regardless of what you believe the driving factors will do, would the system behave as expected? What is driving the driving factors? In our example, we would examine what is impacting the birth and death rates. This question assesses the boundaries of a system. It examines the driving factors to see if they are acting autonomously or are implanted in the system. There will be multiple forces impacting the driving factors, birth and death rates, from both within and outside the system. While the driving factors are themselves feedback loops, they are also influenced by the feedback loops acting upon them. Let's bring the giraffes into the zoo with many other kinds of animals to demonstrate how economic factors can influence population. Just like the population, the economy is a reinforcing loop-balancing loop system. It has the same structure and behavior patterns as a population. The behavior of the economy. A zoo makes money from the people who purchase tickets to visit it. The greater the zoo's stock, the number of animals, attractions, vending machines, cafes, and gift shop items, and the efficiency of their production, the more output, goods and services to guests, it will produce over time. A zoo operating at a large scale is likely to have a breeding program. That is an inflow. Some inflows may be payments from other zoos for purchases of animals to bred at their zoo. Suppose the zoo produces a lot of output, like offering more shows and attractions, souvenirs, and food for their visitors to buy. In that case, they will generate more income, which they can then reinvest back into the zoo. By reinvesting that capital, they will be able to purchase, feed, and care for more animals, build and make improvements to their attractions and facilities, hire more employees, and buy more food and souvenirs to sell, etc. This will help them make even more income. This is a reinforcing loop that works just like the birth rate reinforcing loop in our previous example. The more output the zoo can reinvest, the faster it will grow its stock of physical capital. We can see this process on diagram 11, where there is a dominant reinforcing feedback loop, R, of the output reinvested, ensuring stable growth. Not only growth can happen to a business. If they become injured, sick, or even die, the animals that decline in the stock would act as the population example's death rate. Every attraction and facility depreciates and suffers from wear and tear over time or becomes less popular with guests. This may mean they can no longer be used by the zoo. The longer the zoo can take good care of everything and keep using their physical capital, the less capital they will need to lose each year. On diagram 11, we can see this process through the balancing feedback loop, B, that affects the depreciation. If the zoo's reinforcing loop is dominant, it will reinvest money back into the system and assure further growth. If the zoo's balancing loop is in control, the zoo will have to retire and replace more capital instead of increasing its stock. This will result in the growth slowing down or dying off. Suppose neither the reinforcing nor the balancing loop is dominant. In that case, the system will level off and stay in a state of dynamic equilibrium. Whether this system grows, dies off, or remains constant depends on how much output the system invests, how efficiently can the capital create a unit of output, the lifespan of the capital. There are two ways to make a stock grow: increase its inflow or reduce its outflow. In our zoo example, the stock could grow if more animals, food, souvenirs, attractions, and facilities were purchased, increasing the inflow. Or by taking such good care of the existing capital that it would not have to be retired or replaced for as long as possible. This reduces outflow. Systems cause their own behavior. Systems with the same structure will exhibit the same dynamic behaviors even when you think they couldn't be more different. Both the economy and population can reproduce themselves. Money makes money, and giraffes make giraffes. Giraffes age and die. Money loses its value over time due to inflation. The paper the money is made of ages and becomes unusable. The physical paper money needs to be changed. In the large-scale view of economic development, analyzing population and economic growth together is one of the most important research topics investigated. The answer these researchers seek is how to make the reinforcing loop of capital creation work faster than the reinforcing loop of population growth. In other words, if the population grows faster than wealth, people will get poorer. If a country's or the general commonwealth grows faster than the population, people will live better. This, of course, is an incomplete model that assumes that wealth distribution is equal. In reality, wealth distribution is far from being equal. In real life, the rich get richer, and the poor get poorer. How and why? I will talk about it in the following chapters. A renewable stock constrained by a non-renewable stock. In our previous examples, we talked about the population and the economy. These were both examples of one-stock systems. Now I will present a system that has two stocks, a renewable and a non-renewable. Everything tangible in this world exchanges things with the environment surrounding it. A school needs students, teachers, water, and electricity to function. An animal needs food, water, shelter, and habitat to survive. Because of biological, physical, and chemical needs, growing systems influenced by a reinforcing loop will ultimately encounter a limitation. This will take the form of a balancing loop. Even when a balancing loop isn't dominant, we know its existence because it's impossible for any physical system to keep growing forever. Systems theory calls this phenomenon the limits to growth archetype. Resources provide inflow to the stock, and they are either renewable or non-renewable. Renewable resources are oxygen, water, wind, and solar energy. These can be used over and over. Nature replicates them before they are completely consumed. Non-renewable resources are coal, oil, and natural gases that take a long time to be replaced by nature. They can't be replaced as fast as they are being used. It's important to make the same distinction with pollutants, which can also be renewable or non-renewable. A pollutant is renewable if the environment has a fixed ability to remove it. A pollutant is non-renewable if the environment cannot absorb the pollutant or make it less harmful. Let's see the behavior of an oil company on diagram 12. The balancing loop, B1, drives depreciation and represents the company's machinery, such as the extracting and refining equipment. Suppose we estimate an average lifetime of about 25 years for these machines. In that case, this means the oil company will lose 1/25 of its capital stock each year. In other words, 4% of this company's commission will be gone on the very first day of operation. This system grows when a reinforcing loop, R, is dominant. By reinvesting its profit, income minus cost, the oil company will extract more oil. This will lead to a more significant profit that can, again, be reinvested to keep the growth going faster. Oil is a non-renewable resource, so the stock fostering the extraction doesn't have an input. The oil box only has an output. If an oil company removes all the oil field becomes depleted. With each barrel of oil they mine, The job of the oil company becomes more difficult. When they drill for each additional barrel, they will have to dig deeper because the stock has decreased. There is less natural pressure to force more oil closer to the surface. The company has to spend more money to effectively mine the leftover oil. This acts as another balancing loop on the system that limits the growth of its capital, B2. When the oil company has a lot of money, it can extract a lot of oil. The more oil it extracts, the more money it will make. But conversely, the more oil it mines, the less oil will remain, and the more expensive it will get to mine. The company will get less yield from each unit of capital they spend. This means that they will make less profit. For this example, we assume that the price they can charge for a barrel of oil remains constant. Thus, they will have less money to reinvest, which means their capital will grow slower. When the oil company first starts to drill, there is enough supply. If the difficulty and cost of extraction didn't increase, the extractable oil would last for 100 years. But the actual depletion time depends on many factors like consumption over time, the speed and amount of extraction per year, the number of drills, etc. The extraction will reach its optimal limit quicker than expected due to the increasing extraction costs, causing the extraction to slow down, having less yield per unit of capital. The company will reach a point where the costs will be so significant that the income they earn from extracting another barrel isn't enough to keep the investment ahead of depreciation. The capital stock decreases, and the drilling shuts down, abandoning the oil left in the ground because the extraction cost wouldn't be worth the gains. The same happens with any system whose growth depends on non-renewable resources. The faster the system grows in such cases, the faster it will fall. The ultimate decision a company has to make in the case of a non-renewable resource is to get rich quickly or stay in business longer. This example was a simplification of the real world, of course. We assumed that oil prices stay constant, no new oil field is discovered, and no natural event affects the extraction process. We also didn't consider the negative natural consequences a fast extraction can cause. Let's imagine what would happen if oil prices increased. In this case, the company would have more profit to invest in faster extraction. The critical point when the oil extraction was not worth the cost would come later. Conversely, if oil prices dropped, the company would be out of business quicker. There are two ways to increase stocks: by increasing the inflow or by reducing the outflow. In the case of our oil company, reducing the outflow might be caused by technological advances, making it cheaper and easier to extract the remaining oil from the field. The company's operating costs would drop. As long as systems depend on non-renewable resources to grow their stock, depletion dynamics will be in play. An oil company knows that the oil supply in a field will become depleted and too costly to extract, causing them to abandon it. They are always on the lookout for the next place they can drill. The larger the stock of oil they have to begin with, the longer the reinforcing loop will dominate the balancing loop. The higher the capital stock and the cost of extraction, the earlier, faster, and further the fall will be after the system hits its production peak. As they say, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Big oil companies know the risks of quick depletion and increased costs, so they start to scout a new oil extraction location before the old one runs out. Think of Halliburton, a vast oil company in Texas. Oil and gas are one of their biggest industries. Halliburton doesn't drill exclusively in Texas. It also drills in the Middle East. When Halliburton wanted to go into Iraq after its second war with the U.S. to help rebuild, it was granted many government contracts to do that. But then Dick Cheney, the vice president at the time, was also the former chief executive officer of Halliburton. The point being, big firms look for new opportunities before the non-renewable resource runs out. There are systems where a renewable stock is constrained and extraction can be limited. A good example is the lumber industry. Trees take time to grow. A renewable source can support extraction indefinitely, especially since a wood exporting company is likely getting lumber from multiple sources, but only with an extraction rate that matches the regeneration rate. Suppose the lumber company doesn't respect the delicate balance of flow and regeneration and overexploits the stock. In that case, the renewable source might become non-renewable, extinct, in other words. System archetypes are commonly repeating variations of reinforcing and balancing feedback. Each archetype has a typical pattern of behavior over time, structure, and effective interventions. These archetypes help us to understand and diagram the behavior of a system. The more you practice system analysis, the easier you will notice and apply it when hearing an archetypical system story. Some systems can cause troublesome behavior through their structure. This can take many forms. Some of the behaviors archetypes create include addiction, low performance, and escalation. It isn't enough to just recognize the troublemaking structures and understand the problems they cause. They need to be changed. People often make the mistake of trying to blame other people for the destruction these archetypes cause. In reality, the fault lies within the structure of the system. So what can be done? We can escape these so-called system traps by being aware of their existence and use that knowledge to avoid getting caught in them. Or, if we are in them, change them. We can change the structure by revisiting our goals and developing new ones. We can work with feedback loops to strengthen, weaken, or alter current behavior. We can even add new feedback mechanisms to the system. The archetypes rapidly build system-level awareness and provide a simple and engaging way to communicate about systems. They are easy to understand. The classic archetype stories are an easy means to transfer learning about system issues from one situation to another. If you master the system's archetypes, you'll be familiar with the storylines and regular behavior patterns. You'll detect them in real-world events and map their structure with ease. Also, by going deeper, you'll be able to improve and enrich the structure of the specific system you'll be analyzing. The 9 most common systems archetypes are the following: shifting the burden, fixes that backfire, growth and underinvestment, tragedy of the commons, limits to success, accidental adversaries, escalation, drifting goals, success to the successful. I will review 4 of the 9 archetypes mentioned above: the tragedy of the commons, the success to the successful, escalation, and shifting the burden. You can read about the other archetypes in my book, Learn to Think in Systems. The tragedy of the commons. The tragedy of the commons is a trap that appears when there is escalation in a shared, erodible environment. In the United States, there is no limit on who can own a car or how many vehicles a person is allowed to own. In fact, in 2016, there were 268.8 million vehicles registered in the United States, with about 95% of households owning at least one car. This was not always the case. Until the late 1940s, at least 40% of households didn't own a car. They lived mostly in cities and depended on public transportation to get from place to place. Since the 1960s, the number of vehicles owned in the United States has continued to grow. Why is this? As people began to move into suburbs, it spread that one could purchase a house for less money and buy a car to commute to work. The highway system continued to grow and improve. Hence, people found it more convenient to drive themselves around. Not to mention that suburbs didn't have well-operating public transportation. Car owners have the commonly shared environment of our roads and highways. They share the need for oil and gas, both non-renewable resources. Car owners have the freedom to drive themselves anywhere, anytime they want, not being tied to a public transportation schedule. For many, owning a car is even a status symbol. The downside to the increased growth in car ownership is the finite amount of oil and products made available to us on Earth. The oil is consumed fast as there are so many cars on the road. Another problem is that more cars mean more pollution. This can be a contributing factor to climate change and health problems. Additionally, as more cars travel on our roadways, there is increased wear and tear on them. This can render some roads and bridges unsafe to travel on and can result in costly repairs. All taxpayers share the financial burden, not to mention the insurance costs of drivers who don't carry it despite it being a legal requirement. The increase in cars also means an increase in accidents, which overwhelm emergency rooms. We can see the ripple effect here. In this example, car ownership has increased in number consistently since the 1960s. Initially, it was encouraged to help financially support the auto industry and touted as a symbol of status. It was a sensible decision for the city banker to own a car because it provided him the freedom to travel as he wished. The only problem was that every other car buyer came to the same conclusion, and soon the highways and roads were invaded with hour-long traffic jams. Some families ended up owning as many as one car per family member. This meant 4 or 5 cars per family. One car usually has 5 seats and could efficiently serve a family of 5. But due to increased desire for comfort, a high percentage of cars driven on the streets has only one passenger. When a couple works in different areas and both live far from their workplace, having 2 vehicles is reasonable. The infrastructure of roadways and the highway system continued to grow and improve to serve the growing demand. Car owners understood that if improvements and repairs to roads were necessary, everyone would share the cost, so that wasn't a big deterrent to purchasing a car. How to fix the tragedy of the commons? Educate and warn people about the consequences of uncontrolled use of the commons. Make your statements appeal to their morality. Make people aware of the collective costs of their individual actions. Use persuasive language or illustrations to influence people's sense of austerity. If sensibility is not motivating enough, use threatening future predictions. Mention the possibility of social disapproval. Focus on the greater common good. Privatization can be helpful to save the commons. This way, people will need to own their actions and fix whatever they personally damaged. If someone can't control themselves by overexploiting their private resources, they will cause damage mostly to themselves. Regulation is a powerful tool to save the commons. We saw earlier how powerful leverage a change in the rules can be. Bans or restrictions on some behaviors, quotas, taxes, or incentives can all work. Deterring regulations by charging fines or requiring licensing can also be an effective way to stop people from overexploiting the commons. Success to the successful. Those who are financially well off often use their wealth and privilege to get special treatment and access to goods. This, in turn, helps them generate more of the money, privilege, and closed group information. Competitive exclusion is a system trap. Think about what happens when someone wins a competition. They get a reward. This reward, monetary, equipment, access granting, networking, promotions, sponsors, gives the winner the ability to compete even better next time. This forms a reinforcing feedback loop, which increases the likelihood that the winners will keep winning. Consequently, the losers will lose again. How does Monopoly, the board game, evolve? Each player begins the game on the same level of the playing field, but as soon as a player starts to accumulate properties, the game dynamic changes. When a player controls a property, they can begin to build houses and hotels and charge the other players rent when they land on their properties. That player can use the other player's money to buy more properties and put more hotels on the game board. This makes it next to impossible for the others to catch up and dramatically increases the likelihood that the hotel-owning player will win the game. Monopoly is a strategy game of how you come to own the best-located properties and then make the most money to bankrupt the other players. The player who buys hotels first can only retain exclusive power if they play smart enough to purchase other hotels in strategic locations. The first buyer can control the game only if he keeps growing to other players disadvantaged. A hotel on Mediterranean Ava is a waste of money if you ask me. Consider college football teams in the United States. There is a playoff system that determines the national champion each year. The final 4 teams play against each other in the playoff. For the past few years, it seems that the same 2 to 3 teams monopolized playing in the playoff. As college football teams begin winning games, they are rewarded with more access to television time. This allows them to increase their fan bases, bring more revenue into their programs, and attract more recruits to their teams. As the teams are more visible, they can generate more money through ticket sales and booster donations. This enables them to hire the best coaches and build the best facilities at their schools. These events entice the best players to join their football programs, which increases the likelihood that they will continue to win and be successful. The reinforcing feedback loop has now become created and entrenched in their systems. There are exceptions to this rule, too. Clemson Tigers of South Carolina's Clemson University, which did not even win a conference championship under its previous coach Tommy Bowden, went to winning a national championship under Dabo Swinney in 2017. Swinney had been a coordinator at Clemson before it took on the head coach position mid-season in 2008. His greatest asset as a coach is that he is a fantastic recruiter. Alabama has been in the championship since Nick Saban took over in 2007. The success to the successful archetype applies to their case 100%. Still, a lot depends on the coach and his coaching and what conference the school plays in. SEC, ACC, Big 10, Big 12, PAC 12, these all have way more clout. And because the teams aren't playing Division II ball in a region where no one cares about college ball. Traditionally, these regions are home to the oldest and most prestigious colleges. History brings a lot of rivalry and tradition, and football is one of those rivalries and traditions, just like sculling at the Ivies and Pacific Northwest. We also see the success to the successful archetype at play in nature. The competitive exclusion principle tells us that it is impossible to have two different species living in exactly the same ecological niche, competing for exactly the same food and resources. When two species are different, one species will either be able to reproduce faster or be more effective at using resources than the other species. This will give that species an advantage over the other as it will begin to increase its population and continue to be dominant over the other species. The dominant species does not need to fight the other species. Using up all of the available resources means there are none left for the weaker competitor. This will force that species to either move away, adapt by using different resources, or become extinct. It has two reinforcing loops linked by the allocation of resources stock. The reinforcing loop on the left, R1, presents the success to the successful scenario. The more resources A allocates, the more he will have to invest, further enriching his stock. The other reinforcing feedback is a vicious cycle of diminishing success for B, the less wealthy. The poor get poorer, just the way it illustrates. Kids coming from families with fewer resources usually have access to worse education than their wealthy peers. Thus, they end up having lower-skilled jobs and lower income levels. Their poverty is reinforced at each stage of life. People who do not have a lot of money are either unable to qualify for loans or must pay a disproportionately high interest rate compared to the wealthy. This keeps the less wealthy from making investments and improve their futures in the same way the wealthy can. People with low incomes are often unable to own their own homes. They pay rent to those who can afford to own property. Tenants supply landlords, whether with a stable income source or with enough funds to buy a new property for more people to rent. Real-life monopoly, folks. Those who earn the least tend to pay a more significant percentage of their income to taxes and healthcare. Wealthy individuals have access to attorneys who can help them find loopholes in the tax code and avoid paying a comparable amount of their income in taxes. This being said, I find it essential to mention that the wealthiest 1% of Americans pay the vast majority of American taxes. They pay a smaller percentage, but that percentage still quantifies to a lot of money. The percentage less wealthy people pay will be a larger percentage of their income, but it's a lot less money, practically speaking. The problem doesn't reside only in the taxing system, but in the minimal income some people have. I would gladly pay more taxes if I made double than I do. Often, people can receive discounts when they purchase items in bulk. Research has found that the bulk rule is generally inaccurate in the case of perishable goods. The average family of 4 isn't going to use large bulk sizes of items before they spoil. Who is using 10 pounds of ranch dressing before it spoils? The only person I can imagine is pouring it in a glass and drinking it. Many bulk purchases go to waste, and thus the person would just be wasting his money while trying to save. This doesn't mean purchases at bulk stores don't save money on non-perishable items. Purchases on diapers, meats, and vitamins are all much cheaper, but they are usually slightly larger package sizing. Because the less wealthy are still unable to afford these large purchases, they often have to pay higher per-piece prices. Other possible scenarios may have a harder toll on the less wealthy, reinforcing the vicious loop in which they are stuck. They are exposed to more pollution and higher stress levels because they are more likely to rely on public transportation. They breathe in the exhaust of a bus. And who helps with the poor's physical and mental diseases? Low-paying jobs don't provide health care, yet they take a toll on a person's body and mind. The success to the successful archetype presents only a fraction of reality. Like every other model, it is simplified. It doesn't take into consideration the position of the middle class, for instance. It's a simplification of reality to illustrate with a visual but extreme example of how the archetype works. What's the solution for this scenario? Sometimes even the appearance of success is enough to get the resources for actual success. Let me illustrate this with a joke. A young man wants to marry Bill Gates' daughter. He goes to Bill Gates and asks for his daughter's hand in marriage. The billionaire suspiciously asks the young man, "Who are you?" "I will only marry my daughter to the CEO of the Bank of America." "No problem," says the young man and leaves. He goes to the Bank of America, applying for the CEO position. When he gets interviewed, the interviewers ask who he is. "I'm the future son-in-law of Bill Gates," he replies. This joke shows how potential can be confused with or sold as achievement, and how the appearance of success is critical to secure future success. When we decide to support one party that can involuntarily cause the decline of other parties, it takes clarity about what actually drives one entity's success or the others to avoid an unwanted outcome. To create a more equal resource allocation, we need to develop awareness on how our present investment decisions influence future investment decisions. Take a look at Diagram 14. The middle stock contains all resources available to invest in activities A and B. Let's say the problem we are trying to solve is the drug addiction of a disadvantaged group in a poor neighborhood. Activity A is investing in the education of these people. Activity B is investing in order-maintaining forces. The goal of this project is to decrease drug consumption and drug-related crimes. The potential of each activity should be measured separately. After carefully analyzing the data, create resource allocation policies based on needs and each activity's success. Take a look at whether one's success causes the other's failure or not. Also, consider if one's failure influences the successful party in any way. Create mental models to answer questions like, how might we have created a defensive routine? Did we assume one activity is inherently better than the other? Where were we biased? Answer these questions, use the data, compare everything with the outcome you're seeking. Make changes per your discoveries and get closer to the desired results. Escalation. Have you ever witnessed two siblings fighting with one another? Each new poke, push, or insult is getting worse than the last. In that case, you have seen escalation firsthand. Escalation is guided by a reinforcing loop in which the actors involved are in competition. The driving factor behind their behavior and decision-making is trying to outdo one another. If the competition brings improvement into the world, we can consider escalation a good thing. Escalation, however, can also be extremely dangerous. When countries around the world race to build up their nuclear weapons faster than others, there can be dire and threatening consequences. The Cold War is an excellent example of negative escalation. Another example is when two people are drag racing. They continue to push harder and harder, trying to beat their competition, prompting them to make more and more careless choices until someone gets hurt. One pervasive display of escalation in our country and around the world today involves the use of cyberbullying. The internet and social media can be great tools to help make us all interconnected. We can share and access information like never before. But some people feel emboldened by the anonymity that these virtual platforms afford and think they can make any cruel and negative comment about others without consequence. It is rare to read about a recipe or a product review without seeing negative comments designed to offer destructive criticism. They are hurtful and personal. It isn't long before more people begin to argue back and forth, hurling more and more hateful insults at one another. Comments become a means to hurting the other person. The responses from others reading the comments are egging the initial debaters on, encouraging the negative words to continue. In some cases, cyberbullying has such horrifying and dangerous unintended consequences as teenage suicide. Some people feel so attacked by their peers and strangers on the internet that they decide to take their own life. They may think they will never be able to escape from the damage that has been done to their reputation. A child whose brain isn't cognitively formed can't understand the permanence of suicide. Neither has the experience that life gets better eventually. Not all systems that exhibit escalation are so dire and dangerous. As I said before, escalation can end up being beneficial to our society and the world. The process can lead a group to find groundbreaking scientific discoveries, create helpful inventions in technology, develop new medicines, or find cures for diseases. There is a reason that escalation is a system archetype. Even in the best situations, escalation can still cause troublesome behavior. No matter the goal or purpose, escalation can grow swiftly, often faster than anyone anticipates. It can result in the competing parties breaking down entirely if nothing is done to break the loop. How to get out of an escalating situation? The best is to avoid engaging in it in the first place. But if you find yourself, or a system, already in an escalating situation, you can try the following things. Become aware of the dynamics of the system, its activity level, and the costs. Put your thoughts about the escalation under a microscope. What do you think about the escalation? Is it a zero-sum game? Would the parties be willing to come to an agreement? What do you predict will happen if you tried to break the loop and escape this system trap by unilaterally withdrawing from the competition? How could each involved party achieve their goals? What are your goals? Do you seek any benefit in this game? Or all that matters to you is outdoing your competitor? If so, can you refocus your objectives? Are you sure you have an accurate assessment of your competition? Can you get more accurate information? Try to negotiate different system rules using balancing loops to control the reinforcing loop the escalation operates in. Shifting the burden. Addiction. It's hard to turn a blind eye to the classic addictions in our society. Drugs, alcohol, nicotine, food, shopping, gambling, etc. But there are other kinds of addictions, many that you never thought of as addictions before, present in systems. Addiction is a reliance or dependence on something. This can be a country receiving government subsidies for financial loans and support. Many areas of our economy receive government subsidies like the energy, agricultural, and transportation sectors, just to name a few. Farmers can have non-negotiable business standards in the form of reliance on pesticides and fertilizers in hopes of more generous yields. Addictions can involve being dependent on painkillers, or begin addicted to social validation to feel confident and worthy. No matter the form an addiction takes, the structure of the system looks the same. It has a stock with inflows and outflows. The stock can be something tangible, like crops, or intangible, like self-esteem. The stock's decision maker adjusts the balancing feedback loop by changing either the inflow or the outflow. When intervening in such cases, either by granting a subsidy or providing non-material goods, the short-term results can be promising. We may even think that we solved a problem. In reality, by shifting the burden to the intervention, we won't achieve lasting positive results. The subsidy won't last forever. Our bodies will build up a tolerance to painkillers. The same old problems will resurface. This is because we put a Band-Aid on the problem. We opted for a quick fix without digging deeper to really uncover its root cause and put in the hard work to solve the issue long term. Do we have such clarity when a stubborn problem returns? Usually not. We take an extra painkiller. We pour even more money into the farm. The method worked the first time. It will work again. What we're achieving is an increased addiction and dependence on the intervention that weakens the system further. In other words, The problem recurs despite our repeated efforts to fix it. Over time, the problem will require more of the fix to stay under control. The real cause of the problem is either hard to identify or seems impossible to address. It is best to not fall into the trap of addiction in the first place. But if addiction has taken over, there will be a period of painful withdrawal, whether physical or emotional, to finally break free from the cycle. It will be hard to go to the doctor and discover the real cause of our pain. It will be challenging to tweak our farm to be self-sustaining, but it needs to be done. There is a limit to how many painkillers we can take a day without overdosing. There is a limit to the money one can pour into an underperforming farm. How can we avoid the trap? When it becomes clear that a system requires some outside intervention, step in to help temporarily. Ensure that the intervention is not going to cause dependence in the system, but rather, it will act as a helpful force with ideas on how the system can function on its own and solve its own problems in the future. As soon as the system is strong enough, the intervention should be removed. It is similar to a military strategy when they go into a country needing protection and assistance. The military trains the troops of the country in need and maintains the peace long enough to stabilize the situation. Then they slowly give the steering wheel back to the country to solve their own problems. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Quick fixes won't last. The system will have the same problems as before and remain dependent on the intervention. But if you help the system improve to solve its problems, the system will be able to carry on long after the intervention has been removed. What is the goal of the system? Try to clarify it. Allocate the tendency to focus on seemingly urgent symptoms and address the behavior that fosters dependence on the quick fix. Considering the goals, weaken or break the connection between the symptom and the quick fix. Do this by providing as little of a fix as possible. If the symptoms need to be addressed, try to find a substitute fix with fewer side effects or longer-lasting benefits. If the implementation of short-term solutions is unavoidable, try limiting the consequences as much as you can. Try to balance the short-term and long-term solutions. Most often, this means empowering the link between the real problem and the symptom. Ask yourself if the fundamental issue is just another symptom. If you confirm this suspicion, dig deeper to identify the addiction's real cause and new ways to address it. When we find a gap between where we currently are and where we want to be, we get motivated to change. In a system, in a similar situation, we collectively create a shared vision, mission, and set of core values. That's how we bring meaningful and lasting changes. We need to make sure everyone is on the same page in evaluating where the system currently is and why it is there. That's when people truly start feeling invested and engaged in wanting to be a part of the solution. They begin to go beyond taking responsibility just for their individual task within the system. They recognize that they also play a role in how the entire system performs. They have more of a stake in the game and will take more ownership over the results. When trying to solve a problem, we may end up causing more of the behavior we hope to avoid. As David Peter Stroh, the author of the book Systems Thinking for Social Change, says, "Organizations and social systems have a life of their own. We might wish to push the system in a positive direction, and the system would still operate the same way as if no intervention had happened. Why? Most probably because it didn't get the right push. Suppose we don't do our homework and dig deeper into the system to get to the real root of the problem and settle for a quick fix. In that case, we are wasting our time and energy because we won't solve anything." Good intentions. Business consultant James C. Collins once said, "Bad decisions made with good intentions are still bad decisions. Good intentions are simply not enough." We all mean well, but sometimes in a rush to find a solution, we actually make things worse. It is important to recognize quickly when a solution isn't working. We need to shift gears, learn more about the problem, and try another way of intervention. Here are just a few examples of solutions gone wrong despite everyone's best intentions. Countries with the most restrictive abortion laws have the highest rates of abortion. A 2018 study conducted by the Guttmacher Institute found that the abortion rates worldwide have fallen during the last 25 years, even though more countries have legalized abortion and made the procedure more accessible. Making abortion illegal is intended to decrease the number of women getting abortions, but it seems to have the opposite effect. States where the death penalty is legal have consistently higher murder rates than states where the death penalty is illegal. The Death Penalty Information Center has gathered statistics on murder rates in all 50 states from 1990 to 2016 using U.S. Census data and published reports on crime from the FBI. During that period, the murder rates were lower in states that did not have the death penalty than states that did. Instituting the death penalty as a possible punishment was intended to deter people from committing heinous crimes like murder. But according to statistics, this is another solution gone wrong. There are many more examples of failed solutions that were created with the best of intentions. Increased availability of job training programs didn't result in lower unemployment. The war on drugs contributed to problems it never intended, even as addiction and drug abuse continued to be a significant problem in modern society. There is no shortage of well-intentioned solutions that have failed to bring the results people expected or were promised. When a judge decides to incarcerate a parent who commits a crime, they do it with good intentions, such as keeping a criminal off the streets and because it's required by the law. I wish to stress here that I'm talking about minor law infringements. I would never suggest a serial killer or child abuser be spared just because they have a child. While the parent is incarcerated, the child will suffer greatly by not having a complete, healthy family and might end up in foster care. Growing up under such circumstances, being in multiple homes feeling unwanted, socioeconomically at risk, and lacking solid values and identity provided by a family unit, may lead this child to a criminal path later in life. The judge shifted the burden but created a ripple effect. It is essential to recognize one's contribution to an unwanted consequence. When one recognizes and accepts their responsibility in creating a problem, only then can better solutions be found. Good intentions are not enough. When dealing with complex chronic social issues, applying conventional linear thinking and quick fixes will not generate the desired lasting solutions. People need to be unified around a shared vision, mission, purpose, and set of goals. They have to do the work of taking a hard, honest, and objective look at where the system currently is. That's how they find better solutions. This unification, however, is more complicated than it sounds. It's not like we all agree when we identify a social issue, sit down and sing Kumbaya, my Lord, and solve our nation's deepest social crises. It's going to take a lot of work to bring the majority of people to the table to even have a conversation about the problem. This also takes a lot of time, and there will always be outliers who won't join in the conversation. We can't let be stopped by that. The individual responsibility in finding a common solution that takes everybody's needs into consideration is invaluable. It is more than a goal. It's a cause, a purpose. People who are focused and committed put achieving this cause ahead of their own personal interests. They feel empowered to make meaningful and lasting changes. They align their efforts to keep their eyes on the cause, knowing what needs to be done. When you fix a system by restructuring it, there can be a period when things worsen before they get better. If you can set up short-term goals aligned with the overarching long-term ones, you might be able to build in some small successes along the way. This helps everyone through the growing hardships and maintains hope that things are moving in the right direction. You can keep up people's motivation to continue working toward achieving the long-term goal. In the following pages, we will learn about systems thinking in action. First, however, I would like to do a quick recap on what systems thinking is and how it differs from conventional thinking. Conventional thinking has been our hardwired way of addressing problems. It couldn't be more different from the systems thinking approach. Traditional thinking is looking at things through the lens of cause and effect. It views things as a step-by-step, sequential process with a definite beginning and end. Conventional thinkers believe that it is easy to find the cause of a problem because it's obvious. They tend to blame people in situations outside of their organization or system when things go wrong. Since they believe others and outside forces need to change, they rarely introspect to find the role they may have played in causing or contributing to the problem. Conventional thinkers believe that improving the parts is the way to improve the whole system. A plan leading to short-term success will automatically translate to long-term success in conventional thinkers' understanding. They often work on many strategies independently at the same time, which addresses the symptoms instead of the root of the problem. In contrast, systems thinking is a paradigm shift that focuses on asking better questions before jumping to conclusions. Systems thinkers want to get a more complete and accurate picture of the problem before coming up with a solution. They don't believe that the cause of a problem is obvious or quick and easy to find. People, often unintentionally, create or contribute to their own problems. The power and responsibility to change these problems lie within them instead in outside factors. Systems thinkers know that finding quick fixes to a problem often will either be ineffective or make the problem worse by causing unintended negative consequences. They look to improve the entire system by focusing on and strengthening the relationships between the parts. They believe that focusing on too many strategies at once will scatter focus and won't lead to a lasting change. They would focus all of their attention on implementing a few leverage points that they believe will impact the whole system. They keep working on the chosen change for some time to see if they are effective. Collective Impact, introduced by John Kania and Mark Kramer in the Stanford Social Innovation Review. Social issues are chronic and complex. They have been resistant to many solutions offered despite the efforts and best intentions of people for many years. Often in frustration, the strategy tends to be one of, if we throw enough at them, something is bound to stick. Quick, scattered fixes have unintended negative consequences and don't support long-term goals. Collective Impact recognizes that we can achieve more working together than we could ever hope to alone. As described by John Kania and Mark Kramer, this process occurred when a group of community leaders realized that their individual efforts to improve the local public education system didn't have as big of an impact as changing the entire system would. This discovery pushed the leaders to abandon their organization's individual goals in favor of working collectively on one unifying goal: improving student achievement. Collective impact leads to mutually reinforcing activities, a common agenda, shared measurement, continuous communication. Mutually reinforcing activities mean that not everyone has to be doing exactly the same thing. Each person has their own strengths that they bring to the table, but everything has to be coordinated and aligned toward achieving the unified purpose. This process builds trust because participants assure each other of their good intentions, pledging to do the best they can with what they know at the moment. A common agenda includes a shared vision of change, a shared understanding of the problem and its root cause, how anyone within the organization may have unintentionally contributed to it, and a unified plan of action to solve the problem. It is important to include a realistic view of where the system currently is and why it has gotten there. Some kind of payoff has to be built in the system that kept people perpetuating the problems. Being aware of this inbuilt payoff mechanism is the first step to overcome the old patterns of behavior. The common agenda offers a distinction between the desired goal and the current payoff system. It becomes obvious to the people involved that change comes with a price and possible sacrifices. They also get a realistic outlook on what can be expected in the future. This way, everyone gets on the same page. People can get ready to do their part to close the gap between where the system is now and where they want it to be. Shared measurement values both qualitative and quantitative data. Systems thinkers analyze progress on many parallel timelines. They look for both intended and unintended consequences of actions and track performance considering the system's real purpose. David Peter Stroh gave the example of shelter beds and homeless shelters to illustrate shared measurement. With systems thinking metrics, Our main goal is to eradicate homelessness by focusing on having fewer shelter beds, short-term solution, and having more permanent housing, long-term solution. Conventional metrics concentrate on having more beds to receive more homeless in immediate need. Continuous communication is key to the success of a collective impact. The quality and the consistency of the communication evolve as people get more attached to the common cause. They will also be able to better distinguish short-term fixes from long-term achievements. Communication by itself is not enough. It is essential to update information continuously as the cause evolves so that the communication can be up-to-date and relevant. Telling system stories and the iceberg model. Storytelling is a helpful tool to make sense of the world and how we fit in it. Stories are a way to share our experiences with others. Let them know who we are and what is important to us. Stories can also be a compelling way to motivate and inspire others and make our message memorable. Storytelling has been used to help people suffering from traumatic events heal, to help keep the peace between groups humanizing the enemy, allow politicians to connect with voters, and teachers to engage students in the learning material. To tell a system story, there must be some transformations in the way people think. Their view expands from just seeing their part of the system to seeing more of the system. They understand how and why the system is currently operating and what the plan is to change it. They move from blaming others and outside forces to accepting personal responsibility for their contribution to the problem and committing to change their behavior to help improve the system. They shift their focus from quickly reacting to immediate problems, school shooting, low-performing stock market, to directing their attention toward understanding the deeper system structures that cause those events to happen. A system story increases self-awareness. It opens people's eyes to how their actions may have had unintended consequences that contributed to their own problems and those of the system. It makes them more proactive. They realize that they already have the power and leverage to effect the desired change. They accept personal responsibility for their behavior and embrace their ability to create the change they want. The iceberg model. On its tragically ill-fated journey, the Titanic could have weathered the crash if it were not for the terrible damage caused by the massive portion of the iceberg lying beneath the surface. The same happens when we face a problem. When first looking at a problem, the concern and immediate focus may be on the tip of the iceberg, the event. We try to figure out what happened. We have the impulse to react quickly to put the fire out. But if we want to address more than the symptoms and get to the root cause of the problem, reacting won't do it. We need to dig deep into where the real issues reside. The iceberg model distinguishes the symptoms and the real problems exposing the underlying structures of the system. The structure is where you will find the policies, dynamics of power, perceptions, and purpose. If left unchanged, the structure is where the vast majority of damage will come from as the trends and events will continue to repeat. The deeper your understanding of the system's structure, the more likely you will be to change the system's behavior for the long term. Let's talk about the levels of the iceberg you can see. The event-level people perceive the world at the event level most of the time. For example, waking up in the middle of the night realizing that you're thirsty is an event-level analysis. Event-level problems can often be solved with a simple correction, like drinking a glass of water. However, the iceberg model encourages us to dig deeper instead of automatically assuming that the problem we face is indeed an event level 1. Instead of just reacting to our thirst, let's dig deeper. The pattern level. When we look beyond events, we can identify patterns. Events with strong resemblance have been occurring with us over time. We have been very thirsty in differing parts of the day. Maybe we are dangerously dehydrated. Acknowledging patterns helps us forecast and forestall events. The structure level. When we try to find the answer to the question, what's the cause of the pattern we are observing? We usually conclude that it's embedded in the structure. Because of our increased workload in the heat of the day, we often forget to drink enough water. This has taken its toll on our bodies in the summer heat. Professor John Gerber informs us that structures can include the following things: Physical things, stores, sidewalks, or benches in a park. Organizations, corporations, hospitals, and schools. Policies, regulations, restrictions, or taxes. Rituals, subconscious behaviors. 4. The mental model level. The fourth level of the iceberg is mental models. These are the attitudes, beliefs, expectations, morals, and values that provide the structure a reason to function. For example, the beliefs we subconsciously adopt from our home or from school, work, and surroundings. In the case of our dehydration, the mental model we create could involve the belief that our job is more important than our health, or that by taking a short drinking break, we might appear lazy. Let's carry our iceberg analogy to a specific example of a systemic problem: the reform of the justice system affecting incarceration rates. Between 1960 and 2008, incarceration levels rose by 60% despite a 25% drop in crimes committed. Some people argued that this data showed that locking people up for committing crimes resulted in the overall crime rate dropping. Others thought racism and fear were driving more incarcerations rather than the seriousness of the crime committed. Reforming the criminal justice system is a complex task. We won't find solutions at the tip of the iceberg. Being most concerned with the latest statistics on crimes committed, repeat offenders, and the prison system's costs, analysts miss the big picture. The typical well-intentioned solution is issuing harsh sentences to those who commit crimes. But no one seems concerned with the reintegration of people who have been incarcerated into society. After people are released from prison, their criminal record discourages future employment opportunities. These men and women have been emotionally and psychologically hardened by their time in jail. That, coupled with their lack of employment opportunities, contributes to nearly half of them returning to prison for committing a repeat offense within the first 3 years. The underlying socioeconomic issues that contribute to the majority of inner-city crime are also out of focus. The sentences don't address the vacuum left in the communities, increasing the likelihood of future generations committing crimes, the lack of high-quality foster care. No one is improving the high recidivism rate due to a lack of unpreparedness of ex-convicts. Prisons don't actually reform criminals. Most imprisoned people need education, marketable skills. If, as a society, we punish them for the crime they commit in perpetuity, why would we expect them to change? Of course, some crimes are harder to forgive than others. And without true repentance, it is almost impossible to trust someone who committed criminal acts. Some countries don't impose the death penalty or life sentences, even for the harshest crimes. Let's take Norway as an example. The now 41-year-old Anders Behring Breivik murdered 77 people, including children, in 2011. He was sentenced to 21 years in prison, which may be prolonged if deemed required. He lives in conditions described as a 3-room suite with windows, about 340 square feet, including a treadmill, a fridge, a DVD player, a Sony PlayStation, and a desk with a typewriter. He has been taking distance learning courses at his country's main university. He has access to television, radio, and newspapers. He prepares his own food, and he entered the Christmas gingerbread house baking contest at his prison. While the case of Anders Behring Breivik is extreme and clearly shows the unpreparedness of the Norwegian legal system to punish the crimes as he committed, the inmates of Norway do have a mentality that they will go back into society and reintegrate. They have this mindset because the incarceration in Norway's criminal justice system works on the principle of restorative justice and rehabilitating prisoners. There are correctional facilities, which make sure that prisoners can become productive and helpful members of society again. This approach helps Norway maintain one of the lowest recidivism rates globally, currently 20%, with less than 4,000 people in prison and one of the world's lowest crime rates. The story of balancing feedback loops. Balancing feedback loops are the driving force behind improving a social system because they act to correct behavior by closing the gap between where the system currently is and where we want it to be. When a balancing feedback loop is achieving its purpose, the corrections it makes can be nearly undetectable, and we tend to take it for granted. When the balancing loop is underperforming, we become aware of it. Balancing feedback loops can reveal why the system is resistant to change. Corrective action fails to work for one or more of the following reasons. As soon as we think the problem is solved, we stop focusing on the solution and open the door for the issue to come back. An example of this was demonstrated in Boston in the early 1990s. Boston administrators were trying to solve the problem of youth crime in the city. Community and political leaders coordinated their efforts to solve the problem. They came up with various solutions like after-school programs, community policing, neighborhood watches, and gang outreach, all of which proved to be very successful in reducing youth crime. Thinking that the problem was solved, the political leaders removed funding from these programs to address other concerns. It wasn't long before the issue of youth crime returned. We underestimate the amount of time it will take to effect positive, lasting change. When change doesn't happen on our schedule, we can get discouraged and give up too soon. Or get impatient and push too hard for results before they are ready. Thankfully, a community in Massachusetts was more patient and persistent than most. They were experiencing a problem with high rates of teen and adult drug and alcohol abuse. The community remained committed to their coordinated efforts. After 11 years, they experienced success with their solution for bringing the teen alcohol and drug abuse rates down. The system participants are not unified behind a clear shared vision and purpose. They disagree on a shared understanding of where the system currently is and where it should be. Without a common plan, there is little hope for coming up with a solution that will bring meaningful and lasting change. Based on the observations made in the 3 points above, policymakers can adjust their actions as follows. Ensure the reinforcement of the interventions that prove to bring good results instead of reducing support when the problem becomes less pressing. Acknowledge the perception, delivery, and adoption delay of the correcting actions. Practice patience and persistence with the interference. Before developing an intervention strategy, make sure every actor involved shares the same understanding, goals, and reality. The story of reinforcing feedback loops. Success to the successful. In the Systems Archetypes chapter, the success to the successful archetype has a reinforcing feedback loop in control. Let's recapitulate the main system story behind this archetype. Systems have a finite amount of resources. When one person or group gains an advantage over another in terms of wealth or success, they can use it to gain even more resources. This is not a bad thing by itself, but it may put the other person or group at a disadvantage of allocating resources. This disadvantage grows as time passes because they cannot get the resources they need to stay competitive. The gap widens over time, and it becomes a complex cycle to break. Those who are wealthy have more money to invest in land, equipment, stocks, and bonds, and better education and healthcare. This, in turn, makes them better able to earn more income and accumulate more wealth. Their capital allows them to be more productive. The wealthy also have more access to other influential people who can offer them better networking and business opportunities that contribute to their success. Those who are not wealthy have to spend more of their money on goods. They don't have money to invest and generate more wealth. The gap between the haves and have-nots continues to widen, and the cycle keeps repeating. In a social system, reinforcing loops create dynamics that support the majority of wealth and success to concentrate in the hands of a few. Other dynamics line up against the lower class, especially minorities, to experience comparable levels of success. Keith Lawrence, the co-director of Aspen Institute Roundtable on Community Change, calls this phenomenon structural racism. He argues that some dynamics, historical, cultural, institutional, and interpersonal, regularly favor white people and exponentially hinder the chances of people of color to succeed. He strengthens his statement by bringing up examples such as gerrymandering, the fact that the majority of incarcerated people are black men, children born into less fortunate families start their lives off at a disadvantage. Their parents are under tremendous pressure to make ends meet and may not afford high-quality health care. Societies whose main aim is to sustainability minimize the success to the successful archetype and improve their redistribution system. They also raise awareness of the structural problems of resource allocations. Thinking and a social issue. The story. Calhoun County, Michigan, around Battle Creek, with a population of about 100,000, had a chronic social problem of homelessness. Business, political, and community leaders, along with the homeless, began asking questions about why, despite their best efforts, they were still unable to end homelessness in their community. They united with the Battle Creek Homeless Coalition, determined to find a solution of positive, lasting change. They combined their efforts and used systems thinking to gather behind a purpose and common agenda to create a 10-year plan to eliminate homelessness in their area. They studied data and worked to form a shared vision of where they want to be and an honest picture and understanding of where they currently were. They agreed upon the leverage points that they thought would be most effective and helpful in redesigning the system's structure. They did a thorough research about the risk factors of homelessness, the 4 stages of homelessness, why people end up on the streets only temporarily. By conducting many interviews with people in their community, they identified a major concern: the difficulty of moving people from temporary homeless shelters into safe, affordable, supportive, permanent housing. Homelessness has 4 stages. People becoming at risk of losing their homes. People losing their homes and having to live on the streets. People finding temporary shelter off the streets. People moving from temporary shelter back into permanent housing. The Battle Creek Homeless Coalition took steps toward success, providing government subsidies to help keep people in their own homes. Getting the entire community, schools, churches, families, and friends involved in offering their support, informing people of the community assistance and programs that were available to them, and enlisting the help of the Veterans Administration to offer help to veterans. These were all good steps, but not enough to sustain the solution in the long run. They didn't want to fall back into the old habits of relying on shelters. These temporary measures helped to hide the problem and reduce the sense of urgency. Shelters offered short-term success, which pleased people donating to the cause. These donors chose to financially support individual organizations, completely shifting shelters' focus from the big picture and competing for resources instead. The quick fix of supporting shelters addressed a symptom. It didn't get to the root of the problem of homelessness. It caused unintended negative consequences as shelters created dependence. The Battle Creek Homeless Coalition identified 7 leverage points that they felt would give them the most bang for their buck in changing the system as a whole. They grouped them according to whether they were designed to reduce the inflow into shelters, by keeping people at risk of becoming homeless, or increase the outflow by getting more people to move out of the temporary shelters into permanent housing. After all of their intensive study, they found that the cheapest leverage points to implement were those that kept people in their own homes and prevented them from becoming homeless in the first place. They coordinated their efforts to increase affordable housing by supporting landlords who were willing to rent to people at risk. They tried to create additional better-paying jobs so that people at risk could afford their rent payments. They also provided integrated community services designed to give people the support they needed to stay in their homes. Were their efforts successful? During the first 3 years of implementing their plan, from 2007 to 2009, homelessness decreased by 13% and eviction rates dropped by 3%. This was despite the recession our country was in that spurred a 70% increase in unemployment and a 15% increase in people filing for bankruptcy in Calhoun County. The Coordinating Council of Calhoun County reported that in 2016, 1,190 people were considered literally homeless. This means that they were either living in a public or private shelter or in a public or private place not intended for human habitation. Based on this data and the county's new regulations, they are on track to potentially reduce homelessness by 28% in 9 years. System changes don't happen overnight, But the fact that homelessness is on the decline by a significant percentage in Calhoun County is promising progress. Author David Peter Stroh identifies 4 stages of change. Stroh, quoting Peter Sung, the author of the book The Fifth Discipline, describes social changes as such. The energy for change is mobilized by establishing a discrepancy between what people want and where they are. When people have a common aspiration, as expressed by a shared vision, mission, and set of values, and a shared understanding of not only where they are now, but also why, then they establish creative tension, which they are drawn to resolve in favor of their aspiration. Creating a shared understanding is crucial to see why the current problems exist and the best solutions. For example, they will know how the pressure to build a new homeless shelter is only a band-aid to the problem. Homelessness will persist, and so will their dependence on the shelters. The shared picture will help people to commit to the idea, I will get my part done, and I'll make sure we all get the whole thing done. The creative tension rooting in the shared picture brings forth the idea of the 4 stages of change. Let's go through these stages one by one. Stage 1. This is where the foundation of the change is built. In the case of our story, Stage 1 occurred when the Battle Creek Homeless Coalition and the homeless people asked for the input of business, political, and community leaders of Calhoun County. They met and started asking hard questions about why they still had a homelessness problem despite their best efforts. They decided that they were ready to make a change. These stakeholders were actively engaged in coming up with a common agenda. They agreed upon where they would like for the system to be. They cultivated a shared vision of what successful change would look like and set their common purpose. They learned how to effectively communicate with each other. 2. Stage 2. This is the reality check stage. The coalition gathered and organized information to give a clear and honest picture of where the system was currently. They did interviews and looked back in history to see if the system had been there before. Then they organized the information they had gathered to develop a basic system analysis. They checked how people interacted before to help or deter the common goal. They formed a shared view of what was happening and began to analyze why it was happening. They accepted responsibility for any role they may have played in contributing to the problem. Stage 3. This is a tell it like it is stage. At this stage, people have to face the fact that change is hard and things might have to get worse before they get better. In this stage, they acknowledge that even in a flawed system, there is some benefit that people are getting, or the system wouldn't be stuck where it was. Real and lasting change takes a significant investment of time, effort, money, and resources. It requires commitment and sacrifice on the part of everyone involved. This stage is where people recognize that they will need to resist the temptation of giving in to quick fixes and short-term solutions and stick with the plan for the long haul. They have to weigh the benefits and sacrifices that will accompany change and the costs of not acting. Hard trade-offs, delayed gratification, temporary backfall should all be accepted side effects of the change. They need to make a conscious choice to buy in fully to the purpose and commit to being part of the solution. In our story, this was where the Battle Creek Homeless Coalition reached a crucial turning point in developing a solution. They realized the system was currently helping people cope with homelessness by providing them with shelters. But that was ultimately undermining the purpose of ending homelessness. Stage 4. This is where people bridge the gap between where the system currently is and where they want to be. In this stage, they identify the leverage points they believe will be most helpful in creating change. They commit to continuous learning and agree to meet to update and adjust their plan and goals to stay on track of achieving the unified purpose. In the case of our story, the leverage points the coalition selected served as the goals for their 10-year plan. When they began to get a hold of what was working and identified needs that others could help meet, they reached out to bring in and engage new stakeholders. They brought in people who could help with economic development and creating new, better-paying jobs, people with ideas and resources for increasing affordable housing, and people with experience in foster care and the criminal justice system. These stages work in a circular process. What we learned in Stage 4 gives feedback to Stage 1, and the cycle continues. This chapter will lay out some exercises that can be helpful for team building. Get your systems thinking juices flowing. Begin to work on analyzing a system's problems and generating a lasting and meaningful solution. A warm-up exercise. This icebreaker is an excellent way to start a meeting where the goal is to challenge people's creativity and inner idea machine. Time. About 5 minutes. Instructions. Explain this as an exercise to practice mental agility before beginning the meeting. Ask participants to follow your instructions mentally. Speak slowly and pause between each instruction. First, choose a number from 1 to 9. Second, subtract 5. 3. Multiply it by 3, 4. Square the number. Multiply by the same number, not square root. 5. Add the digits together until you get only one digit, that is, 64 equals 6 plus 4 equals 10 equals 1 plus 0 equals 1. 6. If the number is less than 5, add 5. Otherwise, subtract 4. 7. Multiply it by 2. 8. Subtract 6, 9. Match the digit to a letter in the alphabet. 1 equals A, 2 equals B, 3 equals C, etc. 10. Choose the name of a country that begins with that letter. 11. Take the second letter in the country's name and think of an animal that begins with that letter. 12. Think of the color of that animal. Results. Chances are you thought of a gray or pink elephant from Denmark. Why? The number trick gives you a 4 every time, which means you always think of a D. The countries that start with the letter D are Denmark, Djibouti, and the Dominican Republic. Djibouti deserves a 1% chance if you happen to come from there or the area. So does the Dominican Republic. But let's be honest, it's not surprising that most people think of Denmark. What if we indeed picked Djibouti? We'd get animals like jaguars, jackals, jackrabbits, or jellyfish. If we picked Dominican Republic, we'd come up with an octopus, otter, owl, ostrich, or one of many other possibilities. Since we chose Denmark, our animal name had to begin with an E. If you chose elephant, you picked the most common answer, and likely the first one popped into your head. Keep in mind when we are content to pick the quick or popular answer that means most other people, including our competitors, are coming up with the same answer too. Let's spend time looking for something beyond the most obvious thought. Here are some animals that begin with the letter E. Eagles, earless seals, earthworms, earwigs, echidnas, elephant beetles, emperor moths, emperor penguins, emydid turtles, engraver beetles, ensign wasp. Do you have any questions left? Playing and designing a game. Choose a well-known board game. Review the rules of the game with the participants, and then decide to change the rules. Ask each person in your group to change one of the rules by changing, adding, or eliminating one of the original rules. Play the new version of the game created collectively by the group. Ask the following questions for discussion. 1. What does having a set of rules tell us about how a system works? 2. What's the difference between playing and designing a game? 3. What is different about the system when the game is being played and when it is being designed? Results. This activity is presented in a fun game format. Still, it provides a good opportunity to compare and contrast playing and designing. When we play a game, our focus is on taking turns as we follow the rules laid out for us and try to win. In contrast, designing the game involves not only playing it, but also requires a higher level of thinking skill. You need to reflect upon the possible changes you might make and the consequences resulting from those changes. Designing requires an understanding of the holistic and systemic view of the game. When you design a game, you make decisions based on who the target audience is. That's why we have different games and different rules. We use the same tools tailored for different people, such as children, and different purposes, such as whether it is intended to teach a skill or it is just to be played for fun. We can discover the rules and variations through repeated occasions of playing the same game. From experiences like these, we can gain a deeper understanding of the meaning of being part of a system. A language game. This game is best played with another person whose primary language is your secondary language. Choose a word or phrase from your primary language and translate it into your secondary language. For example, if English is your primary language, you might translate the words into Spanish. You would then ask the person you are playing with to translate the Spanish back into English. Continue taking turns back and forth until each person has completed several words or phrases. Observe the differences in meaning between the original words of the primary speaker and those translated back in a secondary language. Ask the following questions for discussion. First, how is language important in a living system? Second, what can happen when two systems that have different languages must communicate? Third, what problems can arise when two systems with different languages try to communicate? Fourth, what solutions might help address the problems that can arise when two systems with different languages need to communicate? There is a move to help people communicate across different languages by using artificial intelligence. This can solve some communication problems, but there is also the potential for some meaning to be lost by having a computer translate. To avoid this, there is a recognition that translation does require input from a human being. Translations always have an author and are copyrighted. As we become more connected in our world, our extensive global communications network has become a system of its own. It is interconnected and interdependent with language subsystems. We need to be respectful, tolerant, and appreciative of diversity. We should be open to the possibility of learning from language and cultures that are quite different from our own and be kind and ethical global citizens. Spot. This exercise works best with groups of less than 10 people. Some people will not fall into the trap, but most will. The idea is not to trick or embarrass people, but rather to get everyone laughing together. This can spark discussions about the power of mindfulness and how it helps us think systemically. Time. About 5 minutes. Instructions. Quickly ask an individual or small group the following questions. Only pause briefly to allow a response and ask them to answer in a loud, energetic voice. 1. Ask them to say the word spot 3 times as quickly as they can. 2. Ask them to spell the word spot once 3. Now ask them what they do when they come to a green light. Results. Many people will say, stop. A few will say go. If you ask them the question again, many will repeat the same answer and possibly get defensive about their answer being right. You could then ask them, how many of you drove to work today? What did you do when you came to a green light? Joke that you could have asked them what they do when they get to red light. You suspect that if they're anything like many other drivers in your town, they would probably run through it. We live in a society that often expects people to give answers as quickly as possible. There is comfort in numbers, so when we hear others saying the same answer we are giving, we feel more confident that we are right. While it is good to allow ourselves to fall into patterns, they are healthy signs. Sometimes we need to slow down and check our answers to be sure we are giving the correct ones. Simon says, this exercise can allow the group to walk around a little and stretch after a long period of sitting, or to serve as a fun and gentle reminder that we can all benefit from listening a little more carefully. Time. About 5 minutes. Instructions. Introduce this activity as a chance for the participants to experience the latest test that the police are giving when they pull drivers over to check for drinking and driving. 1. Stand up. Get in front of the participants and ask them to stand up too. Explain to them that in this activity, they have to do what you tell them to do. 2. Ask them to stretch both of their arms out at shoulder height. As you say it, do it as well. 3. Ask them to make a circle with the thumb and index finger of their right hand. You do it as you are saying it. 4. Ask them to take their thumb and index finger, still in the circle, and put the circle on their cheek. You will put your thumb and index finger on your chin instead. Results. Most people will have put their thumb and index finger on their chin instead of on their cheek, because most people will have followed your actions instead of your words. It is important that we follow through with our actions to support what we have said we will do. Systems thinking is a powerful lens through which we can analyze the world. It impacts our ability to make well-informed objective decisions based on evidence and data. With systems thinking, we can get to the root cause of even the most challenging, complex, and chronic problems. We can create a strategic plan of the highest quality that aligns everyone's efforts on the system's unifying purpose. Here is a short compilation of things we can accomplish by using systems thinking. See the big picture, the whole system, more clearly. Discover and accept responsibility for the unintended negative consequences that we may have inadvertently caused through our actions. Develop solutions that are beneficial to the entire system and create lasting and meaningful changes. Avoid quick fixes that ultimately can make things worse in the long term. Increase our understanding of the problems we are trying to solve. Leverage points that make the best possible use of available resources. View learning as a worthwhile and continuous process. Commit to doing your part to improve the entire system. Recognize that our individual and collective thinking impacts the results we achieve. Systems thinking is a paradigm shift. We move from blaming people and things we can't control to accepting responsibility and empowering ourselves to take control of our own reality. It is a shift from being emotionally attached to our own beliefs to being humble and open to others' ideas and opinions. It involves accepting that we aren't always right and that we have plenty to learn from others. The core principles of how systems work. Feedback. The way a system performs is closely tied to the circular, interconnected relationships within it. Growth and stability. Feedback loops show us how systems grow, reinforcing loops, or remain stable. Equilibrium caused by balancing loops. Diversity and resilience. Diversity allows systems to grow, while resilience keeps systems stable when change occurs. Delay. Our choices and actions result in consequences that can be immediate or delayed. Power of awareness. When we take a good, hard, honest look at where a system is currently operating, we can build upon its strengths and work to overcome its weaknesses. Unintended consequences. The challenges we are facing today may result from a solution we instituted in the past. Leverage. Meaningful and lasting change within a system occurs when we focus on implementing a few coordinated changes and sustaining them over time. Understanding these core principles is key to recognizing patterns in system behavior to create a strategic plan aimed at achieving the system's purpose. Donella Meadows explained, "Social systems are the external manifestations of cultural thinking patterns and of profound human needs, emotions, strengths, and weaknesses. To be effective in bringing about social change, we have to strengthen our system's thinking skills." While we often think of our cognitive abilities as the key to systems thinking, strong systems thinkers also develop themselves in emotional, behavioral, physical, and spiritual areas. Being well-rounded in all areas of life makes us better prepared and more efficient in facing the challenges we wish to overcome. Becoming a systems thinker takes practice. There will be times when you will need to seek guidance and help from others, when you get stuck because the task seems impossible. It is then that you should rely on one of the most critical skills systems thinkers have: the ability to ask great questions. When we ask the right questions, we open ourselves to new ways of thinking, communicating, and understanding. Here are examples of a few powerful questions. Why are we unable to achieve our goal despite our best efforts and intentions? What responsibility do we bear for the problems we are facing? How can we create common ground among our stakeholders? What sacrifices will we need to make to enable the system as a whole to succeed? What might the unintended consequences of this possible solution be? Systems thinkers need to view themselves as works in progress. There is always new knowledge to be gained and always room to learn, grow, and improve. Some characteristics are helpful to cultivate within ourselves. These are curiosity, respect, and compassion. Systems thinking gives us the tools and skills we need to take a complex and sometimes chronic problem, improve our shared understanding of it, and align and organize the pieces into a clear roadmap. Pave the path we should take to redesign the system's structure and achieve its purpose. Systems thinking is about connections, making, recognizing, understanding, and strengthening them. Everything in a system is connected. We need to cultivate and nurture positive relationships and diminish or remove the dysfunctional ones. It isn't long until we have the system elements working together in harmony, united in service to the whole. Try to contribute to the greater good. What could be better than that?